Chapter 2849. Outside Royal City, the sound of bugles rang out one after another. One troop after another moved in an orderly manner towards the north. That was the direction where the great battle would take place. The Wizard's Ox tribe consisted of 3,000 people. 10 regular troops, 1 troop of aerial cavalry, and 1 troop of guards were all ready to set off. There were a total of 12 troops, 3,000 people gathered together, but it was completely silent. At the front of the troops, 2 wizards from the Wizard Temple, 4 wizards, and 9 wizard disciples raised their heads and looked up. Yang Kai sat on the back of his Hawk King like a true commander. His sharp gaze scanned across the entire place. Every single clansman straightened their backs, displaying their most powerful side. There was no need to say anything. Yang Kai waved his hand. Set off. With the cry of an eagle, the aerial cavalry set off first, spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. With Yu and Lu in the lead, the many wizards and wizard disciples even worked together to cast a large-scale lightning technique. After being enveloped by the light, it buffed the 3,000 people, making all the clansmen even lighter. With a rumble, the Wizard's Ox tribe left the capital extremely quickly. There were a lot of people, but they moved in an orderly fashion. In the air, Yang Kai sat on the Hawk King's back. He did not waste any time at all. He had been meditating and cultivating the entire time. Earlier in the capital, the Wizard Dang's orders were very simple. The demon folk were currently fortifying their defenses and setting up a line of defense, as if they wanted to buy time so that the strongest on their side had enough time to recover. The barbarians obviously would not just sit by and watch, so the various large tribes had already set off right now in an attempt to reclaim the territory of the 4 tribes that they had invaded while the strongest demon folk were recovering. On the side of the southern barbarians, 100 to 200 troops led by great wizards would surround the demon folk from the south, eating away at their strength and forcing them to retreat. Afterwards, the wizard kings of the various large tribes would take action, leading everyone in a battle to the death against the demon folk. This strategy made the early stages of the battle very flexible. None of the great wizard troops had any special missions. All they needed to do was kill the demon folk they came across. They were completely free to do whatever they wanted. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. His current strength was still in urgent need of improvement. If there was a special mission, he would definitely be too busy. The current situation was the best for him, as long as it was before the final battle. If he could raise his strength to a certain level, there would definitely be a stage for him on the battlefield in the future. After coming to this ancient world for such a long time, Yang Kai had unknowingly considered the issue from the perspective of the barbarian tribe and was involved in such a war. He could no longer simply be a spectator. More than 150 teams led by the great wizards set off from the capital. As time passed, more and more teams split up and headed to different destinations. In the beginning, the Wizard's Bull tribe could still vaguely see the silhouettes of their allies. However, after 10 days of leaving King City, the aerial cavalry could no longer detect any allies within their detection range. Hundreds of thousands of people had been completely scattered across the vast land. Many of the berserkers rushed toward the cruel battlefield with the belief that they would either live or die. 10 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating on the back of the Eagle King, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, Ah Hua was riding her giant eagle towards him. When she got close, she suddenly stopped and skillfully stabilized her body. Without changing her expression, she said, "Master, there is a village in front of us." "Did you find anything?" Yang Kai asked. Ah Hua shook her head and said, "There is no one." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let everyone rest there. If we continue forward, I am afraid that the days will not be peaceful. Eat and drink to your heart's content and prepare for a big fight." Ah Hua accepted the order and left. The team continued to move forward. 2 hours later, they saw a small village as expected. The size of this village was slightly larger than Sangnan village, but not by much. Most of the houses in the village were made of wood and stone. Outside the village was a mud wall. After entering the village, immediately, some people began to take charge of guarding the surroundings. Some people began to make fires and cook. Everything was in order. Although such a troop had been formed not long ago, it was already a well-trained army. Yang Kai also wanted to find a place to rest, but after entering the village, he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Faintly, he felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him. This surprised him. He quietly released his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation of the village. But what surprised him was that he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and the feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared. Shaking his head, he called Dai and said, "Tell everyone to be careful. Maybe something will happen." Dai looked at him in surprise. "What did you feel?" Yang Kai said lightly, "There is no harm in being careful. This is no longer a peaceful area." Dai nodded and said, "I know." After Dai passed the order, the clansmen became more vigilant. Not long after, the smell of meat began to spread. After marching for 10 days, they basically only had a full meal every day. Even the barbarians could not bear it. At this moment, after smelling the smell of meat, many people's stomachs began to growl. Without waiting for the meat to be cooked, the clansmen began to divide and eat, each with a satisfied expression. At this time, Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped. In the perception of his divine sense, dozens of strange and hidden auras appeared out of thin air in the village. Before he could investigate what was going on, he roared, "Enemy attack!" The clansmen who were eating heartily were stunned for a moment. But they quickly reacted. They hurriedly threw away the food in their hands and took out their weapons to guard the surroundings. The dozen or so wizards also hurriedly urged their wizard power, ready to attack at any time. The next moment, accompanied by a strange sizzling sound, a dark aura emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire village. The clansmen were shocked. No one knew what this was, but they instinctively urged their physique power with vigilance. Demonic Qi. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his face full of shock. This was demonic Qi, and it was extremely pure ancient demonic Qi. Although he had constantly heard about the invasion of demon folk in the past, Yang Kai had also wondered whether the demon folk of the ancient world were the demon race he knew of. However, because he had never come into contact with them personally, nor did he have too many clues, he was unable to make a judgment. Only when he saw the pitch-black aura with his own eyes did Yang Kai immediately understand that the so-called demon folk were the demon race he was familiar with. In the past, when the ancient trolls revived outside Maplewood City, the demonic Qi surrounded the city. Who knew how many people had been corrupted by the demonic Qi and turned into demon folk? Even he had been corrupted. Fortunately, the energy in the gold and silver tree had turned into sealing power, sealing the ancient demonic Qi in his dantian. Otherwise, he would have lost his mind long ago. The demonic Qi was extremely corrosive. Anyone who came into contact with it could be turned into a demon folk, an existence that was neither human nor demon, enslaved by the demon race. A barren village like this actually hid so much demonic Qi. It was clearly a trap. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the demonic Qi was hidden extremely well. He actually failed to sense it when he used his soul sense to investigate earlier. The demonic Qi could not appear out of thin air. Even if it was hidden underground, someone had to activate it. Yang Kai also paid great attention to the several dozen unfamiliar auras earlier. With a sweep of his soul sense, Yang Kai immediately discovered some clues. On the ground, under the cover of the demonic Qi, there were bumps on the ground one after another, and those unfamiliar auras were emitted from these bumps. These bumps appeared silently and abruptly, and after a certain extent, they turned into human figures that seemed to be molded by sand. They had complete facial features, but their skin was dry like mud, and their whole body exuded an indescribable demonic Qi. These were actually demon folk with unusual abilities. The sudden turn of events caused the 3,000 people to panic. No one had ever experienced such a thing. In the darkness, it was pitch black. Moreover, there seemed to be something hidden in the pitch-black aura that could evoke evil thoughts in people's hearts. It made people involuntarily restless, and they couldn't help but want to kill everything in front of them. The light of the wizard's magic shield lit up in the darkness, like guiding lights, giving the 3,000 people a bright direction. The light on Yang Kai's body was particularly dazzling, directly spreading out to a radius of 10 feet, making all the demonic qi unable to enter. Concentrate, purify. Yang Kai roared and took the lead in waving his hands. Circle after circle of milky white light shrouded the surrounding area. The dozen or so other magi, who were at a loss for what to do, instantly found their pillar of support when they heard this. They imitated the magi and began to cast the 2 magi spells. With this action, the level of the wizard was immediately determined. The light of the wizard spell cast by Yang Kai could cover the whole village every time, and there were even more. Butterfly's light could only cover half of the village, and under the joint efforts of Yu and Lu, there was not much difference between them. The remaining 10 wizards and wizard apprentices paled in comparison. The worst of the wizard apprentices could only light up a radius of 10 feet. Chi sounds were loud. At the same time when the light of the wizard's spell bloomed, the darkness that enveloped the sky seemed to have encountered nemesis, disappearing into the void in large pieces. The thick darkness was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic qi that was disturbing between heaven and earth at this moment was constantly moving around to avoid, as if it was alive, but it still couldn't avoid the light of the wizard's spell. The situation was good, but Yang Kai was cold all over. The barbarians didn't know much about the demonic qi, but he had personally experienced it once, so he knew the horror and power of the demonic qi. His 3,000 subordinates were basically all infected by the demonic qi, except for the 10 wizards who activated the wizard shield in time. Once infected by the demonic qi, it was inevitable that they would be turned into demons, and when that time came, they wouldn't recognize anyone, and it would be bloody and ferocious. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a shrill scream rang out. Following the source of this sound, Yang Kai's heart sank. Chapter 2850. Not far away, there was already a tribesman who had been demonized by the demonic qi. The weapon in his hand viciously chopped off the tribesman's head without mercy. Could it be that the wizard bull tribe was going to be wiped out right after they set off? When the screams were heard, all the barbarians were shocked. No one knew what was going on around them. They could only huddle together in groups of 3 to 5, keeping their backs against each other and being vigilant of their surroundings. After the demonized tribesman killed one of his companions, he did not stop. He once again raised the weapon in his hand and chopped at another person. Yang Kai shook his hand and a wizard chain flew towards the tribesman and tied him up tightly, making him unable to move. More screams were heard, one after another. It was obvious that many of the tribesmen had been killed by their trusted companions. Yang Kai's spiritual sense shrouded the entire village. One wizard chain after another flew out of his hand and bound all the demonized tribesmen. After such a short delay, Yang Kai suddenly realized that the situation was much better than he had expected. The 3,000 warriors of the Voodoo Bull tribe hadn't been completely annihilated. Roughly counting, only 100 of them had been demonized. The rest of the warriors didn't have much of a reaction, they were still conscious. It was just that the omnipresent demonic qi was constantly eroding their bodies. If the demonic qi was not dispelled quickly, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He continuously cast purification on a large scale, and every time he cast a spell, the demonic qi in the surroundings would fade a little. Other than him, the rest of the wizard were wantonly casting their wizard power and wizard spells. The wizard spells that the wizard cast seemed to be the nemesis of the demonic qi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the darkness that had shrouded the world had disappeared and light had returned. Only now did the clansman see the situation clearly. Hundreds of his companions died on the spot, blood flowing like a river. Many of his companions were tied up in chains by the wizard. They continued to struggle, and the eyes of these companions were all crimson black. They looked extremely terrifying, as if they had lost their rationality. A series of meaningless roars came from his mouth. This situation caused everyone to be horrified. On the other side, the dozens of bizarre existences that had emerged from the ground had only fully taken form at this moment, transforming into sand devils that seemed to be made of sand. These sand devils shuddered as a monstrous demonic qi swept out from their bodies, creating a whistling wind. Each of them moved swiftly, and pounced on the surrounding barbarians. Even though he had no idea what was so special about these sand demons, since they dared to charge over, they were enemies. The barbarian warriors roared, raised the weapons in their hands high, and launched a brave and pointless charge. The eagle screeched, and the air riders took to the sky, hovered over the village, and accurately shot down one arrow after another. On the other side, led by Yu and Lu, the dozens of wizards were also chanting spells, and a series of spells bloomed with colorful light. The battle started suddenly, and it ended quickly. Although the dozens of sand demons had successfully launched a wave of sneak attacks under the cover of the demonic chi, the wizard bull tribe members were a little flustered at the beginning and lost some of their men. The following battle was completely one-sided. No one died, and only a dozen or so people were slightly injured. The dozens of sand demons were all killed. After the fierce battle, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Looking at the dead and demonized companions around them, they did not feel the slightest sense of victory. This was the first battle that the wizard bull tribe encountered since the day they set out from King City, and their opponents were only dozens of sand demons. But even in such a battle, there were also unbearable casualties. This made all the barbarians feel ashamed. "Ahu, come here!" Yang Kai solemnly waved his hand and called. Ahu responded and walked a few steps to Yang Kai, and said in a deep voice, "Master, what orders do you have for me?" Although they were from the same village before and they were very good friends, but now Yang Kai was the commander of an army, so Ahu could not call him casually in front of others. A commander should have the dignity of a commander. "Do you feel like something is wrong?" Yang Kai asked while putting his hand on Ahu's wrist. The wizard power surged and carefully checked Ahu's body. Ahu was silent for a moment and then said, "I feel very uncomfortable." Yang Kai was shocked. "Where are you uncomfortable?" Ahu turned his head and looked to the side. "If I had been more careful, maybe fewer people would have died." Yang Kai was relieved and patted Ahu's shoulder at the same time. "Things have come to this. Don't blame yourself. This time everyone is responsible." Waving his hand to dismiss him, Yang Kai looked at him blankly. Because under his investigation, Ahu did not have the slightest abnormality, and there was no trace of being contaminated by demonic chi. But just now, the demonic chi had enveloped the entire village, and the 3,000 people should have been contaminated without exception. In disbelief, he pulled a few more clansmen to check, and found that the situation was the same as Ahu's. All of them were very good, which made Yang Kai frown. It was a good thing that the clansmen were contaminated by demonic chi, but he did not understand why. If all the clansmen were like this, it would be fine, but there were hundreds of people who had been transformed into demons. Thinking like this, he came to the side of a demonized clansman who was being controlled. At the moment, the clansman was in a delirious state, constantly growling, and his eyes were red and black. Yu was standing next to him, constantly casting purification and concentration, but it did not seem to have much effect. The other dozen or so wizard were also busy around the other demonized clansmen. Various wizard spells were cast, but there was no surprising scene. "Master, they can't be saved." Lu came from not far away, and a trace of sorrow appeared in her usually indifferent eyes. Yang Kai did not answer, and his divine sense swept through every demonized clansman and soon found a common point. Compared to the other clansmen, these clansmen were somewhat weak. Although the barbarians were all strong, there were also differences in strength, and these demonized clansmen were basically at the bottom of the 3,000 people. Obviously, the reason why they were demonized was related to their own strength. The barbarian warriors did not practice wizard spells, but only the physical body. The stronger the physical body, the more vigorous the vitality. On the other hand, the weaker the strength, the lower the vitality. Vitality! Yang Kai muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind, making his eyes light up. Walking straight to one of the demonized clansmen, Yang Kai reached out and touched his forehead. Everyone watched nervously, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. But soon they found that after Yang Kai touched the demonized clansman, his whole body was emitting a dark red vitality, and his body suddenly became a lot taller, as if he suddenly became a lot stronger. Bloodthirst spell. Lu and Yu's eyelids twitched, and they looked at each other in shock. Because they did not hear Yang Kai's incantation, and this bloodthirst spell was cast. In other words, this bloodthirst spell alone, this wizard had reached the level of being able to cast spells from the heart. This was not a level that just anyone could reach. Only a few people who had a high level of understanding of certain wizard spells would be able to achieve this. This was something that even they, who came from the wizard temple, could not achieve. Shock was shock, but what was the point of casting bloodthirst spell now? The clansman was already demonized, and it was already difficult to control. If the bloodthirst spell was added, the situation would be, before they finished this thought, Lu and Yu looked at the clansman who was affected by the bloodthirst spell in shock. After the effect of the bloodthirst spell appeared, a layer of dark red appeared in the clansman's black eyes. Although it was not very eye-catching, it was very obvious when mixed with the black. The clansman who was roaring and struggling at this moment seemed to be startled, and stopped struggling. Then, there was a painful groan from his throat, and a trace of consciousness appeared in his eyes. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Yang Kai, and said with difficulty, "Wizard? Master?" Yang Kai looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "You are a child of the barbarian god, you are a warrior of the barbarian tribe, you have a strong body and a strong will, I believe that you can defeat the evil in your heart, quickly find yourself, your brothers are waiting for you." Pairs of eyes looked at him. As if he had been encouraged, the clansman who had been demonized let out a low roar, and the dark red light on his body became brighter, and even the red in his eyes burned like flames. The darkness in his eyes was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. The next moment, a dark light suddenly overflowed from the clansman's 7 orifices. It was obvious that the demonic chi that had eroded his body was forced out. Yang Kai raised his hand, and a purification spell was cast, purifying the demonic chi. After the demonic chi left his body, the clansman immediately seemed to collapse, forcing a smile, and fainted on the ground. A few clansmen who were familiar with him quickly went to check, and quickly turned around and said, "He's not dead, he just fainted." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Wait for him to wake up." Under the investigation of his divine sense, the demonic chi in the clansman's body had disappeared completely. In other words, the hidden danger had been eliminated. "Master, can the bloodthirst technique also restrain the demonic chi?" Rain looked at Yang Kai curiously, with a look of curiosity on her face. Yang Kai ordered his clansmen to bring his demonized companions over, and casually explained, "I don't know the specific situation, but I feel that it is not the bloodthirst technique that can restrain the demonic chi, but the strength of the barbarian tribe's warriors has the effect of resisting the demonic chi. The stronger the strength of the chi, the more it can resist the corrosion of the demonic chi." Chapter 2851. This was obvious. The reason why Hu and the others remained unscathed after being contaminated by the demonic chi was because their bodies and vital energies were powerful enough. The 100 or so demonized clansmen were all the weakest existences in comparison. However, after Yang Kai used the bloodlust technique on them, their vital energies would suddenly swell by 2 to 3 times, enough to force out the demonic chi that had invaded their bodies. Yang Kai had only planned on experimenting earlier, but he never thought it would actually be so effective. Looking at it now, if he used the bloodlust technique on his clansmen when the demonic chi surged and stimulated their vital energies, they probably would not be corroded by the demonic chi. The barbarians' understanding of demonic chi was far too shallow. There was far too little useful information. When the demon folk invaded, the 4 tribes were destroyed. None of the 4 great tribes were spared, so there was obviously not a lot of information. Afterwards, the 4 great wizard saints took action and directly sought out the strongest people from the demon race. A great battle ensued. Before setting off from the king city, the wizard Dang had also said that he wanted the great wizard Dang to search for the weaknesses of the demon folk in battle. Now, Yang Kai felt like he had found a way to counter the demonic chi. However, if he used the bloodlust technique too many times, even the strongest clansmen would not be able to avoid the fate of premature aging. However, who could care about that when the clan faced a crisis of life and death? As he thought about it, Yang Kai felt like something was off. If the power of vital energies alone could resist the corrosion of demonic qi, then there was no reason for so many cultivator to be turned into demon folk when the demonic qi surrounded Maplewood City in the past. Although most of the later cultivator did not focus on the cultivation of the body, they had nourished their bodies with the spiritual qi of the world for many years. Their physical constitution was not necessarily worse than his subordinates, Ahu and the others. However, in front of the demonic qi, they had no ability to resist at all. All those who were contaminated by the demonic qi were turned into demon folk without exception. Their performance was nowhere near as good as Ahu and the others. Out of the 3,000 people under him, only a little over 100 could not resist it. Was it the laws of heaven and earth? This ancient world was at least hundreds of thousands of years away from the modern world. The laws of heaven and earth of the two eras were completely different. Under different laws of heaven and earth, the experts that could be nurtured were also different. Just like how he couldn't unleash the slightest bit of his strength after coming to this place from the Emperor realm. The barbarians lived in this ancient world. Under the influence of the invisible but omnipresent laws of heaven and earth, perhaps they had something that the later cultivator did not have. This allowed them to resist the erosion of the demonic qi purely with the power of qi and blood. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After hearing Yang Kai's explanation, the other wizards were enlightened. For the first time, Rain and Du showed respect to Yang Kai. The two of them were the most talented wizard in the southern barbarian tribe. As long as they were given enough time, it would not be impossible for them to become Wizard King. As an elite of the Wizard Temple, what they came into contact with and cultivated were the most powerful and profound spells and knowledge of their time. Although they were assigned by the wizard to listen to Yang Kai's orders, to be honest, Rain and Du did not think that this wizard could be much stronger than them. For a long time, the two of them only regarded Yang Kai as their equal and did not pay the corresponding respect, because they felt that the two of them would surpass this wizard sooner or later, to reach a height that was difficult for him to reach. But after what happened just now, they found that not all powerful wizards were from the Wizard Temple. There were still masters among the people. Not to mention other things, just the bloodlust technique that was born from the heart shocked them. It was a technique that none of them could perform, even if they joined hands. At this moment, he found a way to cure the demonized people in a very short time. It was definitely not something that an ordinary wizard could do. This required an extremely wide vision and a huge amount of knowledge as a foundation. Yang Kai's inadvertent performance made the twins respect him. At the same time, under the command of Yang Kai, the other hundreds of demonized people also gathered in one place. Their eyes were all black. Although they were bound by the wizard's chains, they still roared like beasts. They bared their teeth at the people next to them, making everyone's heart palpitate. When Yang Kai waved his hand, a crimson light enveloped these clansmen. A layer of blood mist appeared on each of the demonized clansmen, and their crimson black eyes slowly bloomed with red light. After activating the power of blood, some of the people quickly regained their consciousness, but some of them needed more time. Black demonic qi constantly flowed out of their 7 orifices. More than 10 wizards worked together to cast a purification spell. Under the cover of the light, the demonic qi was purified as soon as it appeared. Just as everyone was looking on with joy, something unexpected happened. With a muffled bang, a demonized person's head exploded. Red and white matter splashed out, and his body fell limply to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This was not the end. This person's experience was like a prairie fire, quickly spreading in all directions. With a series of explosions, more than 10 people fell to the ground and died. Everyone could clearly see that before these clansmen died, the crimson and black colors in their eyes were constantly clashing. It was as if 2 armies were using these clansmen's bodies as a battlefield, fighting for control of their bodies. When the 2 colors clashed to a certain limit, the people could no longer bear it. Fortunately, among the 100 or so people, only a dozen or so people had an accident. The rest were all saved. The demonic qi in their bodies was forced out, and then they fainted. After everything was done, Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Remember today. Today's experience is the disgrace of our wizard's bull tribe. In the future, we will definitely make the demon folk pay back 100-fold. An army of 3,000 people had actually lost over 100 people to the sneak attack of several dozen sand demons. Even though a large part of the reason was due to a lack of information, it was still rather difficult for them to accept. Many of the clansmen clenched their fists silently. Their breathing became slightly heavy as they glanced past their companions who had died one by one. They suppressed this fury in their hearts, waiting for the right time to erupt. After ordering the clansmen to take care of their unconscious companions, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Ahua! Master." Ahua took a step forward. "Send people to inform the nearby allies about our experience today. Let them learn a lesson from it." "Yes." Ahua accepted the order and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Although over 100 people had died in the wizard's bull tribe today, it was not all for nothing. At the very least, they learned about the sand demon's elusive methods, as well as the method to counter the demonic chi and save the demonized clansmen. This was extremely important information, so they had to pass it on as soon as possible. Perhaps it would reduce the losses of the other great wizard tribes by quite a lot. "Master, since this is a trap, we can't stay here any longer." Rain took a step forward and said softly. There had only been a few dozen sand demons earlier. If they delayed any longer, who knew whether even more demon folk would appear? Yang Kai nodded. "Pass down the order. Rest here for 15 minutes before setting off." 15 minutes later, the wizard's bull tribe that was ready to set off continued towards the depths of the north in a mighty manner. After everyone had left, a bulge suddenly protruded from an empty space in the center of the village. The bulge slowly rose up, slowly turning into a shriveled sand demon. Its scarlet-black eyes glanced in the direction that Yang Kai and the others had left emotionlessly. Suddenly, it dove back into the ground and vanished. Half a day later, in a cave deep in the mountains, the sand demon suddenly appeared strangely. In the cave, a tall, slender woman in revealing clothes that exposed a large portion of her snow-white skin and a short tail behind her glanced at him before suddenly pressing her hand against the sand demon's head. Pitch-black demonic chi surged out from the woman's body, turning into visible streaks of light that wrapped around the sand demon. The sand demon immediately felt like he had been subjected to inhumane torture. His emotionless eyes actually became extremely terrifying, but even with that being the case, he dared not resist at all before the evil woman. All he could do was let her do whatever she wanted. The light in the evil woman's eyes flickered, and images flashed past one after another. They were all scenes of what had happened in the village earlier. Who knew what she had done, but she was actually able to reproduce everything that the sand demon had seen before. However, this method was clearly extremely domineering, not something that a normal person could endure. A while later, the evil woman pulled back, and the sand demon collapsed on the ground. He was feeble all over, as if he was about to die. The evil woman had no intention of paying attention to him at all. She could only sneer. Hateful outsiders, as expected, they attacked. Beside her, a short demon race wrapped in black chi asked, "Master, what happened?" The evil woman turned around and sat on a large stone chair. She propped up her chin with her snow-white hand and lazily said, "It's nothing much, only a few dozen sand demons died. Moreover, these outsiders seem to have a way to restrain us." The short demon race said, "Do you need this subordinate to lead people to those outsiders?" The evil woman shook her head. "No need. Before the demon Saint Master went into seclusion to heal, he gave us the order to just defend and not take the initiative to attack." "Then, are the sand demons going to die for nothing?" the short demon race asked. "Die for nothing?" The evil woman chuckled, but her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. "How could that be? I have already memorized the appearance of that leader. Once the demon Saint Master recovers, I will personally settle the score with him." As she spoke, she licked her lips with her pink tongue, as if she was very hungry. Her coquettish appearance caused the short demon race to tremble. He forced himself to look away, his back drenched in cold sweat. The Queen Master was a famous succubus demon. Even among the 100 races of the demon race, she was one of the top existences. The men that were targeted by her never had a good ending. Even if he was a demon commander, if he was immersed in the Queen Master's light of charm, he would quickly lose his mind and become her plaything. Being able to spend a night with the Queen was wonderful, but if he became a walking corpse in the future, it would be a disaster. Chapter 2852. Master, where are we going? Rain looked at Yang Kai curiously. Ever since they left the village 3 days ago, the 3,000 people had been marching in a very strange direction, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes south, sometimes north. There was no pattern to it at all. It was like Yang Kai had casually given out orders on a whim. Logically speaking, Yang Kai was the leader of the group, so obviously everyone had to follow his orders. However, such an aimless and strange march always left people scratching their heads. After holding it in for a few days, Rain finally could not help but ask what exactly was going on. Pass down my orders. Turn southeast and advance at full speed. Yang Kai called out before glancing at Rain leisurely. He grinned. Where else can we go? To get revenge, obviously. Revenge? Rain and Lu, who stood together, were both taken aback. Revenge on who? Where were they going to get revenge? During the past few days, the group had not managed to find any useful information. And, apart from accidentally suffering a sneak attack in the village last time, the past 3 days had been peaceful, which made them wonder whether the demon folk had all retreated or not. Now that Yang Kai had suddenly mentioned revenge, they were obviously confused. However, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining it to her. In his mind, a faint connection guided him forward. He gazed in that direction and squinted his eyes. Cold light flickered in his eyes. There was still a sand demon hidden in the village. Yang Kai had learnt this back then. However, he did not kill him immediately. Instead, he secretly attached a sliver of his soul sense to the sand demon. A while after his group left the village, he sensed the sand demon leave in a certain direction as well. Half a day later, he stopped somewhere. During the past few days, the sand demon had always stopped at a certain place, and that place was clearly a demon cavern. His target was that demon cavern. The outcome of the initial battle was not ideal. Against several dozen sand demons, over 100 people had actually died out of a group of 3,000. During the past few days, every single barbarian warrior had been holding back a ball of anger. They were all hoping to encounter other demon folk and have a good battle with them so that they could avenge their fallen companions. That devil's den was the best place for them to vent their anger. On the other hand, the Wizard Bull Division also needed a solid victory to boost their morale. These few days of marching were not aimless. From a bird's eye view, one could see that the Wizard's Bull tribe was patrolling the Devil's Den in a radius of 300 miles. The situation was slightly better than Yang Kai had anticipated. There were no other demon folk in the surroundings. It seemed that the Devil's Den was the only thing that existed within a radius of 1,000 miles. This way, once the Wizard's Bull clan and the Devil's Den start fighting, they won't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. The only problem right now was how many demon folk were in the demon cavern, and what kind of powerful cultivators watched over them. Half a day later, the team marched into a valley. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, and the 3,000 people stopped abruptly. He ordered the clansmen to rest where they were and take out their own rations to recover. Yang Kai summoned over a dozen wizard subordinates for a secret discussion. When they learnt that there was actually a Devil's Den 50 kilometers away, they were all astounded. They basically refused to believe it. They had not seen Yang Kai do anything out of the ordinary in the past few days, nor had he left the main group, so where did he get this information from? When they learnt that Yang Kai wanted to personally investigate the Devil's Den, the wizard subordinates all became worried. Yu and Lu even volunteered themselves. They wanted to take on this mission. Although the two of them were wizards of the southern barbarian tribe, they had cultivated in the wizard temple for so many years, so they still had some grasp over the art of concealment and concealment. A job like this did not require great strength, but if their whereabouts were exposed, the outcome would definitely not be too good. Towards the good intentions of the two sisters, Kai Yang naturally refused. After giving a few more instructions to the wizard subordinates, Yang Kai suddenly vanished with a flash. Butterfly was used to this. But the other wizard subordinates could not help but drop their jaws. They looked around, trying to find Yang Kai, but how were they supposed to find him? A while later, Yang Kai drifted over like a ghost in the demon cavern 50 kilometers away. The demon folk guarding the entrance were like decorations. This was the belly of a mountain. The interior seemed to have been hollowed out. It was huge, and the tunnels in the belly of the mountain twisted and turned. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Yang Kai held his breath and focused. He hid himself as he investigated the situation here. Without knowing whether there were any powerhouses watching over this place, Yang Kai was afraid to release his soul sense recklessly. He could only investigate bit by bit. There were indeed quite a few demon folk in the demon cave, and these demon folk didn't seem to belong to the same race, because they all had different sizes. The tall demon race members were even more majestic than the strongest barbarian race warriors, while the short demon race members were only 3 feet tall, as if they were pocket-sized people. Without exception, these demon folk all exuded a kind of demon chi that Yang Kai found extremely disgusting. The uneven density of this demon chi showed the difference in their strength. This was the first time he had come into contact with a demon race at such a close distance. He had no idea what kind of abilities they possessed, so Yang Kai dared not lower his guard at all. Moving through the demon cavern, Yang Kai discovered another phenomenon that gave him a headache very soon. There were actually quite a few demonized barbarians here. These barbarians were clearly the clansmen of the 4 destroyed tribes. According to the reports, the 4 tribes had been completely wiped out, without a single survivor, but that did not seem to be the case now. It was just a portion of the barbarians that had been demonized into demon folk. He could tell that there was a huge difference in status between the demonized demon folk and the proper demon folk. Any demon folk could order them around, while the demonized barbarians did not complain at all. Instead, they were extremely cautious and fearful before the demon folk, obeying their orders with their heads lowered. They were like slaves. Not only were their regular clansmen demonized, but Yang Kai even saw a few wizards. The strongest one was clearly a wizard. Yet now, this wizard, who was extremely noble even among the barbarians, had been ordered around by a short demon folk like a servant. He allowed the demon folk to scold and beat him as he pleased, without complaining at all. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Kai continued deeper in. Not long after, a beast-like roar suddenly rang out. The roar was mixed with an indescribable evil aura. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed the source of the sound. Not long after, he arrived at a huge cave. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had sensed something. They all looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hurriedly used the Nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. The pairs of scarlet eyes stared at him for a while before slowly retracting. Yang Kai could clearly see that the owners of these pairs of scarlet eyes were clearly demonic chi entwined beasts. The demon race also had a monster beast? Wouldn't that be a demonic beast? He just did not know how these demonic beasts differed from a monster beast. After carefully observing these demonic beasts for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly appeared beside a demonic beast and grabbed it. With a surge of his divine sense, he completely enveloped it and stowed it away in the sealed world bead. This action clearly alarmed the other demonic beasts. In an instant, over 100 demonic beasts in the cave stood up together, roaring continuously. A series of hurried footsteps rang out from afar. Clearly, a demon folk had sensed the abnormality here and wanted to see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered. By the time the demon folk arrived, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At this moment, Yang Kai felt slightly awkward. The teleportation earlier had accidentally brought him to a very unusual place. This place was extremely spacious, dotted with strange stones, making the cave seem hazy and dense. In a room in front of him, there was actually a series of moaning sounds that would make one's heart beat faster. The moaning sounds were mellow and extremely pleasing to the ear. When they reached his ears, it was like a small, invisible hand was plucking at his heartstrings, making his heart itch unbearably. Yang Kai hid in the dark shadows with a strange expression. He could guess what was going on even if he used his toes to guess. Quietly scanning with his divine sense, it was just as he had guessed. There was a stone bed in the cave. A muscular and burly berserker lay naked on the bed, and a woman with a graceful figure was sitting on the berserker's body. Her delicate and fair body was heaving up and down. Her head was raised, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. She was gasping for breath. A large expanse of snow-white, dazzling Kai Yang made him feel dizzy and his mouth dry. As for the berserker who was lying motionlessly on the stone bed, it was clear that he had an extremely delighted expression on his face. He was captivated by her beauty, and his strong physique formed an extremely stark contrast with the delicate woman. The strong visual conflict was enough to make any man unable to control himself. Bitch! Yang Kai cursed in his heart and carefully retracted his divine sense. Although he did not carefully investigate, he could feel that this woman was not to be trifled with. She should have the strength equivalent to a wizard king, and a high-grade wizard king at that. She was definitely the strongest person he had encountered in this demon cave. Perhaps she was the leader of this place. The woman's characteristics as a member of the demon race were obvious. Not to mention the faintly discernible demonic chi in her delicate body, just the short tail behind her showed that she was a member of a different race. Fortunately, this woman was immersed in the pleasure of intimacy, otherwise, his actions just now would have definitely alarmed her. Yang Kai was not too afraid of an existence comparable to a high-grade wizard king, but this time he was only here to scout for information. It would not be good to act rashly and alert the enemy. Quietly lying in wait, Yang Kai prepared to find an opportunity to leave. On the stone bed, the woman's movements became more and more violent. Her beautiful hair flew in the wind and became messy. Her delicate breathing also became louder and louder. Seeing that the woman was about to reach a critical point and Yang Kai was about to leave, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind him and a dagger swiftly swept towards his neck. This dagger was completely black and did not reflect the slightest light. It was mysterious and traceless. Moreover, this black shadow moved without any warning. Yang Kai, who was in the enemy's nest, did not constantly release his divine sense to be alert. In a moment of carelessness, he actually succeeded. Chapter 2853. It wasn't until he felt a chill on his neck that Yang Kai suddenly became alert, and almost reflexively urged the wizard's power to resist. With a sound, sparks flew everywhere, and the sharp dagger swept past Yang Kai's neck, bringing out a string of fine blood beads. Although his attack was successful, the person who launched the sneak attack from behind was a little stunned. This was because he could feel that although his opponent was injured, it was only a superficial wound. In other words, his surprise attack did not achieve the desired result. While he was still in a daze, Kai Yang had already turned around and sent a punch towards him. A muffled groan sounded, and in the black fog, a 3-feet-tall figure suddenly appeared, his eyes bulging high, his chest almost collapsed, and his whole body hit the stone wall, blood spurting out. After landing, this short demon race showed a look of fear. Seeing Yang Kai punching again, his face changed greatly, and his body shook, turning into a cloud of black smoke, causing Yang Kai's punch to hit empty air. Yang Kai frowned slightly, although a few days ago he fought with the sand demon, but this was the first time he encountered such a short demon race. Such a troublesome ability did not give him the time to find a way to break it. The black fog quickly retreated. At the same time, an extremely sharp cry sounded from behind, like a cuckoo crying blood. And at the same time that the sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's soul shook, and he felt quite uneasy, and an illusion of a demon dancing wildly appeared in front of his eyes. Soul attack. Yang Kai shook his head hard, guarded his mind, and urged the power of his soul to eliminate the effect of the scream. Chi-chi sounds came from behind, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand, blocking the side of his body. With a light snap, a soft whip made of an unknown material was blocked by him, but it was not over. Although the soft whip that suddenly attacked was blocked, it magically turned a half-circle with his hand as the center, and the head of the whip went straight for his face. In a flash, the head of the whip opened its mouth, and the big mouth was densely covered with fangs. Flashing a dark green light, it hissed and bit at Yang Kai. This was not a soft whip, it was clearly a poisonous snake. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his other hand and pinched the snake's head with great precision. With a squeeze, the snake's head was crushed. A cry of surprise came from behind, as if it did not expect Yang Kai's reaction to be so fast that even such a killing move could be easily resolved. The next moment, a fragrant wind flew to Yang Kai's side and turned into a white light, a sky full of palm shadows to envelop him. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stood firm, his hands also transforming into a series of afterimages. Papaya rapid and dense sound Yang Kai's voice, when the white light retreated and rested, the rock's cave, it was as if it could collapse zest. Everything happened in a very short time, since the short demon race hiding in the darkness launched a sneak attack. At this moment, Yang Kai and the white shadow fought in the blink of an eye. Only then did Yang Kai slowly turn around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked in front of him with a mocking expression. Less than 5 feet away from him, a woman was standing there quietly. Her figure was delicate, making people feel pity for her. However, her figure was very good. She was quite well-rounded. Her lower abdomen was flat, her legs were long and slender, and her skin was so fair that it was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. It was as if she had just been moistened by rain and dew. This female demon's face was slightly red, and there was a trace of satisfaction in her watery eyes. This female demon was the one Yang Kai secretly observed just now. She fought with the black shadow not far from her, so she naturally noticed it. At this moment, she was completely naked. The most beautiful part of her body was openly displayed, and she did not feel uncomfortable at all. Beside this female demon, a black shadow was floating, and a weak aura was emitted from it. It was obviously the demon race that failed to sneak attack Yang Kai and was injured by Yang Kai. "It's you!" The female demon glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes lit up. She tilted her head and said with an innocent look, "You actually found this place, you're really amazing." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Do we know each other?" The female demon smiled and said, "Don't we know each other now?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "What's your name?" The female demon giggled, and her snow-white breasts jiggled. She said with a teasing look in her eyes, "Demon King Sha Ya." "Demon King?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "If you're the Demon King, then is the Demon King above the Demon Saint?" Sha Ya looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Little brother, are you trying to get information from me? That's not a smart move." Yang Kai shrugged and said, "It's my first time dealing with you, so I'm just casually chatting. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You're quite interesting." Sha Ya looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and frowned slightly. She said with some regret, "You're just a little weak." Yang Kai sneered, "Being small doesn't mean you're weak. You're also someone who's experienced hundreds of battles. Haven't you encountered a silver spearhead before?" Sha Ya nodded in agreement. "You're right. That's right, above the Demon King is the Demon Saint. Don't you have a saint on your side? A few days ago, they even fought. Don't tell me you don't know about it." "Of course I know. It seems like both sides were injured. It's a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes." Sha Ya looked at him with a strange expression. "You want to see it with your own eyes? Be careful not to lose your life." Yang Kai laughed. "Everything about me is tough, especially my life." Sha Ya said meaningfully, "Then I'll have to take a good look." "You'll have the chance." Yang Kai nodded slightly and changed the topic. "If the Demon Saint is above you, then what's below you?" "What's below me? Can't you see it?" Sha Ya's face suddenly blushed, and her tone became gentle. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her beautiful charm, and the surrounding atmosphere changed abruptly. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and looked down. I see it, I see it." The short devil who had been standing next to Sha Ya suddenly let out a muffled groan and ran away as fast as he could. Sha Ya had used her charm, so he did not dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would immediately become her captive and become a walking corpse. "Don't mind him. He's just a useless little thing." Sha Ya smiled lightly, and a faint moan came from her throat. Her delicate body was slightly red, and she bit her red lips. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Can you help me? But Yang Kai's eyes were blurred, and while he agreed, he walked forward. His breathing became heavy, and his eyes were like leeches biting on Xia Ya's pure white body. This invasive gaze seemed to be very useful to Xia Ya, and her entire body was filled with unimaginable pleasure. She giggled, and there was a strange magic in her laughter. She opened her arms and hugged Yang Kai. In her arms, Yang Kai, who should have lost his ability to think, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He grabbed Xia Ya's hair and pulled, causing her body to bend backwards. Xia Ya cried out, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She frowned. What are you doing? Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. What do you think I'm doing? Xia Ya was startled and said in shock, How can you? Looking at his mocking eyes, Xia Ya immediately understood that he was not affected by her charm at all. How is this possible? She was from the famous succubus demon clan among the 100 clans of the demon race. She was also the demon king of the succubus demon clan. Her opponent's aura was clearly several levels lower than hers, and she could easily charm such an opponent. But in fact, the charm she had silently used did not work. His previous confusion was just a disguise. Looking at the mocking and cold look in his eyes, there was no trace of him being charmed. Yang Kai laughed. You dare to show off your little skill in front of this wizard with a mere charm? You really don't know your place. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Xia Ya's full chest. Xia Ya had never encountered something like this before. Her had failed, and she was momentarily stunned. It was only when Yang Kai made his move that she screamed in horror. At the same time that she screamed, Yang Kai felt as if an invisible blade had stabbed into his head, causing his head to sink slightly. However, his fist had already landed on Xia Ya's chest. With a boom, the wizard's power exploded. Xia Ya's snow-white and plump breasts exploded, turning into a pool of blood. Using the force of the impact, and taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai's soul was affected, Xia Ya swung her head, and her hair was cut off. Her whole body slid away from Yang Kai like a loach. After regaining her balance, Xia Ya looked down at her chest with a pale face, and her whole body trembled. The two snow-white lumps that she had always been proud of were now missing one. Blood dripped down from her lower abdomen and flowed down to her legs. I'm going to kill you! Xia Ya screamed as if she had gone mad. She was from the succubus demon clan, and her beautiful body was one of her assets. Now that Yang Kai had made her look like neither a human nor a ghost, she could not accept it. Although it was not impossible to recover from such injuries, she would need to pay a price to do so. In a moment of carelessness, she had suffered a great loss at the hands of a barbarian who was several levels weaker than her. Yang Kai did not say anything. His body swayed, and he pounced toward Xia Ya again. Although he was here to gather information, since he had already exposed himself, he might as well go all out. It would be best if he could kill this demon king here, and it would not be a waste of time for him to come here. Looking at the barbarian who was charging toward her like an angry lion, Xia Ya instinctively felt a sense of danger. It was as if she would die if she did not leave now. She could not believe this thought when it came to her mind. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Ya decided to follow her instincts. A ring of light suddenly bloomed from her body, sending out an incomparably strong resistance. Flying in front of her, Yang Kai, who had not yet had the time to ruthlessly destroy her, was pushed back a few steps by this ring of light. Chapter 2854. A sand demon suddenly emerged from the ground where Xia Ya was standing, grabbed the injured Xia Ya, and burrowed into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai pounced again, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai released his divine sense and sensed that the aura belonging to Xia Ya was rapidly escaping. Soon, it was deep underground and out of Yang Kai's perception range, making him feel powerless. Yang Kai could not help but frown at the sand demon's ability. Fortunately, these sand demons seemed to have low intelligence. Otherwise, this special ability alone would be enough to render the barbarians helpless. Xia Ya had escaped, and Yang Kai could not chase after her. Rumbling sounds came from all directions. Obviously, the demon race had sensed the commotion, or had received Sha Ya's order to surround Yang Kai and take him down with their numbers. In the darkness, groups of shadows appeared. Like the short demon race from before, they were a race that specialized in concealment and assassination. But before they could even prepare themselves, Kai Yang let out a sinister grin and pounced into the enemy group like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Wherever he passed, blood mist exploded in the air, like blooming flowers of blood, enchanting and cruel. The black shadows conveyed their feelings of panic and retreated one after another. Other tall demon race warriors rushed out from the surrounding corridors, raised their weapons, and charged at Yang Kai without fear of death. Yang Kai stood in place with Myriad's sword in his hand. He swept his sword around and cut any demon race that dared to charge at him in half. Blood and organs spilled all over the ground, and the cave was filled with the pungent smell of blood. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai was unscathed. The demon race, on the other hand, had suffered hundreds of casualties. All the demon race masters were aware that something was wrong. This guy in front of them was not someone they could contend with, so even if they didn't fear him, they didn't dare step forward easily. Instead, all of them stood in place in horror as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Are you going up or not?" Yang Kai tilted his broadsword and grinned. "If you're not going up, then I'm going up." The demon race members didn't answer. Yang Kai immediately moved. With a flash of his body, he circled around the cave at lightning speed. When he returned to his original spot, the Myriad sword was dripping with dark red blood. One figure after another fell to the ground without a sound. Yang Kai sneered, "A bunch of trash." As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed, and a dark green color appeared on his cheeks. He cried out involuntarily, "Slut, you actually used poison. Shameless." The dark green color was like a living thing. After it appeared on Yang Kai's face, it immediately spread to every part of his body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body turned green. Even the top of his head was emitting a green light. Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Haha." Sha Ya's maniacal laughter echoed in the cave, her voice drifting in and out. He didn't know where she was hiding and secretly watching. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't lock onto her. Although the green demon's poison isn't the strongest poison, it is still the most mysterious and difficult to guard against among the 100 clans of the demon race. "Little brother, you're dead. Maybe you can beg me to turn you into a slave and live." Yang Kai frowned and thought back. Among the demon race members he just killed, there was indeed a guy who was green. He looked a little different from the other demon race members. In that case, the demon race member was the green demon that Sha Ya mentioned. However, Yang Kai didn't see any signs of him attacking, and he didn't have any physical contact with the demon race. Even so, he was still poisoned. The green demon's poison was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. With a cold snort, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." Sha Ya's voice suddenly turned cold. "I'll slap your mouth and make you pay for your arrogance." "Broken shoes, broken shoes, broken shoes, your whole family is broken shoes." Sha Ya didn't say anything. She was probably very angry. There was no sound around. There was no demon race member, and there was no sign of Sha Ya. Yang Kai curled his lips and said sarcastically, "If you don't come out, I'm going to leave." There was still no response. Yang Kai nodded. His body flickered and suddenly disappeared. He left as soon as he said he would. After confirming that Yang Kai was gone for a long time, Sha Ya slowly appeared somewhere in the void. She was still covered in clothes, but she didn't look weak and seductive like before. Instead, her face was full of anger. The cold air around her almost froze the flames. The short shadow demon silently appeared beside her and said anxiously, "Master, are we just going to let that guy go?" Sha Ya snorted. "You don't want him to go?" The short demon race said, "He killed many of our people." "Then why didn't you let him stay just now?" Sha Ya turned her head and asked. The short demon race had an awkward expression. He thought to himself, "If even you don't want to face such a madman, how much can I do with my small body?" He had accidentally been punched by him just now and had almost been killed. He couldn't understand how that skinny body could produce such domineering strength. He's been poisoned by the green demon. Unless he turns into a member of my demon race, he'll definitely die. Just wait, he'll come back and beg me. Xiaoya sneered. She looked like she had victory in her hands. The short demon race heard this and felt that it made sense. Although the green demons didn't have much of a position in the demon race and were vassals of the succubus demon race, their poison was very effective against creatures that weren't part of the demon race. Once infected by the green demon's poison, there was no other way to get rid of it. Since that terrifying barbarian was already poisoned, there was no need to continue forcing him. Xiaoya's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The short demon race looked at the corpses around him and sighed. He said, "Throw these into the beast lair." Immediately, many sand demons appeared from the ground and silently moved the corpses into the beast lair. Obviously, they were going to use these corpses as food for the demon beasts. What is going on? 100 miles away from the demon lair, as soon as Yang Kai appeared, more than 10 wizards looked at him in shock. The surrounding barbarian warriors also opened their mouths wide and looked at him in a daze. Dressed in green, he looked very delicate and new. Even the top of his head was emitting a green glow. He was very eye-catching in the crowd. If this was any other occasion, people would laugh their heads off. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai had gone to the demon lair to scout for information. Now that he suddenly came back with a green glow, it was obvious that something bad had happened. This made everyone turn pale with fright. Who could still laugh? Pairs of worried and nervous eyes looked at him. Yang Kai was the leader of this team and was the spiritual pillar in everyone's hearts. If something bad happened to him, then this team would have no one to lead them. On the battlefield where the two clans were at war, how much could a team without a leader be of any use? Perhaps the demon race would only need a small counterattack to wipe out all 3,000 people. I accidentally got poisoned. Yang Kai's face darkened. He waved his hand and pushed back the few wizards who were about to approach him. Don't get too close to me. It might be contagious. Contagious. Hearing this, the few wizards who were about to approach him instinctively took a few steps back. They seemed to have realized that their actions were not appropriate. Their faces were slightly embarrassed. Poison of the green demon? Rain suddenly asked. Huh. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. How did you know? Rain could actually identify the origin and name of the poison. It was obvious that she did not blindly guess. She really knew. But even Yang Kai had only just learned of this matter, so how could you have known? Rain nodded slightly and said, "It really is the poison of the green demon." Lu added, "Then there is no saving him." The twin sisters spoke one after another and directly sentenced Yang Kai to death. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at him with pity. How did you know about the poison of the green demon? Yang Kai asked again. The twins looked at each other. Rain said, "There is a book in the wizard temple that recorded some things about the demon race. There is very little information, and it is not comprehensive. However, there is a description of the green demon. We came across it by accident." So it was the wizard temple. Yang Kai nodded slightly. From the knowledge passed down by Green, Yang Kai knew that this was not the first time that the demon folk had invaded a large area of land. In other words, the residents of this land had some contact with the demon folk before. Although it had been tens of thousands of years, and basically no one remembered the situation of that war, it was normal for the wizard temple to have some records about the demon race as the most important existence in the entire barbarian race. In the wizard ox tribe, the oldest wizard disciple said with a trembling voice, "Master and Wizard Ox, is there really no way to cure the poison of the green demon?" Rain and Lu shook their heads at the same time. Rain said, "Although there is no way to cure it, you don't have to worry about it being contagious. The poison of the green demon is not contagious." As she said that, as if to prove what she said, she actually went up and touched Yang Kai's cheek. Yang Kai frowned, but he did not avoid it. When Rain pulled back her hand, there was no trace of the poison at all. This was more or less good news. However, the wizard looked at Yang Kai with a grief-stricken expression. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "What are the symptoms of the green demon's poison?" Rain shook her head. The records are not comprehensive. They only mention a few things. All they know is that if you want to cure the poison with the green light that you're shining with right now, you can only be demonized into a demon, or you'll definitely die. I don't know much about the rest. Lu said, "Master, do you have any last words? We can pass them on for you." Yang Kai laughed. "I'm not dead yet," Lu said seriously, "but if you die, you won't have a chance to say anything." Yang Kai nodded. "I won't die. I don't know why, but I feel good right now, so please don't worry." Rain and Lu frowned at the same time. They glanced at each other and could see the uneasiness in each other's hearts. Chapter 2855. As twins, the two of them had practiced wizard spells together for many years and had long reached the level of telepathy. Therefore, even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, they could see each other's thoughts. The poison of the green demon was incurable, but the wizard bull said that he wouldn't die. Then he only had one choice. "How much do you know about the demon race?" Yang Kai asked again. Rain collected her thoughts and replied, "Not much. The information recorded in the ancient book is really little. Other than the green demon, there is also a corresponding red demon. These two demon race caused countless casualties in the last war." "Red demon?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and some laughable figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. "Is it a short and round guy with red skin and hair?" "Maybe." Rain wasn't too sure. "What special ability does the red demon have?" Rain said, "The red demon is also known as the explosive demon. The only value and use of their existence is to explode." "There is such a demon race?" Yang Kai was shocked. In the demon's den, Yang Kai had indeed killed a few red-skinned demon race. Those demon race emitted an extremely dangerous aura from head to toe. They were short, but they were fat and round, like a wooden barrel. When he killed them, he didn't feel anything. Now that he heard Rain's explanation, he knew that these guys were completely born to explode. Thinking about it, if they didn't know this news in advance, they would encounter an army of red demons and the red demons would explode one by one in the battle. The barbarians would definitely suffer heavy casualties. This was another extremely important piece of information. However, regarding the demon race, the Rain sisters only knew about the red demon and the green demon. They didn't even know about the sand demon before. Therefore, they couldn't provide Yang Kai with too much information for reference. On the other hand, Yang Kai went to the demon's den and obtained a lot of information. He told the wizard what he saw and told them to pass it down so that when the two armies fought in the future, the clansmen would be careful. Subsequently, Yang Kai found an open space and raised his hand. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It was the demonic beast that Yang Kai had captured from the Devil's Denver. This demonic beast's body was surrounded by a pitch-black aura that constantly overflowed. As soon as it appeared, it let out an angry roar, scaring the dozen or so shamans. They all looked at the demon beast in surprise, then at Yang Kai. She had no idea how he had managed to conjure such a big fellow out of thin air. However, Yang Kai had already placed several restrictions on this demonic beast, and its strength was completely sealed. So, even though it looked ferocious, it couldn't display the slightest effect. There seems to be cavalry in the demon race. These demonic beasts are their mounts. Let's do some research and see if we can find any weaknesses. It would be best if we can use them. If we can't find any weaknesses, it's fine too. I'll just kill them. Kai Yang threw down these words. He then walked to a wooden house that had just been built by the side. A group of wizards immediately surrounded that demonic beast and began studying it in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Yang Kai had also been hiding in the wooden house for 2 days without appearing. Nobody knew what he was doing. The army of 3,000 had suppressed their anger and fighting spirit, yet they had nowhere to vent it. Within the Devil's Den, Shaya sat on her own throne. Her tight and revealing clothes accentuated her beautiful figure. The lump of chaotic origin essence that was blown apart by Yang Kai a few days ago had regained its majesty. It was unknown what secret technique she had used. It actually allowed her injuries to recover completely. At this moment, Her hand was supporting her chin as if she was taking a nap. That short and small demon race stood there silently without any aura. It was like a dead person. After a long time, Shaya opened her eyes and said indifferently, "What's the situation over there? Is he not here yet?" The short and small demon race immediately replied, "According to the spies of the Sandman, the mood of the other races over there is slightly unstable. Instead, that fellow has been hiding all this while without any special movements." Shaya sneered. "It seems he is thinking of ways to neutralize the poison of the Green Devil." What a joke! If the poison of the Green Devil could be neutralized so easily, it wouldn't be the most mysterious poison of our demon race. But for him to be able to hold on for 2 days without yielding, he is quite formidable. As she spoke, she stood up. Her beautiful eyes were sharp as she said, "Pass down the order for the clansmen to prepare." The short and small demon race became spirited. "Master, are you going to start a war with them?" Shaya sneered, "If he doesn't come looking for me, I'll go look for him, right? It's rare to see such an interesting slave. I don't wish for him to die just like that." When the short and small demon race heard that, he could not help but feel sad for that barbarian. But he still turned around and passed down the order. In an instant, the demonic chi in the devil's den surged and many members of the demon race gathered. Half an hour later, the members of the Bull Wizard tribe, who were 100 miles away, suddenly felt a strange sound coming from the ground. At the same time, the sky cavalry in the sky blew the horn in their hands. The dull sound resounded through the sky. The 3,000 clansmen's expressions turned cold. They all picked up their weapons and got into formation. Yang Kai's body was still covered in green light. He quickly walked out of the wooden house and looked up at the Devil's Denver. He saw that the sky there was dark, as if a storm was coming. The darkness was quickly rushing over, trying to cover up the light. Yang Kai's mouth hooked up and he sneered. More than a dozen wizards stood in front of the 3,000 clansmen. They all looked at him with worried expressions. Yang Kai had been poisoned for 2 days. Although he seemed to be fine now, who knew when he would not be able to hold on? Now that the war was about to start, what if he was affected by the green poison in the battle and accidentally died? In this kind of war, if the commander died, it would be a great blow to everyone. It might even turn the victory into nothing. But at this critical moment, no matter how worried they were, they could not ask. They could only pray in their hearts. Yu and Lu were also prepared for the worst. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the dozen wizard and looked at the 3,000 clansmen. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Standing here are the most elite warriors of the barbarian race. They are my wizard companions of the Bull tribe. The demon race has come. Our only choice is to fight to the death with them. Our opponent is the enemy who attacked us in the village a few days ago. A few days ago, we lost hundreds of people, but that is just the beginning. If you do not win this war, then thousands of people will die. They will kill our men, take our women, enslave our children, and conquer our land." The 3,000 clansmen's breathing became heavy. Their fighting spirit soared and gathered into a ball. It was as if they wanted to tear apart the sea of clouds. "This war is our first real war, so we only have one goal: to win. Not only do we have to win beautifully. Only in this way can we wash away the shame of the Wizard Bull tribe a few days ago. My warriors, are you all ready?" The 3,000 clansmen were like 3,000 crazy beasts. Even without the support of the bloodlust spell, their eyes were glowing red. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to point at the place where the darkness was the thickest. "If you are ready, then let them pay the price." The eagle's cry sounded, and the air riders quickly rose to the sky. Under the leadership of their respective captains, the 10 regular teams did not say a word and quickly rushed to the battlefield. The orderly and dense footsteps made the earth begin to tremble. The guards surrounded the dozen or so adepts, guarding the place with their lives on the line. Cryptic incantations began to ring out as beams of magical light bloomed from the hands of the adepts, enveloping the 10 regular squads in circles. Bloodlust spell, lightness spell, stone armor spell, mega strength spell, life chain, every warrior's body was glowing with colorful light. Every strong barbarian became taller, with bulging muscles and ferocious faces. Their originally red eyes became even redder. Without any fancy moves, the demon race and the barbarian race charged at each other as if they had agreed beforehand. Looking down from the sky, the two teams with thousands of people converged from different directions. The wide, flat ground in the middle was the battlefield. The distance of 100 miles was shortened in just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Moreover, the barbarians' desire to fight and kill had soared to the limit after traveling dozens of miles. When the black clouds began to cover the earth, the two armies officially met. The barbarians who were charging at the front were slightly stunned. That was because they saw familiar faces. Those were the faces of the barbarians. Those were the faces of the barbarians of the past. The vanguard of the demon race's camp was actually the demonized barbarians. But at this moment, these barbarians had lost their usual clarity of mind. Every one of them seemed to have gone crazy. It was as if the barbarians in front of them were not their former compatriots, but their irreconcilable enemies. They mercilessly raised the weapons in their hands and fiercely hacked down. An angry roar sounded. The wizard's bull tribe was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. Thanks to the information that Yang Kai had gathered, everyone was mentally prepared to encounter such a situation in the battle against the demon race. Every barbarian had asked themselves if they would be able to kill the demonized barbarians if they were to encounter them. No matter what the current situation of these barbarians was, they were barbarians. They had their own brothers and sisters. Maybe there was a chance to save them. But soon, everyone realized that this kind of thinking was meaningless. If they were to encounter such a barbarian on the battlefield, letting them die quickly would be the best relief. Showing mercy to them would be irresponsible to their companions. In front of the crowd, Tiger jumped up high. He jumped 100 feet high and fiercely hacked down with the giant axe in his hand. The attack had not yet arrived, but the sharp aura of the giant axe had already caused the skin of the demonized barbarian to crack open. By the time Tiger landed on the ground, the barbarian had already been split into two. Tiger raised the giant axe high and fiercely roared, "Kill!" Chapter 2856. Pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. The battlefield seemed to have turned into a giant meat grinder, shredding all the living creatures that entered it into pieces. One by one, the demonized barbarians fell to the ground. Although they were also born in the barbarian tribe and had strong bodies, they had not been blessed with any witchcraft. After being demonized, they had lost their independent thinking. Now, they were only humanoid weapons that were purely occupied by the idea of killing. How could such an existence fight against a real barbarian that was well-equipped, filled with killing intent, and blessed by the wizard's spells? Therefore, when the two armies clashed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the warriors of the wizard's bull tribe were like bulldozers. Everywhere they went, no one was left alive. 10 regular teams, each with 250 to 300 people, were led by their respective captains. They were like 10 sharp nails that pierced into the demon race's camp. In a split second, the entire place was turned upside down. In the sound of weapons clashing, heads flew high into the air. Strong bodies slowly fell to the ground. Their widened eyes showed a trace of infatuation with the land, but more than that, they were stunned. The demonized barbarians did not know what they were doing until they died. Why did they block the path of their former comrades? Why did they have to fight against them? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the vanguard of the demon race was smashed into pieces. A bunch of trash. Sitting at the back of the army, Shaya did not panic. She was still as graceful as ever. Her beautiful eyes looked coldly at the demonic barbarians in front of her. There was no change in her expression. Unlike the barbarians, this was not the first time she fought against them. It was only when she destroyed the 4 major barbarian tribes. They were all led by the demon saint. The demon race was invincible. Wherever they went, there was no resistance. They easily destroyed the 4 tribes. However, now that she was in charge, she realized how difficult it was to deal with these barbarians. In terms of individual strength, these barbarians were not much different from the demon race. However, they were blessed by the wizard. The difference between the two was obvious. The various types of sorcery spells were indeed miraculous. However, she didn't care. They were just demonized slaves. She didn't care how many of them died. The key to this battle didn't lie with the demonized people. It didn't even lie with the two armies. Instead, it lay with the sorcerer who was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Looking into the distance, Shaya saw the fellow covered in green through the barrier of space. The corners of his mouth curled up. He felt that he should have reached his limit, right? Disperse! On the battlefield, Ahu roared, his voice piercing through the clouds. The barbarians stopped in their tracks when they heard the roar. They turned around and scattered in all directions in an orderly manner. There was no other reason. Behind the vanguard of the demon race. Suddenly, a group of short and round guys with red skin jumped out. These guys had ferocious and excited expressions on their faces. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their bodies were bouncing on the ground like meatballs. Every time they bounced, they would be able to advance more than 100 feet. They were charging towards the barbarians without any fear of death. Red Devils. Thanks to the knowledge that Yu Lu and Yu Lu had gained from the Wizard Temple, the barbarian warriors immediately gave the most accurate response when they saw these red-skinned guys. Otherwise, if they were to charge forward without knowing what was going on, there would definitely be heavy casualties. The regular squads circled around the red-skinned devils and continued to charge forward. The red devils were entangled and scattered as well. They all jumped and pounced towards the nearest group of people. Whoosh, 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 in the sky, sharp arrows flew over, bringing with them the sound of breaking through the air. They were filled with killing intent. Every arrow accurately shot into the body of a red devil. The red devils that were shot were like ignited barrels of dynamite. Their originally red skin turned even redder. An extremely dangerous aura surged out from their bodies. Their round bodies suddenly expanded by several times. Then, with a series of booming sounds, they exploded one by one. It was as if they could blow up a hole in the void. Oh my God! Yang Kai looked at the sparks that bloomed in the sky. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. The power of the explosion of these exploding devils was not small. Although one or two of them were not very eye-catching, if 100 or so of them exploded together, even the Wizard King would be at a disadvantage. The demon race could really give birth to some strange people. The green devils were like this, and so were the red devils. On the other side, Sha Ya's complacent smile suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked at the riders in the sky. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it." According to her understanding, the other races should not have known anything about her side. However, when the red devils moved out, the other races made the most accurate response. The surprise attack of the red devils did not have any effect at all. Instead, they lost a lot of people for nothing. Swishing noises could be heard without an end. Those non-humankind cavalrymen mounted on those giant eagles were all highly skilled in archery. Even in the air, they could still maintain their accuracy. Every single arrow they shot would kill a red devil that leaped into the air, saving the lives of their warriors. Kill them. Sha Ya waved her hand. The clouds of black mist behind him suddenly disappeared into the void. After a short while, a short and small figure appeared on one side of an air cavalryman. At the same time, he directly slashed his pitch-black dagger towards the neck of this air cavalryman who was caught off guard. The dagger was incomparably sharp. Even Yang Kai's body had been slightly injured by it, but if these cavalrymen were to be hit by it, their heads would most likely be chopped off. The air rider sitting on the giant eagle and shooting arrows did not respond. His sharp eyes were still locked onto a red devil below, and he fired an arrow. Just as the demon race rider was about to succeed, another dagger suddenly appeared in the void and accurately blocked the neck of the air rider. With a clang, when the two daggers collided, the demon race rider who launched the sneak attack frowned and retreated vigilantly. He was a natural killer and assassin. He would only launch an attack at the safest time, so he was very surprised that someone could block his attack. Looking up, he saw a petite girl suddenly appear beside the air rider. Her figure was delicate, and her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind. Strangely, she was holding a dagger in each hand, one facing the other. She stood there weakly, as if she would be blown away by the wind. She was actually holding 2 daggers? The demon race assassin frowned. As an assassin, he naturally knew the difficulty of controlling 2 daggers. This was a fellow assassin, and an extremely skilled one at that. He could not help but lick the corner of his mouth, and a sense of excitement welled up in his heart. He wanted to compete with her. Slaughter! The girl suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was low and sweet, and she slightly raised her head with a pious expression, as if she was praying to an unknown god. What? The demon race assassin was stunned. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl danced like a butterfly. Her posture was elegant and beautiful, and anyone who saw it could not help but be immersed in it, enjoying the pleasure brought by this dance. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and cold light overflowed. The demon race assassin, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. He only felt cold all over, and his hands and feet were trembling. As an assassin, one must have an extremely strong psychological quality. He was one of the best assassins, and was especially outstanding in this aspect. Therefore, under normal circumstances, his state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. But at this moment, he seemed to have seen an extremely shocking scene. At the same time that he was terrified, he actually revealed a trace of satisfaction, as if he had heard the Tao in the morning and could die in the evening. He saw the most exquisite mystery of the assassination path. Streaks of cold light bloomed densely in the air. In a flash, they covered an area of 300 feet in radius. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly as streaks of blood strangely drifted out from the void. When the girl stopped moving, the daggers in her hands slid down a string of blood beads. Puff, puff, puff. In the void, blood spurted out. One after another, the figures of the demon race assassins suddenly appeared. Each of them had a stunned expression, as if they did not expect that someone would be able to find them in the void. Each of the demon race assassins only had 1 wound on their body, and those wounds were all fatal. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One by one, the short demon race assassins fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. "What is your name?" The demon race assassin facing the girl asked calmly. The girl turned her head and glanced at him, and also calmly said, "Die." The demon race assassin whispered, as if he wanted to remember this name. In the next moment, a blood arrow shot out from his chest, and he fell straight to the ground. As he fell, his vitality quickly faded. Although Dai's action deterred the demon race assassins and saved the lives of many air cavalry, there were more demon race assassins hiding in the void. A ray of light flew from below and turned into a circle of light, enveloping all the air cavalry. In the next moment, the eyes of many air cavalry suddenly brightened, as if there was a torch burning in them. The light could illuminate all the shadows hidden in the darkness, making them unable to hide. Eagle-eyed. After receiving the support of the wizards, the air cavalry immediately locked their eyes on the demon race assassins who were hiding in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Arrows were shot out one after another, reaping the lives of these assassins while they were still in a daze. The assassins naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death. Seeing that their bodies were exposed, they immediately launched an attack. The air cavalry riding the giant eagles nimbly avoided those assassins in the air, making their sneak attack fruitless. Yu and Lu, who came back to their senses, chanted an incantation at the same time. After 3 breaths, a bolt of lightning like a dancing snake appeared in front of the twins. That bolt of lightning was like a chain, crackling as it moved forward. Chapter 2857. One of the assassins couldn't dodge in time and was touched by the electric snake. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and a burnt smell came from his body. The electric snake exploded with the assassin's body as the center, turning into an electric net that covered the entire sky. The assassins of the demon race were paralyzed and trembling. The air cavalry that was being chased didn't even look back. They shot arrows backward. The powerful arrows shot into the chests of the demon race assassins and came out from their backs, leaving bloody holes. A nebula lightning bolt found all the assassins of the demon race. On the contrary, The air cavalry of her own clan weren't affected at all. The exquisite control of the Rain and Dew twins over the wizard's spells was evident. Without any worries, the aerial cavalry once again displayed astonishing combat strength, continuously providing strong and powerful support to their companions below. Xia sent out 3 waves of assassins in a row, but they didn't kill any air cavalry. Instead, they lost many people. She was furious. On the battlefield, the demon race and the barbarians had officially clashed. The demonized demons were the vanguard. The strategy of the red demons at the back didn't have any effect. Instead, the barbarians broke through and penetrated deep into their own territory. The demon race had no choice but to resist with all their might. The Sandmen relied on their magical ability to travel through the earth to constantly create chaos on the battlefield. It also had some effect, causing the Wizard's Bull clan to inevitably suffer some losses. However, with the support of the life chain, the life force of all the barbarians in the 10 regular teams coexisted. Therefore, even if someone suffered a fatal injury, they wouldn't die immediately. Instead, under the effect of spreading the injury, their life force would be replenished by the other members of their clan. At this point in the battle, the demon race had suffered hundreds of casualties. On the other hand, not a single barbarian fell. The life chain was indeed the most important wizard spell in the large-scale battle of the barbarians. With such a wizard spell connecting them, the Wizard's Bull clan dared to fight even if they were facing a giant dragon. Xia couldn't sit still anymore. She paid a heavy price for her rash decision. At the beginning of the battle, she thought that with the surprise of the red demons, she would be able to quickly win. Victory would soon be decided, but he did not expect that the red devils he sent out would not have any effect at all. The shadow demon clansmen that had set off after him were also slaughtered by the other party like falling flowers and flowing water. Although the 2 armies were about the same in terms of numbers, the difference in their true combat strength was like night and day. Xia had no choice but to mobilize her strongest team. When the bestial roar rang out, the ground began to tremble. The cavalrymen of the demon race charged out like a mighty army of thousands of horses. They were tall, and their bodies were wrapped in black gas. They were mounted on ferocious-looking magical beasts, and they rampaged through the battlefield. Not a single barbarian was able to stop them. Wherever they passed, people would be thrown off their horses. The demon race's declining situation was gradually being reversed. The rest of the demon race was led by this group of cavalrymen. They pounced on the barbarian tribe and pushed the front line forward. The arrows shot by the cavalrymen did not have much effect. The magical beasts had thick skin, and the arrows were like tickles to them. "It's our turn," Rain and Dew said at the same time, and their expressions were solemn. More than a dozen wizards of different levels straightened their backs. Some of the older wizards were better, but the younger ones were a little nervous. It was their first time on a real battlefield, and they kept seeing people die. This was a huge impact on them. But if they wanted to stop the momentum of the demon race's cavalrymen, they could only rely on them now. The guards escorted more than a dozen wizards to the battlefield. Xia looked over and frowned. She did not know what the barbarians were doing, but there was an uneasy feeling lingering in her heart. "You're finished." A voice suddenly came from not far away. Xia was shocked. When she turned her head to look, she immediately saw a green guy appear beside her out of nowhere. Xia almost jumped up. Even with her strength, she did not notice how the other party appeared here. If the other party had launched a sneak attack, would she have been able to block it? Maybe. But when the 2 armies were fighting, why is this guy not guarding the rear, but suddenly running over to my side? As if she thought of something, Xia pursed her lips and smiled. "Have you considered joining the arms of the great demon god?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and grinned. "I'm still thinking about it. Of course, if you can cure me of the green poison, I will consider it more sincerely." Xia sneered. "Don't be wishful thinking. There is no way to cure the green poison, unless you become my slave." Yang Kai frowned. "Is this the only way?" Xia said, "Only this one." Yang Kai nodded. Xia smiled charmingly and said, "These 2 days haven't been easy, have they?" To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you can still be conscious after 2 days. But the more you insist, the more pain you will suffer. Yang Kai sighed. I'm in so much pain right now. Shaya tilted her head. I can't see it. Yang Kai grinned and said, Men always have to act strong, don't they? Shaya smiled. You are indeed qualified to be my slave. I can assure you that after I transform you, I will preserve your own consciousness. There won't be any difference compared to before. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Retain my consciousness? But why did my demonized clansmen? Shaya curled her lips and showed a disdainful expression. They are nothing. They are just a bunch of trash. Naturally, they are not worth my effort. But you are different. An expert like you is more suitable for having a clear mind. I am willing to pay a price. You are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Yang Kai smiled gently. Shaya giggled. Just be obedient. Then, shall we begin now? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Shaya's smile disappeared. She looked up at the battlefield and saw that the demon race had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position. After the dozen shamans took action, a series of powerful witchcraft were cast, and the demon cavalry was forced to retreat. The advantage that the demon cavalry had gained before was gone. If it weren't for the Sandmen constantly appearing and disappearing to cause trouble, bringing various restraints to the barbarians, the cavalry would have been wiped out very quickly. But even so, the situation of the demon race was not optimistic. More than half of the demon race's forces were dead or injured. The losses were constantly increasing. On the other hand, the barbarians were getting braver and their morale was high. I need to pay a price to take you as my slave. What can you pay? Shaya suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. What do you want? Yang Kai asked. Shaya raised her hand and pointed forward. I want to see your sincerity. Only with enough sincerity can you earn my trust. Decide for yourself. You don't have much time left. Yang Kai laughed. That's easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the battlefield. Wherever he passed, anyone who blocked his way would be killed with a single punch. None of the strong demons were able to stop his advance. Shaya did not like this bloody scene. Instead, it made her even more interested. When she looked at Yang Kai, her eyes bloomed with a strange light. The demon race clearly knew that he was not to be trifled with. They all retreated. A short while later, Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield where the two armies were clashing. Master, why are you? Rain suddenly noticed Yang Kai. She was stunned. Did you come from that side? Her camp was at the back, but Yang Kai clearly came from the demon race's side. Moreover, as the commander-in-chief of an army, it was not wise for him to appear on the battlefield where the two armies were facing each other instead of commanding from the rear and strategizing from within the tent. When she was about to persuade him, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lu also felt it. She raised her head and looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Master, what are you going to do? Yang Kai smiled and looked at the twins. Come with me. The twins were silent. Then they slowly shook their heads. The more than 10 wizards were also confused by the situation. They looked at each other. It's not good to disobey orders. Wizard, did you forget what the master said when he handed you over to me? Yang Kai looked at them with a gloomy look. There was a sense of dignity in his eyes. Rain said in a deep voice. If the master is really thinking about the barbarian race, we will not disobey. But now don't you want to join the demon race? What? The more than 10 wizards were shocked. They could not believe what they just heard. They all looked at Yang Kai, hoping that he would deny it. But what made them feel like falling into an ice cellar was that Yang Kai actually smiled. You are very observant. Rain said. There is only one way to get rid of the green demon's poison. That is to be turned into a demon. But you have really disappointed us. In a few words, the more than 10 wizards instantly understood what was going on. The wizard Master Bull was poisoned by the green demon's poison. Obviously, he did not want to die like this. That was why he had to join the demon race. The twins seemed to have seen through his thoughts. What should they do? This was the Wizard Bull's first real battle. The 12 teams worked together and were about to win. But at this crucial moment, their leader wanted to betray them. The sudden change made everyone lose their ability to think. Their minds were in a daze. You are very smart. No wonder you can enter the wizard temple. But even if you know, what can you do? Yang Kai smiled and reached out his hand to cover the twins. When his hand reached down, it was like a curtain of light, blocking the light in front of everyone's eyes. The twins' faces changed. Even though they knew that the Wizard Master Bull was very strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. The two of them did not even have time to think before their bodies stiffened. They did not know what kind of technique Yang Kai used. Chapter 28:58. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the twins as easily as pinching two chicks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the twins were terrified and couldn't help but move closer to Yang Kai. They were immediately taken away by Yang Kai and flew towards the back of the demon race. The remaining wizard and wizard apprentices watched all of this with their eyes wide open. A chill spread out from their pores as they froze on the spot. Sha Ya's smug laughter resounded throughout the battlefield, extremely harsh to the ears. When a figure flashed in front of them, Butterfly blocked the way. Yu Lu showed a look of surprise and desire at the same time and said in unison, "Master, Wizard Bull has defected to the demon race. Quickly stop him." After this period of contact, Yu Lu knew that Butterfly was also a great wizard and was on the same level as Wizard Bull. If she made a move, perhaps it would have some effect. Butterfly turned a deaf ear and stood there without moving. She just looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Yang Kai also stopped and narrowed his eyes at Butterfly. "You want to stop me?" Butterfly was silent for a while and silently moved aside. The light of hope in Yu Lu's eyes suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai nodded and passed by Butterfly with Yu Lu. "Be careful." Butterfly whispered softly like a mosquito. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't even know that she was talking. Yang Kai was already far away and soon disappeared. "The battle is not over yet, what are you waiting for?" Butterfly looked at the 13 wizard below and shouted. She was the first to move. Her body fluttered and moved around the battlefield. Sometimes she used her extraordinary agility to reap the lives of the demon race members. Sometimes her hands bloomed with the light of wizard spells, giving the barbarian soldiers all kinds of buffs. Seeing her like this, the 13 wizard and wizard apprentices found their backbone again and gradually stabilized their position. The incantation sounded again and the light of wizard spells flashed repeatedly. On one side of the battlefield, Yang Kai floated to the ground and waved his hand. Yu Lu and Yu Lu fell to the ground. The twins' eyes were burning with hatred as if there was a volcano hidden in them. They looked at Yang Kai and then at the scantily clad Sha Ya. She clenched her teeth. On one hand, she felt humiliated by their situation, on the other hand, she was indignant at Yang Kai's cowardice. If they knew that this Wizard Bull was such a person, they would never agree to follow him. Is this sincerity enough? Yang Kai looked at Sha Ya and asked. Sha Ya, Yu Lu and Yu Lu looked at Yu Lu and then looked at Yang Kai. She slowly shook her head. Why is... Sha Ya raised her hand slightly and casually pointed at Lu. Kill her. Yu Lu. Kill her and I'll believe you. Sha Ya tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a hint of provocation in her eyes. She was not a fool. Although this barbarian tribe great shaman was poisoned by the green devil and showed the intention of surrendering, if it was only to this extent, it was not enough to win her trust. This was the last test. If this barbarian great wizard could really kill her subordinates, then his intention to surrender would be unquestionable. On the other hand, this was a trick to get closer to her. Sha Ya was conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that this barbarian great wizard would fight to the end and would rather die than surrender. Prey that struggled between life and death was the best prey. On the other hand, she felt that it would be a pity if he died like this. She hoped that he would listen to her. But a slave that listened to her too much? What was the use of having him? She did not lack such people under her command. Therefore, she did not know what decision she wanted this barbarian great wizard to make. She carefully observed him, hoping to see a hesitant and struggling expression on his face. That would make her feel more or less happy. But what surprised her was that Yang Kai did not say a word after hearing her order and directly walked forward. There was no sign of hesitation. The twins' expressions changed. Yu forced herself to stand in front of her sister. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and said sternly, "Kill me, let her go." Yang Kai stood in front of her like an insurmountable mountain. He looked down at her and nodded slightly. The sisterly love is touching. Unfortunately, at the same time, Yu was sent flying by Yang Kai with a kick. She flew more than 10 feet and fell heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. This is Master Sha Ya's first order. I have to obey it. When Yang Kai was talking, he had already grabbed Lu's slender neck and slowly lifted her up. Lu struggled with all her strength. Her face was red. But with her strength restrained, how could she shake off Yang Kai's grip with her own body? Her movements of using her hands and feet looked so funny. Cough, cough, let her go. Yu stood up not far away and screamed. She wanted to rush over but was firmly held down by a black shadow. Yang Kai's strength was getting stronger and stronger. His wizard power began to fluctuate. He was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. As if their hearts were connected, Lu struggled to turn her head and look at her sister. Yu was also looking at them sadly. When their eyes met, Lu opened her mouth slightly but no sound came out. Yu knew that she was saying goodbye to her. No! Yu shouted hysterically. Peng! A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded. Lu, who was lifted up by Yang Kai, directly exploded. Not even her bones were left. Only blood and minced meat dripped down. Yu's scream stopped abruptly. She looked at the blood mist as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't believe that her sister, who was so close to her a moment ago, would end up in such a miserable state. 2 lines of blood tears silently fell from the corner of her eyes. She didn't cry. Her eyes became cold and piercing. She looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. If it was possible, she was willing to bite this wizard to death bit by bit. She would eat all his muscles and flesh, drink all his blood. She would even chew his bones and swallow them into her stomach. Ha ha! Shaya suddenly let out a burst of crazy laughter. She seemed to be very happy. It was as if the scene in front of her had touched her sensitive nerves and gave her an unprecedented satisfaction. Yang Kai ignored Yu's gaze. He turned to look at Shaya and said, "Master, is this sincerity enough?" "It's enough." Shaya nodded with satisfaction. Only now did she truly believe that Yang Kai was here to surrender. "Come here." Shaya called out as if she was summoning her pet. Yang Kai walked to her and stood in front of her. "Kneel down," Shaya said again. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "I'm sorry. My legs hurt. I can't kneel down." The smile on Shaya's face instantly turned cold. She stared at Yang Kai coldly and said, "How dare you disobey my orders? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "In life, some things can be given up, but some things must be persevered. Master, you are a woman. You don't understand the perseverance of men." Shaya's lips curled up. "What a joke. You can even kill your own subordinates. Why are you not willing to kneel to me?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I'd rather die." The two of them looked at each other. Yang Kai's expression was calm, while Shaya's was dignified. After a long time, Shaya curled her lips. She realized that this great wizard was a tough guy. He had no intention of kneeling to her in order to survive. His perseverance did not make her angry. Instead, it made her excited. She felt a sense of accomplishment when she tamed such an unruly slave. "All right, since you have shown your sincerity, it's my turn now." Saying so, Shaya lightly stepped forward and gracefully arrived in front of Yang Kai, reaching out her hand and placing it on his forehead. A dark demonic chi suddenly flowed out from Shaya's fingertips. The demonic chi was similar to the demonic chi that the wizard encountered in the abandoned village. In comparison, Shaya's demonic chi was undoubtedly more outstanding, purer, and more corrosive. After forcing out the demonic chi, Shaya's face suddenly showed a hint of fatigue. It was obvious that it had taken a toll on her. The demonic chi was like a living creature. It circled around Xia Ya's fingertips a few times before disappearing into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and staggered back 2 steps. A faint black color immediately spread out from his body. The black color was like a burning flame. It burned the demonic green poison into nothingness wherever it passed. The lush green light disappeared and was replaced by a strange and heavy darkness. That's it. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Xia Ya chuckled and said, "Since you can withstand my demonic qi without dying, you are now a member of my demon race. However, to become my slave, you will need to add something else." Yang Kai said, "I am willing to serve under master." Xia Ya said with satisfaction, "Very good." As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a fist-sized object. Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, narrowed her eyes. The object did not look like anything else. It looked like a heart. A pitch-black heart that was beating rhythmically. Xia Ya held it in her hand. It was gently beating. Every time it beat, it would send out a powerful force. Moreover, it also contained a mysterious power that would make people feel uneasy and dizzy. Kai Yang, on the other hand, watched with great interest. Xia Ya smiled and said, "This is my demonic heart. Is it okay for you to take it out like this?" Yang Kai asked with concern, "Will it affect you in any way?" Xia Ya laughed and said, "In my demon race, every expert who has cultivated to a certain level has their own demonic heart. As long as the demonic heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. Didn't your ancestors tell you this?" Yang Kai said, "This is the first time I've heard of it." Looking at the demon heart with a burning gaze, Yang Kai asked, "In other words, this thing is your foundation, right?" "That's right." Xia Ya nodded slightly. "Can I have a look?" Yang Kai looked at the demonic heart curiously. Xia Ya raised her head. Her gaze was deep, as if she wanted to see if he was just asking casually or if he had other plans. Yu suddenly held her breath, and her expression became nervous. Chapter 2859. I have something to do today, so I'll be going out soon. Sorry. Under Xia Ya's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he was really just curious about the demon heart. Xia Ya smiled and unexpectedly threw the demon heart to Yang Kai, saying, "Be careful, don't break it." Kai Yang took it and turned it over and over in his hands. Rain was so nervous that she could even hear her own heartbeat. She looked at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression, temporarily forgetting that he was the enemy who killed her sister. There was only one voice in her mind: crush the demon heart. If Yang Kai could really crush the demon heart and kill the demon king in front of her, then Lu's death would not be in vain. If Yang Kai really did that, then it would mean that everything that happened before was fake. He surrendered to the demon race just to find a chance to kill the demon king. Even if Lu died because of this, she could forgive him. However, what made her disappointed was that Yang Kai held the demon heart and looked at it for a long time without any intention of doing anything. "What are you hesitating for? Crush it." Rain finally couldn't help but shout out. Xia Ya glanced at her with a smile, her eyes full of mockery. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the demon heart back, saying, "What do you want to do now? You didn't take out your demon heart just to surprise me, right?" Rain saw this scene and her face turned pale. Her body went limp and fell to the ground, as if she had lost all her strength. The wizard really surrendered to the demon race. Lu died for nothing. It was laughable that she had a little bit of hope for this spineless coward. It was a shame that she had such thoughts. Xia Ya, who took back the demon heart, smiled, showing a very satisfied expression, and said, "Of course, I didn't do it for you to see." As she spoke, she didn't do anything, but the demon heart in her hands seeped out a trace of black blood. The blood was rolling, filled with unimaginable magic power, and was sent to Yang Kai by Xia Ya. He smiled and said, "Swallow it. From now on, you are mine." Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai swallowed the devil blood and let out a muffled groan. The pitch-black aura on the surface of his body flourished. Xia Ya smiled and looked at Yang Kai approvingly. "You made a wise choice." "Thank you, Master, for giving me this chance," Yang Kai said calmly. "So now." Xia Ya stepped forward and looked at the chaotic battlefield. The demon race had been utterly defeated. Even the strongest cavalry under Sha Ya's command had been mobilized. However, there was no sign of panic in Sha Ya's eyes. Instead, she was confident in her victory. She raised her hand and said, "Let us end this ridiculous war." Sha Ya's eyes were filled with confidence. The barbarian commander had already surrendered. Although there were a lot of barbarians left, they were nothing to worry about. As long as she joined forces with this newly recruited slave of hers, winning the battle would not be a problem at all. "By the way, what's your name?" Shea asked without turning her head. "Wizard Niu." "My name is Wizard Niu." Yang Kai replied. As he spoke, the power in his body surged violently. A golden light suddenly bloomed under his feet and penetrated deep into the ground. The next moment, a series of muffled groans came from the ground. One by one, the sand demons hiding underground were killed by Yang Kai before they could even react. Shaya was slightly startled. Before she could turn her head, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw the tip of a broad sword piercing through her plump breasts, leaving behind a trail of blood. Shaya's beautiful eyes trembled. She could not believe her eyes. On the other side, Yu let out a cry of surprise. She was shocked by the sudden turn of events. "Master, how do you feel?" Yang Kai's voice came from behind. It was very calm, as if he was asking her if she had eaten. Shaya coughed a few times. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She said with a ferocious expression, "How can you go against my will after swallowing my devil blood?" If that was not the case, she would not have been so careless and exposed her back to this Wizard Niu. All the previous tests, this Wizard Niu had passed them perfectly. When she wanted him to show enough sincerity, he captured 2 of his wizard subordinates and even killed one of them in front of her. She seemed to have casually thrown the devil's heart to him, but it was also a test. If the Wizard Niu had attacked at that time, Shaya had a way to resolve it. Even if the devil's heart was really crushed, she would not die. However, he did not show any signs of betrayal. After observing the devil's heart for a while, he returned it. If he had really betrayed her, that would have been the best time to make a move. From that moment on, Shaya truly believed in him. Giving him the devil's blood was the last layer of protection. After swallowing her devil's blood, he would be one of her people. She could kill him and he would not have any power to resist. That was why she was willing to expose her back to him. However, she did not expect to receive an actual betrayal and a thunderous blow. His betrayal came without any warning, as if it was a sudden decision. However, such a decisive move was obviously premeditated. The devil's heart was in great pain. Shaya could clearly feel that it was pierced by a sharp weapon. Even someone as strong as the Demon King could not help but tremble and almost fall to the ground. Haha. Shaya was not angry. Instead, she laughed. She tilted her head with difficulty and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes. "In order to gain my trust, you did not hesitate to kill one of your subordinates? If you want to get something, you have to pay a price first." Yang Kai replied casually. Shaya looked at Yu, who was not far away, and said, "Did you hear that?" In his eyes, you are only chips to win. When necessary, he can sacrifice all of you. Yu frowned but did not show much emotion. When she saw Yang Kai suddenly attack Shaya, she knew that her guess was correct. The Wizard Master Ox really did want to get close to this Demon King. That was why he went through so much trouble and did not hesitate to kill his own sister with his own hands. Revealing one's death should be valuable, right? Don't try to confuse people with your lies. Your life is in my hands. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Sha Ya's expression was filled with hatred. How did you do it? What she could not understand the most was how Yang Kai could go against her will. Logically speaking, after consuming her devil's blood, Yang Kai's thoughts should not have escaped her senses. As long as he had the slightest thought of resisting, she would know in advance. However, after he attacked and when her devil's heart was pierced, she did not sense that he had any intention of harming her. How could the devil's blood not have any effect? No comment. Yang Kai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his divine sense fiercely surged out and turned into a wave that wrapped around Shaya. Shaya instinctively wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's myriad sword only slightly pressed down, and the intense pain made all her efforts go to waste. It was as if an invisible whirlpool was surging. As the whirlpool spun, Shaya suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai swung the myriad sword and shook off the blood on the blade. He sighed softly. The shadow demon that had been guarding Shaya all this time were stunned. Even now, they had not recovered from their shock. Yang Kai wiped the myriad sword with his fingers. As the sword flashed, screams rang out. As blood spurted out, all the shadow demon were killed. Yu regained her freedom and looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She tried her best not to hate this person in front of her, but the image of her sister dying in front of her kept replaying in her mind. Lu is not dead. Yang Kai grinned at her. What? Yu was stunned. What did you say? Did she hear him wrong? Or did he say something wrong? Lu was crushed in front of her. How could she not be dead? Yang Kai said, I thought that you sisters were telepathic and should be able to sense something. I didn't expect you to not be able to sense it. Well, after all, you are separated by a world barrier. It would be strange if you could sense it. You had no idea what he was talking about, but what she saw in the next moment made her unable to hold back her tears. Silently, Lu, who should have exploded into a bloody mist, suddenly appeared in front of her. You only saw Yang Kai waving his hand. I crushed another corpse, Yang Kai explained. Just now, Yang Kai had his back to Shaya, so she hadn't been able to see some details clearly. The moment before he crushed Lu, Yang Kai had directly thrown her into the sealed world bead, and what had exploded was a corpse he had brought back from the battlefield just now. This method was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Any negligence was enough to let Shaya see through it. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was only a great wizard, he had the background of the Emperor realm, so the substitution was very smooth. Lu. Yu's eyes instantly became wet. Lu was a little confused. She did not know what had happened. She only remembered that the wizard bull had lifted her up, and then she entered a strange and quiet world. In that world, she was trapped in a 10-meter radius area. She could not walk out, and there was no one around. When she tried to escape, she suddenly returned to the same place. After hearing her sister's voice, Lu's first reaction was to move closer to her sister, and then look at Yang Kai vigilantly. You said, Wizard Master Bull did not betray us. Everything just now was an act to gain the trust of the Demon King. Lu was stunned. Fake? When Yang Kai lifted her up by the neck, she almost thought that she was going to die because Yang Kai looked at her without any emotion. It was an expression that showed that he really wanted to kill her. You nodded. Yes, thanks to the Wizard Master Bull. That Demon King was also killed, right? Shaya mysteriously disappeared, and you did not know what happened to her. Yang Kai smiled at them and explained, she suffered a bit when I fought with her 2 days ago, so if I did not use this method, I am afraid that I would not be able to get close to her, let alone make her lower her guard. She also has the help of the Sand Demon, so she can escape at any time. I also do not know what other trump card she has, so I had no choice but to use this method. In short, I have made you worried. The twins shook their heads, and you said, it's nothing, but I have some misunderstandings about Master. Yang Kai waved his hand. In that situation, it is normal for you to have doubts. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Now let us end this war together. Chapter 2860. The battle ended very quickly. The demon race had always been at a great disadvantage, suffering countless casualties. Shaya had placed all of her hopes on Yang Kai, but in the final moment, the seemingly loyal Yang Kai had dealt her a fatal blow. Without a commander, the demon race was even more of a mess. There was no coordination between the various groups at all. They only knew how to charge around on instinct, which instead fulfilled the barbarian warriors' mission of reaping the lives of their enemies. When Yang Kai returned to the battlefield with the twins, the situation had already become a one-sided slaughter. The light of the wizard's techniques constantly flickered and bloomed. Demon race members fell one after another. Even the most powerful demon race members were unable to cause a stir before such a united army of barbarians. The sand demons who were skilled at escaping wanted to flee, but they discovered that for some reason, the ground was no longer protecting them. The light of the wizard's techniques dyed the vast ground golden. No matter how they used their divine technique, they were unable to escape. In the end, they were killed off one after another. The shadow demon members who came and went without a trace lost their advantage as well. Under the enhancement of the eagle's eye technique, the aerial cavalry could always find their tracks with precision, shooting out lethal arrows one after another. The most powerful group of demon race riders had been wiped out a long time ago, only leaving behind the cries of a few demonic beasts on the battlefield. The cries constantly echoed through the wilderness, making everyone's hair stand on end. This was a victory for the barbarians, a victory for the wizard's ox tribe, and it was a glorious victory. When the last demon folk fell, all of the barbarians gasped for breath. They studied the surroundings with bloodshot eyes, but they could not find a single enemy. The surroundings were filled with an aura of desolation. The clansmen stood in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, like undefeatable gods of war. They were awe-inspiring and inviolable. A warrior raised the weapon in his hand high into the air and roared at the sky, venting his excitement and joy. Even more clansmen responded. The continuous roars were enough to make the surroundings change color and the sun and moon dim. Wrapped in black qi, Kai Yang flew up into the air and surveyed his surroundings. He carefully scanned every corner within several dozen kilometers with his soul sense. After confirming that no one had escaped, he called out, "Clean up the battlefield and count the wounded." The 10 regular squads received the order and began to bustle about under the lead of their captains. After this battle, everyone showed the greatest respect to their commander. However, the wizards gazed at Yang Kai rather worriedly. After all, the demonic qi of the wizard's master ox tribe. Who knew whether he would actually be demonized? If that really happened, then this victory would be meaningless. Even their commander had been turned into a demon, so no matter how great their victory was, it was still a failure. Yang Kai's ox tribe glanced at Yang Kai's captives. However, he didn't explain too much. Instead, he said, "Yu Lu, bring some people to check the demon's den over there. That will be our base for the next few months." The twins received the order and immediately hurried over to the demon cave with the guards. Very soon, the casualties of this battle were announced. The wizard's ox tribe had almost 3,000 people. Over 200 of them had died, which was basically equivalent to a regular squad. The remaining people were basically all injured. This loss could be called a miracle. If Shaya had not deployed her troops properly, she would have been overconfident. Moreover, they were too confident. It was impossible for the barbarian race to only suffer such small losses. She had placed all of her focus on Yang Kai, but the result disappointed her greatly. In this battle, they had already killed over 3,000 members of the demon race. They had even taken some captives. The true demon folk obviously would not be taken captive. They had all died a long time ago. The captives were the demons that had been transformed by the demonic qi. They were originally part of the barbarians. Shaya had sent them as the vanguard to face the wizard's ox tribe head-on. Although before the battle, Yang Kai had warned his clansmen not to show any mercy during the battle, however, when faced with their former compatriots, many of them still chose not to kill them. As a result, many of the transformed clansmen survived. However, they were still affected by the demonic qi, so they did not have much rationality to speak of. Over a dozen wizards gathered in one place. They seemed to be trying to find a way to save their clansmen. Who knew what kind of effects and progress they would achieve? In addition to these demonized clansmen, the witchcraft bull tribe had also captured several dozen demonic beasts. Dealing with these demonic beasts was much easier. When Yang Kai had gone out to scout for information, he had brought back a demonic beast from the demon cave. The wizard experimented several times. To their surprise, they discovered that the beast taming technique was actually effective on magical beasts as well. Although magical beasts were a little more difficult to tame than savage beasts, as long as the beast taming technique was effective, these magical beasts could become the mounts of the wizard's ox tribe. Several dozen magical beasts were enough to form a small squad of cavalry. The valiant and heroic bearing of the air cavalry had long been envied by the other clansmen. The awe-inspiring sight of the demon cavalry charging in formation had always lingered in their minds, and they naturally imagined that they would one day be able to do the same. And now, the opportunity had come. However, a few dozen magical beasts were still a little too few compared to an army of 3,000 people. Moreover, not everyone could tame a magical beast. Even if the wizard could use the beast taming technique to tame them, the demonic chi on the magical beasts could not be removed. To ride on such a magical beast, one must have the ability to resist the demonic chi's corrosion. All signs showed that only the strongest warriors were qualified to ride these magical beasts and become a member of the cavalry. Even though the shaman bull tribe had just experienced a great battle, they were still busy for an entire day before they managed to clean up the entire battlefield. Thousands of people worked together and dug a big pit not far away. They buried all the corpses of the demon race in it. The wizard's hands moved and burned them. The fire burned half the sky, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. It was nauseating. The situation at the demon's den was also clear. Shaya had never thought that she would lose this battle. Therefore, when the battle began, she had basically put all of her forces into the battlefield. Only a few people were left in the demon's den. When the Yu and Lu sisters led the guards to the demon's den, the remaining members of the demon race were killed before they could even react. The demon's den that was hidden in the belly of the mountain instantly changed owners. It became the Wizard's Ox tribe's main camp. Over the next few days, the clansmen rested and recuperated. After all, after the battle, everyone was exhausted, especially after the effects of the bloodlust technique disappeared. Even the strongest clansmen couldn't withstand that kind of exhaustion. In other words, in the next few days, they did not have much combat power. If a large group of demon race attacked at this time, they would be at the mercy of the enemy. More than 10 wizards' feet did not touch the ground, and they looked exhausted. They had to treat the demonized clansmen, tame the demonic beasts that were captured, and cast wizard spells to heal the injured clansmen. Everyone wanted to divide themselves into 10 or 20 parts. The Yu and Lu twins' faces had been pale for the past few days. It was obvious that they did not have enough rest. The wizard's power was exhausted. Even Butterfly was the same. The other wizard and wizard apprentices were even more so. Sometimes, they would be so busy that they would fall to the ground and start snoring loudly. After sleeping for a while, they would wake up, wipe the saliva from the corner of their mouth, and continue with their work. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Ever since he came to the demon's den, he had occupied the stone house that originally belonged to the demon king, Shaya. He did not care about anyone who came to see him. No one knew how he was doing. However, in private conversations, the wizard was worried about their commander. They were afraid that he would suddenly turn into a demon and start a war with them. Of course, Yang Kai would not turn into a demon. His condition was unexpectedly good, except for the demonic chi that lingered around him. He felt strange when he was infected by the green demon's poison. The green demon's poison was not the most powerful poison in the demon race, but it was definitely the strangest poison. It was silent and hard to guard against. After being poisoned, there was no antidote unless one turned into a demon. It was because of this that the green demons did not have a high status in the demon race. This was because their poison did not work on the demon race. It was only effective on the other races. However, although Yang Kai was poisoned by the green demon's poison, he did not feel anything strange. This made him have a vague guess in his heart. In order to verify this guess, he did not hesitate to take the risk and took a drop of Sha Ya's demonic blood. As expected, even Sha Ya's demonic blood did not have any effect on him. It only changed his aura slightly. The effect of the demonic blood was that it completely removed the green demon's poison. Ancient demonic chi, Yang Kai muttered to himself. His dantian still had an extremely pure ancient demonic chi sealed. When he was outside Maplewood City, he was corroded by the ancient demonic chi and turned into a demon with no clear mind. It was thanks to the sealing power of the gold and silver tree that he was able to regain his sense of self. After the experience of being transformed, Yang Kai had a strong resistance to the demonic chi. Unless the demonic chi was purer than the ancient demonic chi in his dantian, it would not have any effect on him. However, whether it was the green demon's poison or Sha Ya's demonic blood, compared to the dantian, they were not small. Naturally, they would not have any effect on him. If even Xia Ya's demonic blood could not compare, then what was the ancient Cyclops demon? Could it be a demon saint? Yang Kai faintly felt that the mountain-like Cyclops demon he saw in the memories of the ancient demonic Qi was probably an anomaly in the demon race. Because the demonic war axe in his embodiment's possession was the weapon of the ancient Cyclops demon. The grade of the demonic war axe was extremely high, not inferior to a top-grade Emperor artifact. Ordinary members of the demon race could not possess such a weapon. Only the masters of the demon race were qualified to wield it. In the memories, countless ancient almighty masters rushed forward one after another, bursting forth with the light of their lives in order to kill the Cyclops demon. However, in the end, after paying a huge price, they were unable to completely destroy the Cyclops demon. They left behind a single eye and used all means to seal it. Countless years later, the seal loosened and Maplewood City suffered a calamity. Yang Kai obtained the demonic eye and fused with it, refining it into a black pupil. This was one of his trump cards, a trump card that he did not dare to use easily. Chapter 2861. In this tranquil world, Xia Ya furrowed her brows as she flew forward. The fatal wound on her chest had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only some bloodstains on her clothes. The demon race's vitality had always been strong, especially for someone as strong as Xia Ya. As long as the demon heart was not extinguished, the demon race would not die. She had been trapped here for a few days. There was no sun, moon, or stars here, but there was plenty of light. The environment was also very good, and the world's spiritual energy was unexpectedly dense. But she didn't have the slightest bit of happiness. A few days ago, she was sneak attacked from behind by that fellow called Wuxia, and when she was heavily injured, she inexplicably arrived at this world that was filled with the singing of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and pleasant scenery. Xia Ya thought that she was dreaming. However, the wound on her chest made her understand that this was reality. Where is this place? Why did I come here? She did not understand. After carefully inspecting her surroundings, she still could not find any clues. Xia Ya could only continue to move forward, looking for a possible exit. However, even with her Demon King strength, she still could not find anything after a few days of searching. This world was like an endless cage, and she was like a caged beast. No matter how hard she tried, she could not escape from this cage. Xia Ya's mood was extremely gloomy. When she thought of that guy who stabbed her in the back, she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She could not understand. After swallowing her demon heart blood, that wizard bull could still betray her. Why did she not feel any thoughts of betrayal from him? According to the demon race's strength classification, that wizard bull's aura was only that of a demon commander, which was a level lower than her, a demon king. How could he resist her demon heart blood? There were too many things that she could not understand. She realized that ever since she met that guy called the Wizard Bull a few days ago, she had been at a disadvantage everywhere. Now, she did not even know where she was. However, no matter what, she had to spread this news. That brat was too strange, even she had to suffer losses. If other demon kings encountered him, they would have to be careful. Just as she was thinking about this, Xia Ya suddenly stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. In that instant, she actually felt like she was being watched. This was something that had not happened in the past few days. It was as if she was the only one in this world, and there was no trace of any other living person. Confused, Xia Ya tilted her head and looked over. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted at the figure floating in the air, "Wizard is awesome." Yang Kai smiled at her. "Good morning, Demon King Master." Good my ass. Even if Xia Ya had a good temperament, she could not help but curse. In this damned place where the sun, moon, and stars were nowhere to be seen, she did not know whether it was morning or night. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that she was enraged to see her enemy. Although the wound had already healed, when she saw the wizard was awesome, Xia Ya could clearly feel the pain coming from her demon heart. The wound that was pierced through felt like it was going to split open again, making her feel like her heart was being torn apart. Yang Kai did not mind her rudeness and only smiled. "It seems like I guessed right. Even if I really destroyed your demon heart, you won't die. Is the demon race so lucky? Sha Ya's expression was cold. Instead of answering, she asked, "Where is this place? What do you want to do by bringing me here?" This place. Yang Kai looked up slightly, his gaze piercing through the void. As if he could see the end of the world, he opened his arms and said, "This is my world. In this place I am the ruler." Sha Ya sneered. She obviously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. A mere demon commander dared to say that he was the ruler of the world? Even the demon saint master did not have this ability. As for why I brought you here, Yang Kai smiled gently, "Of course, it's to train you." "Train me?" Sha Ya was stunned for a moment before she chuckled. "Interesting. This is the first time I've heard someone say that to me." She had always been the one to say such things to others. So when she heard it for the first time, she felt that it was a novel idea. "You think I'm joking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Sha Ya curled her lips and said, "I just think that you have nothing better to do." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "You should be glad that you still have some value in my eyes. Otherwise, you would be a dead person right now." Sha Ya stroked her hair coquettishly, her charm blossoming. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai and said, "Then I wonder what kind of value I have in your eyes? In any case, it's not the kind of value you think." Yang Kai's lips curled up. "I told you before that I have no interest in broken shoes, especially a piece of rotten meat like you that even wild dogs wouldn't care to smell." Sha Ya's charm instantly disappeared and was replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Yang Kai's insulting words had obviously crossed her bottom line and she couldn't accept it. Sha Ya opened her mouth and roared, her pure spiritual energy rippling out and turning into a huge impact that rushed towards Yang Kai's mind. At the same time, a soft whip suddenly appeared in her hand and she lashed out at Yang Kai. Her movements were gentle, but they contained the power to overturn rivers and seas. The Demon King's attack was truly extraordinary. Even the world energy in this small world rippled. Yang Kai stood motionless with a mocking smile on his face. He raised his hand slightly and interlocked his thumb with his middle finger, then flicked it lightly as if he was flicking a mosquito. Sha Ya, on the other hand, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. A large part of her lower abdomen had caved in, and she was sent flying by a huge force. Her body continued to bleed in midair. After stabilizing herself with great difficulty, Sha Ya no longer had her previous calmness. Her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. How is this possible? He didn't show any signs of using any power at all, but he was able to send her flying with just a raise of his hand. His strength was just right, causing her to feel pain without harming her foundation. How can he be so powerful? That's impossible. Although she had only fought this wizard once, Sha Ya knew how strong he was. He was indeed strong, but that kind of strength had a bottom line. What happened just now made her unable to think. That was an ability that even the demon saint couldn't use, so how could it appear on an outsider who was equivalent to a demon commander? Experiencing such a blow personally was completely beyond Sha Ya's understanding. She calmed herself down and sized up Yang Kai, as if she wanted to find some clues. Yang Kai curled his middle finger again, and Sha Ya's expression changed drastically. She reflexively activated her demonic chi and turned into a black shadow to cover her body. However, in the next moment, her head flew backward as if it had been hit by a meteor. Her whole body flipped in the air, making her dizzy. The huge impact made her unable to stabilize her body. Sha Ya didn't know how far she flew before she felt the force slowly weaken. She forced herself to support her body and stand firm again. Hot and moist liquid flowed down her nose and mouth. She reached out and wiped it, and it was all blood. Her forehead was numb, and she couldn't feel anything at all. It was as if her skull had been shattered. She looked up, but the outsider's figure was nowhere to be seen. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice that made her feel terrified came from behind her. "I've said it before. In this world, I am the ruler. Even if your great demon god comes, he will have to kneel here and submit to me." Sha Ya pursed her lips. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know what to say. Her opponent's 2 attacks made her tremble. She thought that with her strength, the wizard would definitely be no match for her. However, it seemed that she was the one who was no match for him. Under his means, she didn't have any time to resist or even react. I can't fight him head-on, I can't fight him head-on. Shaya made a decision in her heart. She could only run. With that thought, Shaya no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, she pushed her body to the limit and flew in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Shaya's divine sense surged until she could no longer sense the aura of that guy called the wizard. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief, as if she had just escaped death. As the Demon King, there were very few things or people in this world that could make her feel fear. Even when facing a demon saint, she would only show enough respect and caution. However, that wizard truly made her feel fear. It was the fear of facing an unknown power. Although the demon saint was strong, Shaya knew how strong they were and how strong they could be. However, that wizard was strong, but he had no bottom line. His arrogant words seemed to echo in her ears. Shaya couldn't help but think, could it be that he really is the ruler of this world? How is that possible? Who can rule the world? Shaya, who was running away, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at a certain place in front of her in shock. In the void over there, a figure that made her feel fear was quietly standing there. There was still that mysterious smile on his face. Seeing that she was running over, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. He only put his hands behind his back and looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. What the hell? She clearly didn't feel any fluctuation of power. How did he appear in front of her? In her shock, Shaya quickly stopped and turned around to run in the opposite direction. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a scene that made Shaya despair appeared again. That wizard once again appeared in front of her. He stood there in the same posture as before, as if he had never moved. Looking at the scenery around him, it looked a little familiar. There were still some traces of blood that hadn't dried up on the ground nearby. That was the blood that she had just spat out. Why did she run back here for no reason? She was running in a straight line, so why did she run back here? The smile on the face of that person in front of her was like a demon's call. As the Demon King, Shaya felt a chill run down her spine. Her blood began to turn cold, and her face turned pale. She turned around and ran again, not even having the courage to face that person. Chapter 2862. What did you do to me? Shaya asked through gritted teeth as she panted slightly. Her face was filled with despair as she stared at the terrifying figure in front of her. It had been several hours since she started to run, but Shaya sadly discovered that no matter how hard she tried to escape, she could not get out of the range of a few dozen miles. It was as if she was constantly circling around a certain spot, and somehow, she would end up in front of the Great Witch Bull, walking right into his trap. She was a succubus demon. Her powerful divine sense was an innate ability that they were born with. Initially, she thought that she had been hit by some wizard spell and was hallucinating. However, after checking several times, she could not find any trace of it. It was not a hallucination. She did not feel anything strange either. However, she kept running and running until she returned to the starting point. This inexplicable experience terrified her. It was just like how she feared this wizard's power. Her eyes were dark as if they were covered by dark clouds. She could not see a single ray of hope. In her fear, she gave up on the idea of running away. After a few hours of hard work, she realized that she could not escape. I've said it before. In this world, I am the ruler. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will not be able to live no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai took a small step forward. That step felt like it was stomping on Shaya's heart. Her body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai walked toward her step by step in the air. His expression was calm and emotionless. With every step he took, Shaya's aura weakened a little. She kept spitting out blood. It was as if the entire world was trying to make things difficult for Shaya. It could not accept her existence and would not stop until she was turned into dust. At this moment of life and death, Shaya made the wisest choice. She suddenly knelt on one knee and said sincerely, "Master, Please spare my life. Xia is willing to serve you. She was a smart person. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess the wizard's intention of sparing her life. Since this wizard did not covet her beautiful body and was not in a hurry to kill her, there was only one reason for him to do so: subdue her. Therefore, Xia knew that she could not escape. She immediately lowered her head when she realized that she could not resist. She did not have any noble character or unyielding character. In order to survive, she was willing to do anything. This was the instinct of all creatures in nature. Yang Kai's footsteps stopped as he smiled. Very well. It was only then that Xia felt the pressure around her lessen. She could not help but sigh as she looked at Yang Kai. Master, she said pitifully. Just like before, when Kai Yang surrendered to her, she needed Kai Yang to show his sincerity. At this moment, since she chose to abandon her self-respect and her position, she naturally needed to prove it. No one would be stupid enough to believe empty words. With. Yes. Xia hesitated for a moment. In the end, she gave up on the defense of her divine sense. The many secrets in her sea of consciousness instantly became defenseless. As long as Yang Kai was willing, he could take whatever he wanted. Of course, if he really did that, it might cause irreparable damage to Xia. If he was not careful, she might turn into an idiot. Yang Kai did not pry into those secrets. Instead, he sent his divine sense into Xia's knowledge and branded his soul brand. Xia's body trembled. Somehow, she felt that there was an invisible connection between her and this Wuxia. It was as if there was a rope tied to her, and the other end of the rope was in the Wuxia's hand. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with this wizard. He was no longer as repulsive as before. Xia knew that this was because of the soul secret technique. At the same time, she secretly sensed the strength of the soul secret technique. In the next moment, Xia's heart sank. She had thought, with the power of her soul, even if the other party branded his soul into her knowledge, she would be able to find an opportunity to erase it. After all, he was only an existence equivalent to a demon commander. However, in reality, Xia discovered that the brand was so sturdy that she could not shake it at all. This caused the last bit of hope she had in her heart to vanish in an instant. You should know that I can sense any bad thoughts you have. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Xia's face turned slightly red. She looked up and said coquettishly, Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. From now on, Xia is Master's woman. I hope that Master will take care of me. She looked extremely delicate and seductive, and it was as if the entire world had lost its luster. Yang Kai raised his hand. Xia's expression changed drastically as she felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw that there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb in her chest. It went all the way through her chest and back, and blood spurted out. Xia's face turned pale. The next time you dare to use your charm technique on me, this hole will be on your head, Yang Kai said coldly. Yes. Xia's expression turned serious. Although a hole in her head wouldn't be fatal, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience, so she immediately became obedient. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned and said, You said before that the demon race will not die as long as your demon heart is not destroyed. Since your demon heart is your foundation, why didn't I take your life after destroying it twice? Previously on the battlefield, Yang Kai had attacked her from behind. The myriad sword had clearly pierced through Xia's demon heart. Just now, he had also pierced through her demon heart with his finger. However, other than looking a little weak, Xia was not in any danger of dying. Xia replied, I have 2 demon hearts. As long as one demon heart exists, I will not die. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Are the other elites of the demon race the same? Xia said, Most of them have multiple demon hearts. Only a very small number of them have only one. If Master wants to kill an existence above the level of a demon king in the future, you must ensure that their demon hearts are completely destroyed. She had just surrendered and was eager to prove herself. Therefore, she did not hide this information. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. Xia Ya's expression changed reflexively. She thought that she had accidentally angered him again. However, she soon realized that she was overthinking. An exquisite jade bottle flew toward her and gently landed on the ground. Xia Ya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Take the pill inside. I have some questions for you later." Only then did Xia Ya pick up the jade bottle. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a round, crystalline pill. The fragrance of the pill assaulted her nostrils. Xia Ya had the urge to swallow it immediately. She didn't hesitate and swallowed the spirit pill. Soon, Xia Ya sat cross-legged on the ground with a shocked expression. She silently adjusted her breathing. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, her injuries had healed. Even the hidden injuries and weak aura from before had been greatly replenished. She was once again in high spirits. The vitality of the demon race was indeed strong, especially when Xia Ya was in existence on the level of a demon king. However, a large part of the reason why she was able to recover so quickly was because of that miraculous pill. The outsiders were actually able to refine such a thing? Just now, the wizard master Cao seemed to have called it a pill. Xia Ya's brows were tightly knitted together. Her understanding of the barbarian tribe's pharmacology was still limited to some herbal mixtures that looked like paste. She had never even heard of such a fragrant pill, let alone seen it. It was undeniable that the effects of this pill were extremely powerful. If the outsiders were able to casually refine such a pill, then their injured clansmen would be able to receive good treatment. This was very disadvantageous for the demon race. Xia Ya smiled as she thought about it. Why was she thinking about these things? She was now a prisoner. If she wanted to live, she could only shake her head and wag her tail and beg the wizard master Cao for mercy. Thinking about these things was completely meaningless. She had suddenly become someone else's slave. Xia Ya sighed softly and gathered her thoughts. She stood up and obediently walked towards Yang Kai. When she stood in front of him, she said, "Master, I'm done." Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. He asked his first question, "Where did you come from?" "Demon territory." "Demon territory?" Yang Kai frowned. Xia Ya smiled faintly. "There are many worlds. Master's world is not the only one. Demon territory is an existence on par with Master's world." Yang Kai inhaled slightly. "You're saying that there are more worlds like this?" Xia Ya nodded. "Of course. Although I haven't been to many places, according to the records left behind by my ancestors, there are indeed many worlds in this endless space-time. However, there are barriers between the worlds. It's not easy to detect each other. Only those who have reached the peak of power can sense one or two things. Then, how did the demon race discover those worlds and enter them? There are strong and weak barriers between worlds. Some worlds' barriers exist in name only. As long as you find the entrance, you can enter and exit at will. However, some worlds' barriers are very strong. Not everyone can enter and exit. If you want to enter and exit, you have to pay a price. Master, the barrier between your world and demon territory is somewhat strong. Previously, it was the demon god master who personally opened the barrier. Demon god. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He had heard Xia Ya mention this before. However, Yang Kai had always thought that this so-called demon god was like the wizard god to the barbarian race. It was a symbol and spiritual pillar. However, according to Xia Ya's words, this so-called demon god actually existed. Furthermore, he had even broken through the barrier between the two great worlds. This news made his hair stand on end. How powerful would one need to be to do that? In the star boundary, he wondered if the famous 10 great emperors had such power. Xia Ya said solemnly, "In demon territory, only the most powerful existence is qualified to become a demon god." Not just one? Yang Kai's eyebrows twitched. Of course not. Xia Ya looked at him strangely. She did not understand why he would ask such a question. Chapter 2863. When he returned from the small sealed world, Yang Kai's face was solemn. After chatting with Xia Ya, he learned a lot about the demon race, which made him realize that the demon race was not an easy race to deal with. The demon race consisted of 100 races, each with their own innate divine technique. For example, Xia was a succubus demon. Her innate divine technique was the light of enchantment, which was an ability she was born with. Once she used it, she could easily enchant those who were weaker than her. In less severe cases, they would become her slaves, while in more severe cases, they would lose their minds and become walking corpses. The short black shadows they encountered in the previous war were the shadow demon of the 100 races. They were best at stealth and assassination, wandering in the darkness and shadows. There were also the sand demons, red demons, green demons. The race with the largest population was called the power demons. They were natural warriors of the demon race. 80% of the demon race they encountered in the previous war belonged to this race, but they were all dead now. Yang Kai led Xia out of his rock cave, causing a huge commotion among the crowd. More than a dozen wizards and other barbarians looked at the demon king Xia in shock. The Yu Lu twins even condensed their wizard spells, ready to fight at any time. This was the demon king, the commander of the demon race army from before, so everyone was naturally on guard. Only Dai had a calm look on her face, as if she had already expected this, not showing the slightest bit of surprise. Don't be nervous, everyone. I am now the slave of the wizard master cow. I won't have any malicious intentions. Xia smiled in the face of everyone's hostility. Slave! Everyone exclaimed. Everyone knew what the word slave meant. Yu Lu cast a questioning look at Yang Kai, but when she saw him nod in acknowledgement, she still felt that it was unreal. Although Yang Kai's performance before was extremely strong, taking a demon king as a slave was still too inconceivable. None of the barbarians trusted Xia completely. Even with Yang Kai's affirmation, they were still wary of this demon king. Yu Lu stepped forward to report her work. After a few days of treatment by the wizards, many of the captured demons managed to break free from the entanglement of the demonic qi and regain their consciousness. However, perhaps it was because they had been demonized for too long, so more than half of them died in the process of being treated, which made people sigh with regret. This was something that couldn't be helped. His former compatriots had turned into demons. They no longer recognized their own kin and had lost all sense of reason. If he wanted to save them, he would have to pay a price. Saving a small portion of them was better than keeping all of them in their demonic state. During the war a few days ago, the Wizards' Bull Division had lost more than 200 men, but they were quickly replenished. However, the rescued clansmen were still a little weak at the moment. They would need a few days of rest to recover. Yu Lu was also researching a better treatment method. Using the bloodlust spell to stimulate the vitality of the clansmen, supplemented by the mind-cleansing spell, was a method that Yang Kai casually came up with. Although it had some miraculous effects, there should be a better way. Yu Lu came from the wizard's temple and was knowledgeable. She was most suitable for this kind of research work. If it was successful, then the casualty rate would be greatly reduced when treating the clansmen in the future. In addition, most of the captured demonic beasts were also tamed by the wizard's beast taming spell. The twins wanted to select some of the strongest warriors from the Wizard's Bull Division to form a cavalry. However, without Yang Kai's approval, they didn't dare to make a decision on their own. That was why they came to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any opinions. Although the demon race was defeated in the previous war, there were countless casualties. However, Yang Kai was still a little impressed by the cavalry. Now that he had tamed the demonic beasts, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Wizard's Bull Division to have a real cavalry. If there was really such a cavalry, then in the future, when they encountered a war like last time, it would definitely be more advantageous for them. Do you need my help? Xia took the initiative to ask. She gave up her dignity and joined Yang Kai, becoming Yang Kai's slave. Naturally, she couldn't wait to show off. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Xia smiled and said, I am the Demon King after all. If I am here, those beasts won't dare to do anything. Besides, I know how to control them better. Alright then, go and help. Yang Kai nodded. Yu Lu didn't believe Xia, but she couldn't refute Yang Kai's decision. She could only leave with Xia and prepare to find a suitable cavalry candidate. The next few days were uneventful. The Voodoo Bull tribe continued to recuperate and build up their strength for the upcoming war. The great victory of the first war had boosted their morale and boosted their confidence. They suddenly realized that the demon who had destroyed the 4 barbarian tribes wasn't a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. They weren't immortal and couldn't be destroyed. They could also bleed, they could also die, and they could also be timid when facing a powerful enemy. The mystery and fear of the demon race disappeared in an instant. The unknown was a very scary power. However, if you knew what kind of existence your opponent was, then you would be able to determine your position in the process of dealing with it. You would be able to fully utilize your abilities. This was the first time that the Voodoo Bull tribe had participated in such a large-scale war. Because of this, the Voodoo Bull tribe no longer felt that the Voodoo Bull tribe was unfamiliar with the demon clan. The Voodoo Bull tribe was like a girl who was about to be married. As expected of the Demon King, Xia Ya's methods were impressive. In just a few days, she was like a fish in water in the Wizard's Bull division. Even the dozen wizards were no longer wary of her, including Yu Lu and Yu Lu. Although Yang Kai didn't deliberately observe her actions, he sensed some things through the soul brand between them. Xia Ya didn't use any traces of the light of charm. She only used her sincerity and patience to move the dozen wizards. She truly integrated into them and made them accept her existence. With her help, the dozens of captured demonic beasts successfully became mounts for the clansmen, successfully forming a skilled cavalry. Of course, the demonic beasts had demonic chi, so the clansmen didn't dare to touch them casually. Only after stimulating their vitality and gaining a certain level of resistance to the demonic chi would they slowly familiarize themselves with the technique of riding. 5 days later, Yang Kai called Xia Ya to him in the stone cave. "Master, what are your orders?" Xia Ya was quite dignified and beautiful when she wasn't licentious. However, ever since she was warned by Yang Kai in the small sealed world a few days ago, she didn't dare to show off in front of her master anymore. Every time she met with Yang Kai, she would behave like a proper maiden. Of course, she still didn't change her revealing clothes. The reason why she was able to integrate into the wizard division so quickly was related to her exposed beauty. 70 to 80% of the dozen wizards were men, and men liked beautiful women. Last time, you said that there are other demon race strongholds nearby, right? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Xia Ya nodded and said, "That's right. Now that the demon saint master is recuperating, our demon race can only bide our time. Everyone is now scattered in various places to guard the defensive line and prevent you barbarians from advancing." "Where's the nearest stronghold?" 300 kilometers away. Xia Ya vaguely understood Yang Kai's meaning. She smiled and said, "Master wants me to lead the way and attack them? That's not a problem. The stronghold over there doesn't have a demon king guarding it. There's only a demon commander with about 1,000 subordinates. With our current strength, we can easily wipe them out." She was a demon king, but when she used the word "we," she didn't feel awkward at all. It was as if she had really become a barbarian. "We won't attack them." Xia Ya was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with surprise. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Let them come over themselves." Xia Ya suddenly understood Yang Kai's plan. "You should be able to contact them, right?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Xia Ya nodded and said, "We demon race do have a way to contact each other." "Then go and prepare. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right?" Xia Ya pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm at a critical point in my cultivation and can't spare any attention. There's a foreign army attacking us. Once you receive the news, come and support us immediately." "Very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go." Xia Ya bowed and left. Not long after, outside the cave, Xia Ya stood in the air. A jet black demonic chi suddenly flew out from her body and turned into a black crow. It flapped its wings and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When she turned around, she suddenly found a young girl standing there quietly staring at her. Although she didn't do anything bad, Xia Ya felt guilty for no reason. It was as if she had just passed on some bad information to the barbarian race. Xia Ya had a deep impression of this young girl because in the battle a few days ago, she had used an extremely exquisite killing technique. It was something that even her strongest subordinate, the shadow demon, couldn't do. She seemed to be called Dai. Shaya had interacted with more than a dozen other wizards and was familiar with them. Only Dai was mysterious. Shaya had only seen her face a few times. It was rare to meet her, so Shaya naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to get closer to her. She smiled and said, "Hello." Dai was still looking at her quietly. She didn't seem to have any intention of replying, like a delicate puppet. Shaya didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable fear. She suddenly didn't want to get close to her and explained, "Just now, Master ordered me to send a message to the nearby demon race so that they will walk right into the trap." Dai was still looking at her with that indifferent gaze. Shaya felt uncomfortable and forced a smile. "I'm going to report." As he spoke, he brushed past Butterfly. After walking a dozen steps, Shaya looked back and couldn't help but be stunned. There was no trace of that person behind her. That young girl came suddenly and left mysteriously. Even as a demon king, she didn't notice anything. Chapter 2864. Shaya shuddered and decided that she would never be alone with this girl in the future. That sense of danger was too strong. Even when she was facing the wizard Master Bull, Shaya did not feel this way. After reporting, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shamans and the captains of the various teams. The Wizard Bull tribe originally had 12 teams. Among them, 10 were regular teams, 1 was an escort team, and 1 was an aerial cavalry team. Now, there was an additional cavalry team, and Tiger was the leader of the cavalry team. Therefore, the Wizard Bull tribe had a total of 13 teams. After Jianghu briefly explained his plan, the Magi and the 13 captains were all excited, rubbing their palms together in anticipation. After many days of rest, the Wizard Bull tribe was in perfect condition. Their victory in the previous battle had boosted their confidence. Right now, they needed another battle to maintain their current condition. Moreover, this was the best way for the barbarians to grow. Many barbarians felt that they had become a lot stronger after the great battle a few days ago. This was especially true for the captains and vice-captains of the various squads. They were the best of the best. Moreover, their latent instincts had been stimulated under the baptism of blood and injuries. Many of them had broken through the shackles of body refinement in the past. Many barbarian warriors had experienced tremendous growth. Therefore, the Wizard Bull tribe was eager for war. The peace in the past few days had made them feel uncomfortable. Now that Yang Kai suddenly told them to prepare for war, they were naturally happy. After some arrangements, the wizard and team leaders were clear about their tasks and positions. They immediately dispersed. At noon on the second day, there was a group of uninvited guests outside the cave. There were about 1,000 of them. The members of the group were mixed together, just like the group led by Shaya before. The reinforcements from the nearby demon race stronghold had arrived. Shaya's summon was indeed very effective. After all, she was a demon king, and the leader of the demon race stronghold was only a demon commander. Therefore, when he received Shaya's order, he immediately brought his people and rushed to the stronghold. He wanted to perform well in front of the Demon King Master. Perhaps he could even get the attention of the Demon King Master. For this demon commander did not hesitate to bring all the forces under his command. Thousands of people rushed to the place and took a look. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. According to the Demon King Master's orders, there was an attack from a foreign race. He had been cultivating and had no time to spare. However, in the eyes of this demon commander, there were no traces of battle. The surroundings were unbelievably calm. This made him instinctively feel uneasy. He didn't advance rashly. Instead, he stopped about 10 miles away from the cave. He summoned his subordinates, the Shadow Demon and Sand Demon, and ordered them to scout for information. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew over from the front. After sensing the aura contained in the black shadow, the demon commander immediately turned solemn. He dismounted from his mount and stood respectfully in place, waiting for the black shadow to arrive. A moment later, Shaya appeared in front of the demon commander. "Greetings, Master." The demon commander immediately bowed. His eyes were unconsciously lingering on Shaya's beautiful body. Even though he was well aware of how terrifying the succubus demon was, he still couldn't control his eyes. The Demon King Master was truly beautiful. If he could spend a night with the Demon King, he couldn't help but gulp. His breathing became heavy. "You've brought all your men?" Shaya asked as she scanned the area below her. "I've brought all of them," the demon commander respectfully replied. He revealed a curious expression and said, "Master, didn't you send a message saying that there was an attack from a foreign race? Could it be that the matter has been resolved?" Thinking about it, since the Demon King Master had appeared, it meant that she had personally taken action. With the Demon King personally taking action, how could those foreign race people survive? This made the demon commander feel that it was a pity. He felt that he had lost a chance to show off in front of the Demon King. "Yes, it's been resolved." Shaya revealed a faint smile. Her smile was like a blooming flower. It made the entire world lose its color. The demon commander stared at her in a daze. There was nothing else in his eyes other than her. Shaya continued, "However, you're so loyal. This prince has to reward you." The demon commander immediately said excitedly, "This subordinate doesn't dare." Although he said that, his expression was extremely excited. It was as if he was looking forward to what kind of reward Shaya would give him. The answer was quickly revealed. Shaya only lightly waved her hand at him. The demon commander suddenly felt his vision turn upside down. He blinked his eyes in a daze. He saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. The neck was flat, and fresh blood was spurting out. What? Did this look like his own body? Had his head been chopped off? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. The demon commander's consciousness quickly faded away. The moment Shaya made her move, the demon race under the demon commander's command went into a frenzy. No one knew why the Demon King Master killed their leader without saying a word. However, the Demon King was still the Demon King. Even though they were panicking, these demon race members still stood in place. They looked at Shaya, hoping that she would give them an explanation. The light of charm rippled out. This was Shaya's explanation. The grand halo enveloped thousands of people in an instant. Under the Demon General, all the members of the demon race were at a loss. Although the demon general was trying hard to resist, it did not have much effect. It was obvious that they were about to fall. The sound of an eagle's cry could be heard. The sky cavalry flew over from afar. The ground began to tremble. The wizard's bull tribe troops surrounded them from all directions. The ones charging at the front were Tiger's cavalry. The demon beasts galloped. It was the first time that they carried their new master on a battlefield. They were especially energetic. Dozens of demon beasts gathered together. The 10 regular troops following behind the cavalry also did their best. They were not willing to fall behind. The distance of 10 to 20 miles was closed in a few breaths. At this moment, Shaya's face turned slightly pale. She had no strength left. Although she was a demon king and the light of charm was her natal divine technique, it was still a heavy burden for her to envelop thousands of people in one go. When the wizard's bull tribe troops arrived, she immediately became weak. The light of charm disappeared. The demon race members regained their senses. However, what awaited them was the wizard's bull tribe warriors charging and killing them together. Screams could be heard one after another. One by one, the demon race members fell. Rays of light from the wizard's magic bloomed. The sun in the sky lost its brilliance. The blood on the ground gathered into a river and flowed. The demon race members were filled with grief and anger. They did not understand why their own Demon King Master would help the mutated people to destroy them. Even the sand demons, who were the best at escaping, did not have the ability to escape under the wizard's magic. The mutated people were everywhere. There were even sky cavalry in the sky. Arrows were accurately shot down, reaping the lives of the demon race members. They did not have any space to escape. The only thing that awaited them was to be slaughtered. After realizing this, the demon race rose up to resist. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers and lack of preparation made their resistance look ridiculous. Who led a cavalry of dozens of demon beasts in and out of the demon race. Wherever they passed, people would be thrown off their feet. The cavalry was like an invincible sword, plowing out abyss after abyss of death on the battlefield. Everyone's weapons were stained with blood. Everyone was filled with murderous intent. The barbarian warriors, who were supported by the wizard's magic, were like invincible gods of war. Their monstrous momentum could even move the heavens and earth, let alone the demon race. This was a one-sided slaughter. The demon race's performance in the previous battle was remarkable. The two sides fought back and forth. If Shaya had not been captured by Yang Kai at the last moment and thrown into the sealed world bead, the barbarian race would definitely have suffered more casualties. In that case, the barbarians would be in charge of everything in this ambush battle. No matter how fierce the resistance was, it was meaningless under the pressure of the Wizard's Bull tribe. After half a day, the battle ended. The Wizard's Bull tribe had paid the price of only a dozen deaths and almost wiped out the demon race. The reason why there were still some survivors was because those who survived were all demonized clansmen. This time, the Wizard's Bull tribe did not kill their clansmen because these demonized clansmen did not participate in the battle under Sha Ya's control. The demonized clansmen did not have any intelligence. They only instinctively obeyed the higher-level demon race. In other words, any demon race had the right to command and kill them. Among the clansmen, Sha Ya was the strongest demon race. Naturally, she gained control of these demon dwellers. After the battle began, she ordered these demon dwellers to leave the battlefield. At this moment, they were all alive and well. None of them were even injured. There were quite a few of them, more than 300 of them. This was one of the main reasons why the demon race lost so badly. They only had 1,000 clansmen to begin with. After losing 300 of them, they had lost a third of their manpower. It would be strange if they could do anything against the 3,000 Wizards Bull tribe. After the battle, they checked the battlefield as usual. The demon race had many weapons in their hands. Naturally, they were all collected by the Wizards Bull tribe. The Wizards Bull tribe immediately rushed to the demonized clansmen and prepared to save them. He didn't know how many of the 300 tribesmen could be saved. Although the twins had been working hard to find a more reliable treatment method, they hadn't had much time and didn't have any good results. This batch of demon dwellers could be their test subjects. With Sha Ya's deterrence, these demon dwellers did not resist at all. This provided the twins with a better research space. During the entire battle, Yang Kai did not appear. Even Butterfly did not make a move. The Wizard's Bull tribe still managed to win the battle at a negligible cost. Although this was expected, everyone was still excited. They were looking forward to more battles. They hoped that they could kill more demon race members. Then, one day, they would be able to drive the demon race out of this land. Chapter 2865. Outside the grotto, battles of various sizes would break out every 3 to 5 days, ranging from 10 days to half a month at the longest. Sha Ya played the role of a traitor perfectly. All demon commanders within the area of 10,000 miles in radius were deceived by her, along with their subordinate troops. Without exception, every single one of those demon commanders, who rushed to this area with the intention of rescuing, was mercilessly attacked by the Voodoo Bull clan and was completely annihilated. The 3 months of patterned battles had allowed the Voodoo Bull tribe's clansmen to grow tremendously. Not to mention those warriors who had broken through their shackles under the baptism of blood and become true warriors. Many of the dozen adepts and adepts had unknowingly broken through their bottlenecks and reached a higher level. Today, in the Wizard Bull tribe, apart from Yulu, who was an upper wizard, there were 2 other newly promoted wizards. This made the wizard spell buffs much stronger than before. The increase in numbers was very obvious. In the beginning, the Wizard Bull tribe only had 3,000 people. However, after 3 months, the Witchcraft Bull tribe already had 5,000 people, which was almost twice the number of people they had at the beginning. As for the other 2,000 clansmen, they were the ones who had been captured and saved in battle after battle. They had gotten rid of the erosion of the demon chi and found themselves again. Without any hesitation, they joined the Voodoo Bull clan and became a member of the clan. They had played a vital role in battle after battle. In total, the Wizard Bull tribe participated in more than a dozen battles in the past 3 months. They killed at least 10,000 enemies and killed more than a dozen demon marshals. This was a glorious achievement. It could be said that there wasn't a single troop led by a great sorcerer in the entire barbarian race who had such an outstanding battle record as the Witch Bull tribe. After all, a demon commander was basically on the same footing as a great sorcerer. Therefore, other great sorcerers had to be prepared to die if they wanted to kill a demon commander. However, the Wizard Bull tribe was different. Every leader of the demon race team that was lured over died at the hands of Shaya. Then, the team fell into chaos. They were mercilessly crushed by the Wizard Bull tribe that was charging from all directions. Within 3 months, not a single demon race member could be seen within a radius of 10,000 miles. Shaya's sacrifice allowed her to gain the recognition of all the barbarians, even though she was still a member of the demon race. But everyone knew that she was on their side. In fact, Shaya was the one who had been leading the battle for the past 3 months. The Yulu twins had been assisting her from the side. As for the Wizard Master Bull, the commander of the Wizard Bull tribe, he had not shown up for 3 months. He had been staying in his grotto all this time. Every time a wizard wanted to see Yang Kai, Shaya would stop them. Even Yulu was the same. If it wasn't for Shaya's determination to lure and kill the enemy, everyone would have thought that Yang Kai was controlled by Shaya. On a certain day 3 months later, the shamans, Shaya, and the others were discussing what to do next. Suddenly, Shaya turned around as if she sensed something, and then her expression became solemn as she bowed and said, "My lord." All the shamans looked up as well. Yang Kai had appeared not far away. He quickly stood up and bowed. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Tell everyone to get ready. We will depart tomorrow." Depart? Rain was stunned. "Master, are we going somewhere else?" Yang Kai said, "There is no demon race nearby. There is no point in staying here. Let's go to a place where there is a demon race." "Master, you know?" Rain was surprised. There was no demon race nearby. In 3 months, under Shaya's strategy of luring the enemy, all the demon race within a 10,000-mile radius were summoned and killed. Although there was a demon race further away, those demon race were not under Shaya's rule. Every demon king had a limited territory. The demon race further away were under the rule of other demon kings. Even if Shaya sent out a request for help, those demon race would not necessarily respond. They were also discussing whether they should move their positions. However, Yang Kai was not there, so no one could make a decision. They did not expect Yang Kai to show up at such a crucial moment. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Although I've been cultivating all this time, I haven't. Although I have been cultivating, I still know a lot about the outside world." As he spoke, he glanced at Shaya. Yang Kai had planted the soul brand on her and turned her into his slave. He could easily read Shaya's mind. He would do that every few days. Naturally, he knew the current situation like the back of his hand. "Then I will pass down the order now." Yu's expression brightened. She immediately made the arrangements. The other wizard also dispersed. The migration of 5,000 people was not a large scale, but it was not small either. There were many things to be done. Shaya was asked to stay by Yang Kai. When the two of them were alone, Shaya's eyebrows twitched. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Master, your aura." It had only been 3 months, but this man's aura had become several times stronger than before. According to the demon race's classification of strength, he was probably close to reaching the level of a demon king. If it was the barbarian race, he would be close to becoming a wizard king. Shaya had stayed here for 3 months. She knew a lot about the barbarian race. She clearly remembered that when she first met Yang Kai 3 months ago, he was only a middle-rank great wizard. Even if he had been training in seclusion for 3 months, he should not have improved so much. In her mind, she suddenly remembered a private rumor in the Wizard Bull tribe. The rumor said that before last winter, the Wizard Master Bull was just an ordinary person who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. He could not even compare to the children of the barbarian race. However, one night he was blessed by the barbarian god and soared into the sky. This rumor seemed to have been spread by the villagers of the same village as the Wizard Bull. The people who said this seemed to be telling the truth. It did not seem like they were lying. Shaya did not think much of it at first. However, it seemed that the rumor was not groundless. In 3 months, He had improved from a middle-rank great wizard to the level of a wizard king. This speed of growth was simply too terrifying. Moreover, he had injured her when he was still a middle-rank great wizard. Now that his strength had increased several times, Xia felt that if she were to have a direct confrontation with him, she would not be able to escape like last time. Yang Kai ignored her shock and said, "Tell me, where is the nearest demon king?" As Yang Kai's slave, Xia could naturally see through his intentions. She replied, "I know a guy called Bao Qi. I also know where he is." Intentionally or unintentionally, Kai Yang glanced at her and smiled. "Do you have a grudge with him?" Xia's expression was a little uncomfortable, but she still admitted, "He humiliated me before, but that was his fault first. Also, his position is closest to us, so no need to explain." Yang Kai waved his hand and nodded. "You have worked hard these past few months. You are my slave. Since he has a grudge against you, then let's go and teach him a lesson." Xia's eyes lit up. "Yes." The wizard bull tribe set off the next morning. They left the stronghold that they had defended for 3 months and headed to the unknown but bigger battlefield. The 5,000 people were in an orderly manner. After 3 months of war, the barbarians had learned the meaning of coordination and discipline. A large-scale battle was not a place to show off. Only with trusted companions by one side would there be hope for victory. The aerial knights explored the path in front, and they kept sending back information. The 5,000 people continued to advance, and they did not encounter any demon race. Speaking of which, with Xia's help over the past few months, all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles had been wiped out. Even if some small fries were still alive, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Why would anyone be so foolish as to stand in their way? After half a month, the wizard bull tribe finally stopped in a forest. They used the tall trees and thick grass to hide their presence. Xia pointed in front and said, "Master, there is a barbarian city over there. Bao Qi is there." Yang Kai nodded and said, "You live in the cave and he lives in the city. You are both demon king, but the treatment is a little different." Xia was a little embarrassed as she said, "Bao Qi is a little stronger than me. In terms of barbarian rank, I should be a low-tier wizard king, while Bao Qi is a mid-tier wizard king." "Then which tribe is Bao Qi from?" Yang Kai asked. Xia's expression became serious and she said, "The blood demon tribe. So master, if you have any disputes with him, you must not be injured by him. Any injury is enough for him to use his innate divine technique and bleed you to death." "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded and looked into the distance. He said, "Rest for half a day. When night falls, we will depart." Xia obeyed and left. She guessed Yang Kai's intention and felt a little uneasy. Although her master's aura was close to that of a wizard king, and his true strength could not be measured by normal standards, if he encountered Bao Qi, she did not know if he could win. After all, Bao Qi was the blood demon Bao Qi. But now that she was a slave, there was no point in thinking too much. No matter what decision Yang Kai made, she could not go against it. She did not even dare to have any doubts in her heart. She could only obediently find a place to rest. Time passed quickly. When night fell, Xia suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her head and looked in a certain direction in the darkness. Then, she walked out without saying a word. A few miles away, Yang Kai stood there waiting for her. When he saw her, he nodded and said, "From now on, I am your slave. Be careful not to expose yourself." Xia smiled confidently. "Acting is the succubus demon's specialty. Little guy, don't worry. Big sister will treat you well." She changed her respectful expression and giggled. It was as if she had returned to the way she was when Yang Kai first met her. Yang Kai did not mind her offensive words. He nodded slightly and followed behind her. He lowered his eyes and looked like a slave. Chapter 2866. Above the barbarian city, a pure black gas floated over. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the layers of defenses and rushed into the city. The demon race in the city were all alarmed and rushed over from all directions. They appeared one after another nearby and stared at the two figures that emerged from the black shadow with vigilance and fear. One of them had a graceful figure and a vigorous aura. It was a demon king-level existence. This made the demon kings in the surroundings not dare to rashly approach. Shaya looked around and let out a burst of laughter that sounded like a silver bell. It was mixed with a charm that was hard to guard against. The demon race members retreated and distanced themselves. They clearly knew how terrifying the succubus demon was. Only the strong demon commanders dared to stay in place, but they also silently resisted. Yang Kai stood behind Shaya and did not say a word, so he was not very conspicuous. "Bitch, you dare to come to this king's territory?" A thunderous voice suddenly came from the palace in front of them. At the same time, a blood-red light suddenly shot out and arrived in front of Shaya in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a figure as tall as a tower. He reached out with one hand and grabbed Shaya's neck, lifting her up high. His face was full of a sinister smile and full of killing intent. Shaya was lifted up by him, but she did not struggle. She only looked at him quietly, not panicking at all. It was as if she had already expected this. "Do you want to die?" Bao Qi stared at Shaya coldly. "Killing a demon king without permission. The demon saint master will not allow it." Shaya spat out those words with difficulty, her face slightly pale. She was also a demon king, but she did not even have the thought of resisting in front of Bao Qi. Bao Qi snorted coldly. "Everyone here is my people. If I kill you, who will know? The demon saint master is recuperating. Who will have the time to care about you?" Shaya said, "Then you can just kill me." Bao Qi's gaze became dangerous, but he resisted the urge to attack. He then flung Shaya away. When she landed, Shaya coughed violently for a while before she slowly recovered. She raised her head and said, "Bao Qi, I'm not here to start a conflict with you, but to discuss something with you. I have nothing to say to you. Hurry up and scram, or don't blame me for killing you." Bao Qi coldly snorted. Shaya smiled, her red lips moving. He said something, but no sound came out. Bao Qi was stunned. He looked at Shaya with a strange expression, obviously surprised. He mocked, "You're really a bitch?" "I'm just a succubus demon," Shaya said softly. "The mutated tribe is not easy to deal with. I'll only have a chance to survive if I join forces with you. I'm willing to pay any price for this." Bao Qi sneered, "It's precisely because of this. I'm the one who looks down on you." Shaya said, "There are many people who look down on me. I only care if you agree to my suggestion." Bao Qi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "If you're so self-aware, why should I be afraid?" As he spoke, he licked his lips, and his eyes shone with a lustful light. "A demon king-level succubus demon, I've never played with one before." Shaya giggled and walked forward, swaying her hips. "Then, you'll get what you want tonight." Bao Qi laughed and reached out to hold Shaya's waist, then slapped her perky butt. Shaya was extremely shy. "Not here. There are so many people here." "You're afraid of too many people?" Bao Qi said disdainfully. His body swayed, and he brought Shaya with him as he flew toward the palace. The two of them were like fire and water when they first met, but in the blink of an eye, they were like lightning striking fire. It was a little unreasonable. Yang Kai followed them without saying a word. In the palace, Bao Qi let go of Shaya, then turned around to look at Yang Kai. He scoffed, "Where did you get this slave?" He could tell at a glance that Yang Kai was not from the real demon race, but had been transformed by the demonic qi. Although there was demonic qi on the surface of his body. However, the aura of the demonic race could not be hidden. Shaya chuckled. "This guy overestimated himself and brought people to attack me, so I taught him a lesson. Just ignore him." Bao Qi said sarcastically, "You were afraid of too many people just now, but now that there's someone watching, you're not afraid anymore?" "He's just my slave." Bao Qi did not say anything else. He reached out and tore off Shaya's clothes violently. In an instant, her beautiful snow-white body was exposed to the air, and all kinds of beauty were faintly discernible. Shaya scoffed, as if she was blaming Bao Qi for his barbarism, but her beautiful eyes were full of seduction, and it was enough to make people fall head over heels for her. Her whole body coiled around Bao Qi's tall and sturdy body like a snake, and her full breasts pressed against his chest, which was slightly deformed. Bao Qi laughed coldly. He grabbed Xia Ya's soft body with one hand and used a lot of force, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. His other hand began to wander around wantonly. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward. This strange movement alerted Bao Qi, and he looked up at him. What he saw was a golden light in the demonic race's left eye. A vertical line was filled with majesty, and it seemed to have the power to take away one's soul. Bao Qi's soul was stirred, and he was dazed for a moment. Bitch! Bao Qi cursed. He had never truly believed that Xia Ya wanted to join forces with him. He only thought that he was stronger than Xia Ya, and this was his territory. He thought that it would be a waste not to eat the delicacies on the streets, and had the intention to play around with them. He believed that Xia Ya would not be able to do anything to him. Succubus Demon Clan's charm technique was hard to defend against, but as a powerful demon king, he had a high resistance to charm techniques. He immediately hugged Xia Ya to stop her from secretly plotting against him. As long as Xia Ya dared to show any improper intentions, he would attack her like a storm. He never thought that the one to attack him would not be Xia Ya, but her slave. He could roughly sense the strength of this slave. She was an existence equivalent to a demon commander, and he did not put her in his eyes at all. However, when this demon commander attacked, he actually fell for it. In his anger, demonic chi surged out of his body, and he wanted to kill Xia Ya directly. As for the rules and possible punishments of the demon saint, he did not care. Xia Ya was obviously stunned as well. Bao Qi did not think that Yang Kai would attack, and she also did not think that Yang Kai would attack at this time. According to her plan, the best time to attack should be when she and Bao Qi were flirting. A man's vigilance would only be lowered at that time. Yang Kai's sudden attack was too unexpected, and she did not have time to react. Feeling the violent demonic chi in Bao Qi's body, Xia Ya screamed in an ear-piercing voice. Under the attack of the pure soul secret technique, Bao Qi was stunned again. In the next moment he suddenly saw a budding lotus flower quickly bloom in front of his eyes. At the same time, he felt intense pain in his head. The condensed demonic chi suddenly dispersed. Bao Qi did not even have time to roar before he felt his body become weightless. When he regained control of his body, he was no longer in the familiar palace, but in a strange place. His arms were empty. Xia Ya took advantage of the moment when he was in a daze to escape. At this moment, her face was pale and filled with lingering fear. Yang Kai stood not far away, quietly looking at Bao Qi with his hands behind his back. "Master, why are you?" Xia Ya looked at Yang Kai with some resentment, but soon remembered her identity and said in a tactful tone, "If you want to attack, you should have told me in advance. What do I need to tell you when dealing with a mere mid-rank demon king?" Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Xia Ya did not dare to say anything. She thought to herself, if I didn't run fast enough, I would have been killed by Bao Qi. However, she could not help but be shocked. The last time she was dragged into this world by Yang Kai, it was because her demonic heart had been severely damaged. For a moment, she could not move and could not resist. Although this world was strange, she also guessed that it was impossible for Yang Kai to casually drag people into it. There must be some conditions or a price to pay, otherwise he would really be invincible in this world. What was the point of cultivating? Bao Qi was much stronger than her. Xia Ya did not understand how Yang Kai had managed to drag him into this world. The situation in front of her made Xia Ya sigh in relief. Since Bao Qi had entered this world, his life and death were no longer in his control. Thinking of this, Xia Ya smiled from the bottom of her heart. "Bitch, you dare to plot against me?" Bao Qi was not surprised. He quietly looked at this world while coldly looking at Xia Ya. Xia Ya smiled and said, "Who can you blame for your own carelessness?" She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Master, let me kill him." "Master?" Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Ya with disdain. "You actually call a demon commander master? What ability does he have to be superior to us demon kings?" "Xia Ya, you are really degrading yourself." Xia Ya smiled and said, "My master's strength is not something you can imagine." Bao Qi shook his head and said, "You are not worthy of being a demon king." Although his expression was calm, Bao Qi was a little surprised. He had thought that Sha Ya and this foreign race person had a master-servant relationship, but the truth was actually the other way around. What kind of strange ability did this demonized demon commander have? He was actually able to make a demon king submit to him. Speaking of which, his ability was really strange. He had not been able to defend himself against the two soul secret techniques he had just used. He had been careless and ended up in this damned place. Put on some clothes before we talk. Yang Kai glanced at Sha Ya. Sha Ya obeyed obediently. She quickly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. She was still as revealing, but it was much better than being naked. Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Qi and said, "You can probably guess the situation. There are only two paths in front of you." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised a finger and pointed at Sha Ya. "Like her, you will be used by me." Then he raised another finger and pointed at Bao Qi. "Or I will kill you." Chapter 2867. When Yang Kai said this, the two demon kings' expressions changed. Sha Ya said in shock, "Master, you want to take him in?" She thought that Yang Kai had come here to kill Bao Qi, so she put in a lot of effort. Succubus demons were a race that held grudges, especially female succubus demons. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would remember any bit of hatred until the end of time. Bao Qi had only humiliated her once before, but she could not forget it. When Yang Kai asked where the demon king was, she immediately sold Bao Qi out. She thought that Bao Qi would definitely die if Yang Kai brought him into this world. She was secretly feeling happy, but she suddenly heard that Yang Kai had other plans. This was not a good development. If Bao Qi was really taken in by the Wizard Master Bull, wouldn't she have to work with him in the future? Sha Ya could not accept this when she thought about it. "You want to take me in?" Bao Qi also looked at Yang Kai with a funny expression. His mouth was full of ridicule, but he finally could not help but laugh out loud. He said in disdain, "Arrogant foreign race, I don't know what method you used to make this bitch submit, but if you want to take me in, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This king and this bitch are different." Sha Ya said with a cold expression, "Watch your mouth, isn't that right?" Bao Qi coldly snorted and glared at her, but he did not argue with her. He only stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. Although he had made up his mind to not lower his head to this foreign race, this world was indeed a bit strange. He had to be on his guard, so he did not want to fail miserably. The only thing he could do now was to figure out where this damn place was and leave before making any plans. "Sha Ya, is he very stubborn?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked. Sha Ya immediately said, "He's very stubborn." He even dared to talk back to the demon saint master. Bao Qi had a proud look on his face, as if it was something amazing. Sha Ya continued, "So, master, don't waste your breath on him. Just kill him and be done with it." She suggested with a malicious expression, but she had her own plans in mind. Not to mention that she didn't want to work with Bao Qi. If Yang Kai subdued another demon king, then her uniqueness would disappear. His position in Yang Kai's eyes was bound to be affected. Therefore, she could not wait for Bao Qi to die as soon as possible. "Then there's no other way." Yang Kai nodded slightly and decided to cut the Gordian knot. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently covered Bao Qi. Sha Ya's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she cursed in her heart. He was looking forward to seeing Bao Qi's tragic end. Bao Qi suddenly activated his demonic energy and pounced forward the moment Yang Kai made his move. Yang Kai raised his hand and clenched it slightly, causing Bao Qi to be horrified, because he suddenly felt an incredible force tightly binding him. He was a dignified demon king, but it was as if he had suddenly become a newborn baby, unable to resist at all as he was fixed in place. His eyes trembled violently and his body turned cold. The demonic chi he activated was also suppressed by an invisible force in his body, unable to move. He had been cultivating for so long. Bao Qi had never encountered such a situation before. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Sha Ya laughed loudly. "In this place, my master is the ruler. Even the demon saint is no match for him, let alone you?" 3 months ago, when Yang Kai subdued her, he had said this to her. At that time, Shaya did not think much of it and thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. However, reality proved that Yang Kai indeed had the power to rule everything in this place. Today, when she said this to Bao Qi, she couldn't help but take pleasure in his misfortune. Bao Qi's face flushed red. It was obvious that he was resisting with all his might, but in front of the magnificent power of the world, a demon king's resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree, clearly overestimating himself. Yang Kai's left eye changed color again. A golden light flashed. He looked at Bao Qi's eyes and activated his spiritual energy, destroying Bao Qi's spiritual energy without hesitation. Bao Qi screamed miserably, his face twisted. Having his spiritual energy forcefully destroyed like this caused him a lot of damage. Looking at Bao Qi's miserable appearance, Shaya's smile became even more vicious, her face filled with pleasure. When Yang Kai's spiritual energy did whatever it wanted in Bao Qi's spiritual energy, Bao Qi's eyes rolled up and his body trembled violently. His towering body was instantly drenched in sweat. After a while, the golden light in Yang Kai's eyes faded. Bao Qi fell to the ground weakly, his aura weak. If one did not carefully sense him, they would have thought that he was dead. Shaya frowned, feeling a little unhappy, because she found that although Bao Qi was in a miserable state, Yang Kai did not really kill him. Just now, he had just planted a spiritual energy brand in Bao Qi's mind, just like how he treated her in the past. It was just that at that time, she had opened her spiritual energy, but now, Bao Qi was forced to accept it, so the treatment was somewhat different. But in any case, with such an outcome, she was afraid that she would have to work with Bao Qi in the future. Shaya could not help curling her lips. After standing in place for a long time, Bao Qi slowly stood up from the ground and stared at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. He, a demon king, had actually been subdued by a demon commander-level existence and branded with a brand in his mind. Bao Qi could feel that this brand had the ability to control his life and death. He had just mocked that bitch Shaya, but he did not expect that he would become the same as her so quickly. Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "If you are not convinced, you can kill yourself." Bao Qi's eyes flickered, but he did not have the urge to kill himself. It was not easy for him to cultivate to the level of a demon king, so how could he want to die? Although there was no lack of people in this world who would rather die than submit, Bao Qi was definitely not one of them. Very good. Yang Kai's lips curled, revealing an imperceptible smile. Then from now on, you are mine. Shaya's lips curled even more. Master, what orders do you have? Bao Qi asked with some difficulty. It was the first time he had addressed someone whose strength was lower than him as Lord, so Bao Qi couldn't help but feel a little awkward. When he asked, he tried to straighten his back as much as possible to show his remaining backbone. Eat this first. Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to him. Shaya's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Bao Qi reached out to catch it and asked hesitantly, "What is this?" Shaya harumphed, "Master wants you to eat it, so eat it." "Why are you asking so much nonsense? It's fine if you don't want to eat it. Just give it to me." Shaya could not forget the taste of a spirit pill she had obtained from Yang Kai the last time. She had never thought that such a thing could exist. It was laughable that Bao Qi did not know what was good for him and was actually so cautious, thinking that it was some kind of poison. Did he not think about it? Now that the master had planted a brand in his mind, there was no need for him to use any kind of poison? Hearing her say this, Bao Qi immediately understood that this thing was probably not bad. He opened the bottle with a cold laugh and poured the spirit pill into his mouth without even looking at it. In the next moment, his expression changed and he could not help but sit down cross-legged. The pain from the injury to his divine sense lessened a lot, and he even revealed an extremely happy expression. Shaya revealed a disappointed expression and turned to look at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression. A jade bottle flew towards her and Shaya happily caught it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Master, for your reward. Shaya will definitely work harder." Half an hour later, Bao Qi opened his eyes. There was still some shock on his face. He found that the thing he had just taken had an extremely powerful healing effect. It had greatly nourished his injured soul. Although it was not completely healed, it was no longer a big problem. He only needed to rest for 1 or 2 months to recover, and there would not be any sequelae that would affect his future. What was that? Why had he never heard of the outsiders having such a thing? While he was in a daze, he suddenly heard Yang Kai say, "My name is Wizard Nyo. You can call me whatever you want." "Yes, Wizard Nyo, Master," Bao Qi replied respectfully. "Now, tell me about the deployment of your people." When Bao Qi heard this, he could guess what this Wizard Nyo was planning. He hesitated for a moment and could not help but sigh. He did not hide anything and revealed all the details of his people. He also knew that hiding anything from the great wizard in front of him was useless. After listening, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. There are quite a lot of people. Bao Qi actually had 6,000 to 7,000 people under his command. This number had already surpassed the current Wizard Nyo clan and was more than double the forces under Sha Ya's control at the time. After 3 months of replenishment, the Wizard Nyo clan only had 5,000 people. With such a large number of enemies, the Witchcraft Bull tribe would inevitably suffer casualties if they were to face them head-on, even with the support of the witchcraft. After all, it was a war involving more than 10,000 people. It was impossible for there to be no casualties. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "How about this? After you go out, do this." After giving some instructions, Yang Kai sent Bao Qi and Shaya out of the small sealed world. Inside the room, Shaya looked at Bao Qi with a sneer. "Don't mess this up, or I'll teach you a lesson." As the first demon king to pledge allegiance to Yang Kai, although Shaya's strength was not as good as Bao Qi's, she still acted strong enough to solidify her unique position in Yang Kai's heart. If Shaya had said such words before, Bao Qi would definitely have quarreled with her or even fought with her, but now that he was in a bad mood, he was not in the mood to argue with her, so he just nodded gently and said, "Master, rest assured." "Good, then I'll wait for the good news." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he signaled to Shaya with his eyes and the two flew out of the palace one after the other, turning into black chi that rushed out of the city. After the two left, a few demon commanders immediately rushed in. One of them with a square face looked at Bao Qi and asked, "Master, why did that bitch come here?" Bao Qi's expression was cold as he said lightly, "Nothing, she just came to ask for reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" The few demon commanders were shocked. Bao Qi said, "A group of foreign races have their eyes on her, so she came to ask for reinforcements." Saying so, he pointed to the square-faced demon commander and said, "Take 2,000 people with you and see the situation." Chapter 2868. On top of the tall and mighty demon beast, the square-faced demon commander stood straight with a demonic chi lingering around him. He led the way, with 2,000 subordinates following behind him. Among these 2,000 people, a portion of them were transformed demons that did not have intelligence and only knew how to listen to orders. The other portion were members of the 100 clans of the demon race. This was the power that he could control now. The group did not move quickly, as if they were not going to war, but to a field trip. The square-faced demon commander was not in a hurry. After all, Master Bao Qi had already said that he was only going to bring some people as a gesture. As for whether or not he could provide any real help to Shaya, that was up to fate. The square-faced demon commander actually looked down on the licentious succubus demon. Of course, the main reason was that he was jealous of Bao Qi. He also felt that his own demon king master was making a mountain out of a molehill. That bitch was only going to ask for help, but Master Bao Qi actually wanted to bring 2,000 people. He was giving her too much face. That succubus demon must have served Master Bao Qi very well, which was why she was able to receive such help. Thinking of this, the square-faced demon commander could not help but reveal a wretched smile. He had also tasted a succubus demon, and it was indeed different. As the demon king of the succubus demons, Shaya was naturally not someone that other succubus demons could compare to. When he became a demon king one day, he should go and have a taste of that bitch's ecstasy. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he suddenly sensed some abnormal movements. The square-faced demon commander immediately collected his thoughts and vigilantly looked forward. When he saw what was happening, he could not help but say in surprise, "Shaya, Master?" He saw that Shaya, who had just left half a day ago, was actually coming back. He did not know why this woman had come back. Although he looked down on her, she was still a demon king, so the square-faced demon commander could only maintain the appropriate respect. The demon beast under him stopped. The 2,000 people behind him also stopped. Bao Qi is quite obedient. Xia Ya's voice was soft as she revealed a meaningful smile. The square-faced demon commander frowned as he felt a sense of danger. Xia Ya's attitude and expression made him feel uneasy, so he instinctively looked around. The square-faced demon commander was shocked, because he found that this place was actually a perfect ambush area, surrounded by mountains that reached into the clouds, and there were only paths in front and behind them. Something seemed to be surrounding them from all directions, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Even the most of demon race members would be able to feel it, to say the square-faced demon commander himself. He listened carefully, and his face suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Prepare for war." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge shadow soared over from an unknown place, spreading open their wings and blocking the light above their heads. The demons looked up and saw that it was a giant eagle. "I've been ambushed." The square-faced demon commander immediately had this thought, but he did not know who had ambushed him. And what role did that demon king, Xia Ya, play in this? Wasn't he supposed to go to the rescue this time? How could he have been caught off guard without knowing what was going on? Although the demon race reacted quickly, the enemy was even faster. After a round of arrow rain, the forest in all directions suddenly flashed with a large number of lights. Those circles of lights were colorful and dazzling to the eyes. Dozens of tall demon beasts rushed out from the side. Riding on the demon beasts were burly barbarian warriors. They all had cold expressions and were filled with killing intent. "Outsiders!" Shouts resounded through the clouds. The square-faced demon commander turned his mount around, drew his weapon, and raised it high. Just as he was about to shout something to boost morale, he suddenly smelled an intoxicating fragrance. A soft voice came from behind him. "I'll be taking your head." The next moment, the square-faced demon commander's vision suddenly turned. He stared blankly at the scantily clad demon king, Xia Ya. His neck hurt a little. When he looked down, he saw a headless corpse falling from the demon beast's back. The battle was imminent, but the square-faced demon commander was suddenly killed. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. They all stared blankly at Xia Ya. Their minds were in a mess. Xia Ya chuckled. Her body flashed, and she turned into a cloud of black gas, drifting into the distance. At this moment, the barbarians who had been buffed by various wizard spells had already surrounded them. The charging cavalry charged into the enemy group like a hot knife through butter. As the cold light flashed, the demon race fell one after another. The 10 regular squads that followed closely behind also blocked off the surrounding space. They did not look like they would let any demon race go. The battle started in an instant. 5,000 people against 2,000 people. The outcome seemed to have been decided long ago. In mid-air, Xia Ya's figure reappeared. She was holding the head of the square-faced demon commander in her hand. She said in a crisp voice, "Master, my mission is complete." Kai Yang gently nodded, his eyes looking down deeply. Butterfly stood quietly behind him, like a shadow. The battle had reached its climax since the beginning. The wizard bull tribe who was preparing to charge had the mentality of annihilating the demon race. Although the demon race members who were ambushed did not have the guidance of the demon commander, they were still well trained. They defended against the wizard bull tribe's frenzied attacks while looking for a chance to survive. Screams of agony could be heard. Corpses fell one after another. The smell of blood filled the air. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs flew everywhere. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the other hand, the wizard bull tribe did not suffer any casualties at all. After 3 months of continuous fighting, the wizard bull tribe had already familiarized themselves with the rhythm of the battle. They were able to complement each other and complement each other. Although they had the advantage in terms of terrain and numbers, no one was in a rush. They slowly nibbled away at the demon race's defensive line and slowly pushed them to the end of the road. Yang Kai looked at the battle for less than 10 minutes before he retracted his gaze. There was no need for him to worry about the rest of the battle. It could even be said that he did not need to worry about this battle. He only asked Bao Qi to send 2,000 people into his encirclement. He also asked Xia to kill the square-faced demon commander. The rest of the battle was won by the wizard bull tribe. Xia was holding a head in her hand. She felt bored and threw it away. 2 hours later, the battle was over. Yang Kai did not need to issue any more orders. The wizard bull tribe's team leaders were the first to count the casualties. More than 10 wizards also began to treat the wounded. After resting for half a day, the wizard bull tribe continued to push forward. They left behind a messy battlefield and set up camp after 30 miles. 3 days later, another team of 2,000 people sent by Bao Qi entered the wizard bull tribe's encirclement. The battle situation was almost the same as 3 days ago. Under the ambush of the wizard bull tribe's 5,000 people, the 2,000 people of the demon race did not even have the strength to fight back. They were completely defeated. In every battle, the wizard bull tribe would lose some people. However, they would also receive more reinforcements. Many of the demon race's members were corrupted by the demonic qi and turned into demons. After 3 months of research, the Yu and Lu twins had already grasped some tricks and methods. The number of people who were saved was increasing. The success rate was also increasing. This was excellent news. After another 3 days of rest, Yang Kai waited for his clansman's bloodthirst technique's aftereffects to disappear before immediately leading the witchcraft bull tribe towards the demon city. Bao Qi originally had 6,000 to 7,000 people under his command. However, after 2 ambushes, he had lost 4,000 people. Now, there were only 2,000 people left in the city. This number was no longer a concern. When the wizard bull tribe arrived at Demon City, many people of the demon race were in an uproar. They did not expect these people to be so bold. Although there seemed to be a lot of people, the demon race did not take the wizard bull tribe seriously. Because they had the demon king, many people of the demon race stood on the city wall and pointed at the crowd below. It was as if Bao Qi could wipe out these thousands of enemies with a single move. What happened next caused their eyes to pop out of their sockets. They were extremely shocked. Lord Bao Qi had indeed appeared, but it wasn't the scene of him killing thousands of aliens by himself as they had imagined. Instead, he respectfully opened the city gates and allowed the aliens to enter, slaughtering the demon race as they pleased. Many people of the demon race could not believe that this was real. In front of the city gate, the high and mighty master Bao Qi lowered his head and said something to a young man covered in black gas. His attitude was respectful as if he was facing a demon saint. Many people recognized the young man. He was the guy who came with the demon king Xia a few days ago. At that time, everyone thought that he was a slave of Xia. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Even Xia was standing behind him, showing the appropriate respect. This was a confusing war. The demon race was wiped out without any reason. From the beginning to the end, Bao Qi did not intend to help. In just 2 hours, the demons stationed in the city had been completely annihilated. Even the sand demons, who were most proficient in survival, were unable to escape. Corpses were strewn all over the streets and alleys. It was an incomparably tragic sight. The wizard and the bull clan people cleaned up the battlefield. Yang Kai followed Bao Qi to the palace he visited last time. Xia will tell you what to do next. I am going to cultivate in seclusion. Do not disturb me if there is nothing important. After Yang Kai said this, he found a side room and walked in. Bao Qi was left looking at Xia with an unconvinced face. Xia smiled and said in a strange tone, "I hope we can get along well in the future." Bao Qi's face went black, thinking to himself that it would be strange if he was happy. He didn't want to obey Xia's orders, but with Yang Kai's words first, he didn't dare to disobey, only feeling extremely uncomfortable as if he had just swallowed a dead fly. Chapter 2869. Back then, Xia's territory spanned thousands of miles. It took the Wizard's Bull clan 3 months to wipe out all the demon race in that territory. Bao Qi's territory was even bigger. It was a few times bigger than Xia's. Naturally, he had more demon race under his control. Other than the 6,000 to 7,000 demon race members that were stationed in the city, There were about the same number of demon race members scattered around the city. Half a month. In just half a month, all the demon race members within 50,000 miles of the city were wiped out. All the demon race members that were stationed outside were summoned back by Bao Qi for the same reason. Then, they were surrounded by the Wizard's Bull clan. They could not fight back at all. The efficiency was incomparable to the previous 3 months. Bao Qi and Shea were guessing which demon king would be the next unlucky one. The two of them kept thinking about the demon kings that had offended them. They were preparing to submit their names to the Wizard's Master so that they would end up like them. Just as the two of them marked the demon kings as slaves in their hearts, Yang Kai suddenly came out of seclusion. He summoned the two of them and gave them an order that made the two demon kings feel uneasy. Without giving them a chance to question, Yang Kai turned around and left. Bao Qi and Shea were left staring at each other. Suddenly they shuddered. Isn't this method a little too extreme? What if it doesn't work? Shea was a little worried. Bao Qi no longer had the intention to go tit for tat with her. Although he did not like Shaya these days, he shared the same opinion as Shaya on this issue. He always wanted to persuade Sir Wunyo not to be so impulsive. However, he did not have the guts to do so. In the end, he could only sigh. Since the master has given the order, we have to obey. Then we can only comply. Shaya, you have to help me with this. Shea immediately jumped away. The master wants you to do this. I won't interfere. Bao Qi said, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can escape from this. Shaya chuckled. Since his lordship only asked you to do this, he must have his own plans. If he wants me to help you, he will. He would have said it earlier. If I help you, I'm afraid I'll ruin the master's plans. Bao Qi frowned. Although he felt that this was Shaya's excuse, it wasn't unreasonable. He sighed and went to prepare. Unlike Shaya, he did not have much contact with the Wizard Bull. After returning to the city half a month ago, the Wizard Bull had been cultivating in seclusion. Although the Wizard Bull did not seem to care about the outside world, Bao Qi knew about it. He saw everything that happened in the city. This mysterious feeling of distance made Bao Qi even more fearful of the wizard. Not long after, Bao Qi's demonic qi surged out from the city wall. Streams of demonic qi separated from his body like living creatures. Then, it twisted and changed in midair. They turned into black crows one after another, circling and dancing in the air, cawing chaotically. Bao Qi waved his hand, and the black crows flew out in all directions. There were more than 20 of them. Looking in the direction that the black crows had left in, Bao Qi suddenly shivered. If this plan were to succeed, the demon army would most likely suffer heavy losses. Even though it wouldn't affect their foundation, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to their morale. The next few days were uneventful. Since the Voodoo Bull clan didn't need to fight anymore, they had been recuperating in the city, while Yang Kai had been staying behind closed doors, trying to break through to the level of Magus King. The laws of heaven and earth in the ancient world were different, giving birth to a special group like the wizard. However, no matter how many paths there were to reach the peak, the final destination was the same. Yang Kai had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Practicing the wizard method in this ancient world allowed him to comprehend many things by analogy. The more he practiced, the more he realized his previous weakness. He believed that if he had the chance to leave this mystery realm, even if his cultivation did not increase, his strength would increase greatly. 5 days later, Yang Kai came out. Bao Qi and Shea respectfully guarded outside the door. Let's go. Yang Kai gestured and took the lead. The two demon king respectfully followed behind. After a long day, Yang Kai came to a stop in the wilderness. Looking around, there was no one around and it was extremely quiet. You chose this place? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Bao Qi respectfully replied. He hesitated for a moment and said, if Master feels that there is a problem, you can choose another place. No need. This is the place. Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and spat out a rolling orb. Bao Qi and Shea curiously looked at the orb. They did not know what it was. Demon beasts and savage beasts in this land all had dantian. They had never heard of wizard beasts having dantian as well. Moreover, This rolling orb was emitting a very strange energy. It did not look like a dantian. Just when they were puzzled, the orb suddenly started to spin faster and faster. Suddenly, the orb disappeared and was replaced by a vortex visible to the naked eye. The vortex was chaotic and empty. It swallowed all the light and seemed to lead to another mysterious world. Bao Qi and Shaya were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to a realization. The vortex led to a world that they had been to before. In that world, the wizard master was omnipotent. He was comparable to a real god. So, that world was created by an orb. What kind of orb had such a strange ability? What kind of treasure was this? Even the demon saint master did not have such a treasure, right? Although they were shocked, Bao Qi still said, "Master, forgive me for being blunt. Although this entrance looks mysterious, it might not be able to fool the demon kings. The demon kings have always been vigilant. If I say that this is the entrance to the place where the ancient saint fell, they might not believe me." According to Yang Kai's plan, Bao Qi would send a message saying that he had found the place where the demon race's ancient saint fell. When the demon race invaded last time, there was indeed a demon saint that fell. This statement was also based on evidence. Therefore, it should attract the interest of many demon kings. The place where the demon saint fell might contain a secret that could allow a demon king to become a saint. Any demon king that pursued power would definitely not be able to hold back their curiosity and would want to come and investigate. As long as he could trick those demon kings into entering this entrance and going to that world, no matter how many of them there were, they would all be crushed by Yang Kai and become his slaves. Bao Qi had always felt that this plan was too risky and did not have much hope of success. Therefore, when he sent the message, he was somewhat unwilling and wanted to drag Shea into this. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. He had already sent the message, and he believed that many demon kings would come. However, this vortex in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like the place where the ancient saint fell. It was clearly a trap. Which demon king would foolishly walk into it? Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "What you said makes sense. However, what if it's like this?" While speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn. Immediately after, a surging and incomparably pure demonic qi suddenly spread out from his body. The moment they sensed this demonic qi, both Bao Qi and Shea were shocked and felt uneasy in the depths of their hearts. This was because even their demonic qi could not compare to this aura. This was the demonic qi that only a demon saint could possess. "But, are you a member of the demon race?" Bao Qi suddenly shouted excitedly, his face filled with excitement. Although he had already accepted his fate after being subdued by Yang Kai for so many days, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied deep down in his bones. He just did not dare to show it so easily. After all, he was a demon king, yet he was subdued by another race. It was truly humiliating. Only a shameless bitch like Shea would not care about it. A demon king had his own pride and dignity as a demon king. Now that he suddenly sensed the pure demonic qi in this young man's body, Bao Qi could not help but feel excited. This was the aura of a true ancient saint. Could it be that this young man was a descendant of an ancient saint? That's right. The last time the demon race invaded this land, they did leave behind some scattered bloodlines. It was said that there was a tribe called the Bone-Eating Tribe among the other races, and they had the bloodline of the demon race. If the wizard master Ox really did have the bloodline of an ancient saint and was a descendant of an ancient saint, then being subdued by him would not be a disgrace. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Bao Qi's eyes lit up, and for the first time, he felt that Yang Kai was so amiable. Shea also opened her mouth wide and stood dumbfounded. A thought flashed through his mind, and he finally understood why his demonic heart blood did not have any effect on the wizard master Ox a few months ago. Since his body was hiding such pure demonic qi, how could his demonic heart blood have any effect? Was he really a member of the demon race? But these days he had led the other races to slaughter countless members of the demon race, and he did not show any mercy. Why was that? If he was a member of the demon race, why did he have to go against the demon race? No matter what, the pure demonic qi flowing out of Yang Kai's body could not be faked. In the face of the two demon kings' shock and inquiry, Yang Kai only smiled lightly and did not give an answer. His mysterious appearance made Shea and Bao Qi's hearts itch even more unbearably. Of course, he was not a member of the demon race. The demonic qi he was activating now was just the ancient demon qi sealed in the dantian. If he had not practiced the wizard's technique, Yang Kai would not have dared to activate this power at will, lest the seal be broken and he accidentally become the demon race. But the wizard's technique seemed to have the ability to suppress demons, so it was not a big problem for him to draw out a little bit of demonic qi. As long as the seal was not completely broken, he would not have to worry about the danger of becoming the demon race. The pure ancient demon qi flew out of Yang Kai's hand and slowly enveloped the vortex. In an instant, the vortex leading to the small sealed world had an eerie feeling of demonic qi, as if there was some huge secret about the demon race hidden inside, attracting any member of the demon race to investigate. Even Bao Qi and Shea felt that if they had not seen Yang Kai's trick with their own eyes, they would have definitely thought of a way to go in and take a look. Bao Qi's expression turned solemn as he said in admiration, "If that's the case, we can deceive those demon kings." Chapter 2870. In the wilderness, in front of the small sealed world disguised as the entrance to the place where the demon saint fell, Bao Qi sat cross-legged alone with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for someone. The entrance to the vortex that could be seen with the naked eye was now hidden by Yang Kai in the void, making it difficult to detect. Only a Demon King level master could feel the pure demonic qi coming from the void. Yang Kai and Sha Yo were nowhere to be seen. After waiting for less than half a day, Bao Qi suddenly opened his eyes and stared deeply into the void in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "So what if you're here? Why are you hiding?" Suddenly, a strange laughter came from the void. Then, a black shadow appeared out of thin air. The person was wrapped in pure devil qi, which covered the person's body. It was impossible to see the person's face clearly. It was even impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman. The person's voice was magnetic and neutral, as if it contained a strange magic power. "Makoto!" Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of the person who came. The Shadow Demon Makoto, the strongest existence of the Shadow Demon clan, and his true strength was even stronger than Yang Kai's. The Shadow Demon clan was good at concealment and assassination, and as the Demon King, Makoto was one of the best. Among all the Demon Kings, he might not be the strongest, but he was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Because once targeted by him, no matter how strong the Demon King was, they would not dare to say that they could survive. He could always find the most suitable time to launch a sneak attack, and the best place to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Bao Qi did not expect that the first to come here would be the Shadow Demon Makoto, which made him a little nervous. In a head-on confrontation, he was not afraid of the other party. But this guy had always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. If it was a life-or-death battle, Bao Qi felt that he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. "It seems that I'm here early." Makoto chuckled. His temperament seemed to be extremely lively. Even though his body was wrapped in black demonic qi, Bao Qi still felt that his eyes were staring at him. "You said that this is the place where the ancient saint fell? Where is it? Why didn't I see it?" "It's behind me. Sense it carefully." Bao Qi remained calm. As expected, Makoto began to investigate carefully. He immediately noticed the hidden entrance, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Clearly, he had also sensed the pure demonic qi, and his tone immediately turned grave as he asked, "Are you certain that this is the place where an ancient sage fell?" Bao Qi snorted. "What else could such an obvious feature be? But I can't guarantee it. I'm at least 80% sure." Makoto did not respond, as if agreeing with Bao Qi's words. Before entering, no one dared to make a 100% guarantee. However, the aura that was being emitted was truly unbearable. "How did you find such a hidden place?" Makoto asked casually, but Bao Qi knew that he was being cautious. "This is my territory. I discovered it by accident." Bao Qi was naturally prepared for such a question. "You're quite lucky. Since you've discovered it, why don't you go in and take a look instead of inviting me over? If I'm not wrong, you must have invited others as well, right?" Of course not just you, Bao Qi answered slowly. But I don't know how many will come in the end. After all, this is the place where an ancient sage fell. There may be a secret that will allow us to enter the ancient sage realm, but there may also be danger. I, Bao Qi, haven't lived long enough. I want to live a few more years, but I don't dare to go in alone. Makoto sneered, as if he was mocking Makoto. His entire body was wrapped in black qi, and he circled the entrance of the vortex to investigate. Bao Qi said, "If you're willing, you can go in and take a look now. I believe that with the abilities of your Shadow Demon clan, there shouldn't be too much danger." He couldn't wait for Makoto to lose his patience and enter that world. As long as he entered, his life and death would no longer be in his control. Makoto seemed to be tempted by his suggestion. He stopped moving, and after thinking for a while, he still refused. "Let's wait for the others to come. You haven't lived long enough, and neither have I." The place where an ancient sage fell was suspected to be dangerous. How could he be willing to lead the way for others? Bao Qi grunted and didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing. Makoto walked a few rounds in boredom. He was also a little bored, so he simply stayed by Bao Qi's side, motionless like a shadow. The two of them waited here for 2 days. Demon kings continued to arrive. These demon kings were all well-known figures in their respective clans. Even if Bao Qi didn't have much interaction with some of them, he was still familiar with their names. The number of people who came exceeded his expectations. This made him a little nervous. He thought that it would be good enough if 10 people came under his invitation. After all, the demon kings weren't idle. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with some of the demon kings. But in just 2 days, 15 demon kings had already come. More than half of them were stronger than him. It seemed that he had underestimated the attraction of becoming a saint to everyone. With so many demon kings, could the wizard master cow eat them all? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. With so many demon kings gathered, the wasteland was instantly filled with demonic qi. Every demon king who came here naturally had to ask Bao Qi about the situation here. Then, they would personally check and confirm that there was nothing wrong before they stayed. It had to be said that the entrance of the vortex that Yang Kai came out of was quite decent. At least it didn't arouse any demon king's suspicion. It was rare for them to gather together, so naturally, the demon kings who were familiar with each other were chatting loudly. They boasted about how many experts of other races they had killed and how many beauties they had captured. When they were talking excitedly, their saliva was flying everywhere. Whenever there was a slight verbal conflict, they would get ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, everyone was relatively restrained. Even if there were conflicts, they were just talking. They didn't really fight. "Bao Qi, what are we waiting for?" A demon king with flames all over his body suddenly stood in front of Bao Qi. The scorching flames seemed to be able to melt the void. This guy looked different from the other demon kings. His skin and flesh were incomparably red, just like lava from a volcano. Flame Demon Galen. His strength was above average among the demon kings. His temper was also relatively impatient. After waiting for 2 days, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The other demon kings also cast inquiring gazes at Bao Qi. Although Bao Qi's strength wasn't the strongest among the demon kings, and could even be said to be above average, this was his territory. This exploration of the ancient saint's fallen land was initiated by him, so everyone would give him some face. Bao Qi looked around and said, "The agreed date is tomorrow, but since everyone is anxious, let's start now. In any case, the number of people is almost there. Those who didn't come can only count themselves unlucky. What do you all think?" The demon kings naturally didn't have any objections. 15 demon kings were gathered here. Even if the ancient saint's fallen land was really dangerous, with their strength, they wouldn't be helpless. On the contrary, the more people there were, the more competition there would be. Who knew what was going on inside? Bao Qi's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Just as Bao Qi was about to say something, a sweet voice suddenly came from afar. I'm late. Brothers, I'm really sorry." After saying that, Shaya appeared in front of the demon kings in a flirtatious manner. She arrived in front of them in just a few steps. Seeing Shaya appear in time, Bao Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two's gazes met, and nothing was said. Trash! A low growl was suddenly heard. Then, a tall skeleton suddenly stepped forward to meet Shaya. This skeleton didn't have any flesh on its body. Its bones were pitch black as if they were dyed with a layer of ink. Only its eyes had eerie, ghostly flames pulsing. Bone Demon Felix. As he spoke, he walked towards Shaya, emitting a dangerous aura. This sudden change shocked Bao Qi and Shaya. They didn't know why Felix looked like he didn't like Shaya. Although the succubus demon didn't have a good reputation, they had never heard of any conflict between Felix and Shaya. Bao Qi cast a questioning look at Shaya, but Shaya's expression was full of innocence. Just as she was hesitating, Felix had already walked in front of Shaya. He extended his skeletal hand, grabbed Shaya's slender white neck, and raised it high. Shaya immediately couldn't breathe and struggled with all her might. She was like a powerless child instead of a powerful demon king. Shaya was helpless. If it was another demon king, she would have a way to save herself. However, facing Bone Demon Felix, who didn't have any flesh and didn't have any feelings, she couldn't resist at all. The bewitching arts she was proficient in had no effect on the Bone Devil clan. "What are you doing?" Shaya couldn't break free. Her face was red, and she could only ask with difficulty, looking pitiful. The demon kings watched on indifferently. None of them showed any pity for Shaya. Everyone knew that her pitiful appearance was just a disguise that could not be shown in public. "You betrayed the trust of the demon Saint Master, and you still have the face to live?" Felix's black chin moved as he made a strange sound. When he said that, Shaya and Bao Qi were shocked. They thought to themselves, could it be that the matter of me being subdued by the wizard Master Cow was exposed? But that couldn't be right. If it was really exposed, then Bao Qi wouldn't be safe. He would have been attacked by the other demon kings. But if that wasn't the case, why would Felix target Shaya like that? "What do you mean?" Shaya asked with a pale face. Half of it was because of Felix's torture, and the other half was to hide the uneasiness in her heart. "Felix, Shaya is a demon king. How did she betray the trust of the demon Saint Master? We would like to know. Do you know something?" A demon king jumped out and asked. The others also looked at Felix. Fei Li coldly snorted and said, "The territory under her rule has already fallen, and the 3,000 people under her have also been completely annihilated. Is such a person not a waste? Doesn't she deserve to die?" Chapter 2871. The demon kings were all shocked when they heard this. Firstly, it was because of the information Felix gave them. Secondly, it was because they didn't know anything about this. They had all dealt with the other races before. They knew what kind of methods the other races had. They had even personally killed some of their so-called experts, so they didn't think the other races were difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the demon Saint Master giving them the order to defend before they went into seclusion to heal, they would have taken the initiative to attack and conquer this land. Now that they suddenly heard Felix say that Shaya's territory had fallen and that all of her clansmen had been wiped out, they were naturally shocked. It can't be? How could the other races be that strong? That's right, Felix. Did you make a mistake? Although Shaya isn't very strong, she is still a demon king. How could the other races have such great ability? A few demon kings who didn't know the truth began to question, but even more demon kings chose to watch from the sidelines. Facing the questioning, Felix only sneered, "You can ask her whether or not it's true. I have no enmity with her, so why would I target her?" A group of demon kings immediately looked at Shaya. Shaya knew that she couldn't hide it, so she could only bitterly say, "Felix is right. The territory I rule has indeed fallen, and all 3,000 of my clansmen have been killed. This is my negligence and incompetence." Hearing Shaya admit it, the demon kings who had questioned her earlier immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes gradually turned cold as they looked at Shaya. It was a kind of coldness that was filled with disdain and contempt. Ever since they invaded this land, the other races had resisted until now. It seemed that they hadn't suffered any great losses. Even if the other races occasionally won, it was just some insignificant victories. Every demon king had never tasted the taste of failure. But on Xia Ya's side, not only had she lost her territory, even her clansmen had been wiped out. This was simply a disgrace to the demon race. She had indeed failed to live up to the expectations of the demon Saint Master. This kind of failure was enough to strip her of her qualifications as a demon king. She deserves to die. Felix's voice grew colder, as if he felt that Xia Ya's failure had made him lose face. This time, no one spoke up for Xia Ya. Even Bao Qi didn't dare to casually open his mouth, lest others see through him. Xia Ya was still lifted up in the air. Feeling the strength of Felix's skeletal hand, she could not help but laugh. I do deserve to die. But I want to tell you that my clansmen didn't die in vain. They fought a bloody battle with over 10,000 outsiders, and not a single one of them retreated. Before they died, they made the outsiders pay a huge price. Bao Qi heard this. Of course, he knew that she was talking nonsense. However, the expressions of the other demon king changed. It was as if he had seen his 3,000 tribesmen desperately resisting the encirclement of enemies several times their number, not willing to compromise at all. In the end, they were tragically annihilated because of the disparity in strength. The coldness on their faces melted a little. Then why don't you accompany them to die? Fei Li seemed unmoved, only the ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped slightly. Xia Ya opened her mouth, but did not quibble. She only said, just kill me. After losing my territory and my clansmen, I really don't have the qualifications to be a demon king anymore. She no longer struggled. She looked like she was at the mercy of others. The ghost fire in Fei Li's eye sockets suddenly became cold. He nodded slightly and said, you finally have some shame. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death. As he spoke, he was about to give Xia Ya a fatal blow. Bao Qi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Wait a minute. Fei Li turned his head to look at him. Xia Ya could not help but let out a sigh of relief, but her expression did not change at all. She still looked like she was facing death with equanimity, so that others would not see her cowardice. Fei Li did not say a word. He only looked at Bao Qi, as if he wanted to hear his opinion on this matter. Of course, begging for mercy was useless, since he had already made up his mind to kill Xia Ya. No matter who begged for mercy, it would not work unless the demon Saint Master gave the order. Xia Ya deserves to die, but she should not die by our hands. Bao Qi said calmly. As he spoke, he pointed at the disguised entrance and said, why don't we let her be the vanguard and see what is going on inside? I believe that no one wants to be the first to go in, right? As soon as he said that, the eyes of the demon kings lit up. They looked at each other, and a few of them lowered their heads to discuss something. They nodded one after another, obviously feeling that this was a good idea. The place where the ancient saint fell was indeed very attractive to the demon kings, but the unknown made them somewhat nervous. Even the ancient saint fell inside, so there must be some danger inside. Although they did not talk about it in detail before, everyone had thought about it in their hearts. Who would be the first to go in? It was undeniable that this was an extremely dangerous matter. The first person to go in might encounter a different opportunity, but it was more likely that they would encounter a danger that was difficult to guard against. The demon kings all cherished their lives. No one was stupid enough to volunteer to scout for others. But there was a good candidate in front of them. Fei Li did not move. The flickering ghost fire in his eyes calmed down a lot, as if he was thinking about something. Bao Qi struck while the iron was hot and said, Fei Li, if you want to kill her, I won't stop you, but you have to be the first to go in. According to Bao Qi's previous plan, he would take the initiative to be the vanguard to eliminate the doubts in everyone's hearts. In any case, he knew where the vortex in front of him led, so there was definitely no danger. But if he did that, his persuasiveness and credibility would be reduced by a lot. After all, this place where the ancient saint fell was discovered by him. But if it was Xia Ya who did this, it would be different. As long as she made a round inside and came back, no one would have any doubts. Fei Li snorted coldly and swung his hand, throwing Xia Ya heavily to the ground. His dark chin opened and closed, saying, Xia Ya, you heard it. I won't kill you this time, but you have to prove the value of your existence. Shaya coughed lightly and stroked her neck. After a while, she finally caught her breath. She looked up at the demon kings with a pleading expression, as if she was unwilling to be the vanguard. But who would pay attention to her? In the end, Shaya could only sigh. She activated her demonic chi and walked toward the vortex. The demon kings held their breaths and watched. Shaya suddenly paused and said, "If I don't return in 2 hours, it means there is danger inside." After saying that, Shaya rushed into the vortex and was swallowed by the chaos and nothingness, disappearing without a trace. In front of the vortex, the demon kings were completely silent. They waited quietly, but every pair of eyes was staring at the entrance with expectant expressions. Shaya said that if she didn't return in 2 hours, it meant there was danger inside, but if she really didn't return in 2 hours, the demon kings present wouldn't give up easily and would instead try to find a safer way to enter and investigate. At the same time, inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai looked at Shaya, who walked in faintly, and nodded. "You did well." Shaya was taken aback. Only now did she realize that even if Yang Kai was hiding inside, he was still aware of what was happening outside. She secretly thought to herself that it was fortunate she didn't have any bad ideas just now, otherwise, she would have had to face a storm right now. It was Bao Qi who reacted well. "I almost ruined everything." Shaya didn't dare claim credit. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There are always some small accidents, but it doesn't matter. This is more perfect than the previous plan." Shaya smiled and said, "Then I'll wait here for half an hour and then go out and tell them there is no danger here?" Yang Kai said, "Words alone are not enough to make them lose their minds and rush in recklessly." Shaya asked curiously, "Then what should I do?" "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Since he didn't explain clearly, Shaya didn't dare to ask and could only stand there quietly and wait for time to pass. Half an hour later, in the wilderness, the demon kings who were quietly watching the entrance of the vortex suddenly looked shocked, as if they had discovered something, their eyes becoming more and more focused on the vortex. Under their watchful gazes, they suddenly discovered a strange ripple in the vortex. A graceful figure with a small and delicate tail appeared from within. "She's out!" Flame Demon's expression brightened as he shouted. Shaya had safely come out. In other words, even if this place where the ancient saint fell was dangerous, it was not enough to render the demon kings helpless. This was excellent news. The other demon kings also looked excited, but they also had some doubts. Because Shaya had actually come out of the vortex with her back to them. Not only that, the speed at which she emerged was extremely slow, as if there was some kind of force pulling her from the other side of the vortex. "What's going on?" someone asked. "What is Shaya doing? If she wants to come out, then hurry up and come out. Why is she showing her butt? Is she trying to seduce us? I have to say, that butt is really perky. It must feel good to touch." The group of people all talked at once, their words vulgar. Suddenly, Felix shouted, "She's in trouble." At this moment, the demonic chi in Shaya's body vibrated, and her entire body shot out, leaving only her arms in the vortex. It was as if she was tightly grabbing onto something and trying to drag it out of the vortex. "Hurry up and help." Shaya turned her head and shouted at the demon kings. No one moved. No one knew what kind of trouble Shaya was in. If they were careless and fell into the trap while trying to help, the losses would outweigh the gains. "What are you doing?" Bao Qi was even more anxious than the other demon kings. The plan was progressing smoothly, and as long as Shaya came out and told everyone that there was no danger inside, he believed that everyone would go in to investigate. At that time, his mission would be complete. But at this critical juncture, Shaya actually stirred up trouble again. This made Bao Qi anxious and angry. He did not know if this was the wizard master's plan, or if Shaya was acting on her own. Sacred artifact. Shaya's words shocked everyone. "I've caught the sacred artifact." What? The demon king's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 2872. Holy artifacts were treasures that only demon saint were qualified to wield. There weren't many of them in the entire demon territory, and all of them had the power to destroy the world. As demon kings, everyone had more or less seen a few holy artifacts before. They had sensed the destructive energy fluctuations coming from those treasures, so they naturally had some understanding of holy artifacts. Now that they suddenly heard Shaya say that she had caught a holy artifact, they were a little stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, Shaya didn't look like she was faking it. She had indeed caught something. So after a moment of hesitation, a few burly demon kings immediately rushed over and stood beside Shaya. They reached out to grab the vortex, but when they touched it, there was nothing. There was nothing at all. They turned their heads and looked at Shaya suspiciously. Shaya anxiously said, "Grab my hand." Only then did the demon kings come to their senses and grab Shaya's arm. As soon as they made a move, they were shocked. That was because they felt that there was a powerful force in front of them that was contending with Shaya. They all roared, and their demonic chi surged. Shaya immediately took a step back as if she had received divine help. Her arms, which had been hidden in the vortex all this time, were immediately pulled out. In the next instant, more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at the object in Shaya's hand with shock and greed. Strictly speaking, the object had not been completely pulled out. Only a part of it was exposed. It was the handle of a weapon. As for what kind of weapon it was, no one knew. However, the part that was exposed was emitting an extremely pure and dense demonic chi. It was an existence that was even more powerful than the demonic chi of the demon kings. It really is a holy artifact. A demon king muttered to himself. His eyes turned red in an instant. The other demon kings also had excited expressions. Even though the object in the vortex had not been completely pulled out and they had only caught a glimpse of it, none of the demon kings present doubted anything. This was definitely a holy artifact that only a demon saint could use. While they were still in shock and daze, an even stronger power suddenly came from the whirlpool. The power was so strong that even the demon king felt that they could not resist it. They cried out in alarm, and the demonic chi in their bodies became chaotic. Shaya let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted out from her snow-white hands. Her body jerked backward. She fell to the ground, and even the demon king that had helped her earlier staggered backwards. The whirlpool in front of them calmed down once again. The half of the sacred artifact had already disappeared without a trace. However, the demon king continued to stare at the whirlpool, as if he wanted to look into its depths. He was searching for traces of the saint weapon. Shaya's gasp brought everyone back to their senses. Only then did the demon kings remember to look at her, wanting to ask about the situation. Looking at Shaya's hands, they saw that her hands were a bloody mess. Her palms revealed her white bones. It was obvious that she had been injured in the fight with the sacred artifact. Such injuries looked terrible, but they were nothing to a demon king. What was worth paying attention to was the unique demonic chi that lingered around Shaya's wounds. Every demon king was watching, and every demon king's expression was extremely excited. This was because they could see that the demonic chi was the aura left behind by the sacred artifact. This made everyone know that what had just happened was not the water moon mirror flower. Shaya had really pulled out a sacred artifact from the whirlpool. Unfortunately, she had failed at the last moment, and they could not see the sacred artifact's true appearance. It was a pity. "Shaya, what kind of sacred artifact was that?" the shadow demon asked. He had always been able to maintain his calm, but at this moment, his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was very excited. Shaya's eyes flickered with nostalgia. "A war hammer." "A war hammer." The demon kings took a deep breath. Bao Qi said in a low voice, "What did you see? Is there any danger inside?" Shaya shook her head. "There's no danger. That seems to be a very special world. I saw a sacred artifact, and I also saw the corpse of an ancient saint." The demon king's eyes lit up, and they all turned to look at the whirlpool. Although Shaya did not bring back much information, it was enough. Moreover, the sacred artifact that had appeared for a brief moment was a fatal attraction to the demon kings. Bao Qi took a deep breath and said loudly, "Everyone should have heard it. Since there's no danger inside." Before he could finish, the shadow demon suddenly let out a strange laugh. However, what surprised the demon kings was that the other side had appeared from the other side. His voice actually came from the other side. When he looked in that direction, he saw that Shadow Demon had actually entered the whirlpool in a flash. The black shadow that was left outside was clearly a smokescreen. When he entered the whirlpool, it collapsed and disappeared. "Makoto!" Bone Demon Felix shouted. Unwilling to be outdone, he immediately chased after him. When the other Demon Kings saw this, how could they still be in the mood to listen to Bao Qi's nonsense? If they were any slower, they would not be able to catch up with the heat. They immediately rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared one by one. Bao Qi stood where he was, staring at his former colleagues with a strange expression on his face. He was not in the mood to talk. After all of them had left, he looked at Xia and asked, "What was that?" He did not believe that it was a real sacred artifact, but he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he saw. Xia slowly stood up. Her bloody hands recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming white and clean again. She smiled and said, "Didn't you see clearly what it was?" Bao Qi frowned. But where did the wizard Master Cow get a sacred artifact? There were only a few demon saint invading this time. Although they had fought with the wizard saints of the other races before, no one died. Naturally, the sacred artifact would not be left behind. "Why don't you go in and take a look?" Xia chuckled and stepped into the whirlpool. She entered the small sealed world without the slightest hindrance. Bao Qi did not want to follow in. After all, he had tricked so many demon kings under Yang Kai's orders. Although it was not his original intention, he really did not have the face to face them. However, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and walked into the whirlpool. Inside the small sealed world, a group of demon kings were fighting fiercely, as if they were all mortal enemies. When the demonic chi surged, powerful divine technique was released one after another, each move ruthless and vicious. Bao Qi, who had just walked in, was shocked by the scene in front of him. He could not help but feel a little dazed. He instinctively thought that he was hallucinating, but when he took a closer look, he found that he was not seeing things. The demon kings who had gathered together just now were really fighting, and their attacks were very heavy. Just as Bao Qi was in a daze, his eyes were attracted by a war hammer in the air. The end of the war hammer looked very familiar. It was the same section he had seen before. Now that the entire war hammer was in front of him, he was even more certain that it was a sacred artifact. That was because the pure demonic chi emanating from the war hammer was not fake. During the battle, the sacred artifact war hammer kept changing owners. Whenever a demon king managed to snatch it, it would be attacked by the other demon kings. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to keep it. Even existences close to a demon saint like the Shadow Demon Makoto and the Bone Demon Philip could not do so. A bunch of idiots. Xia's chuckle came from the side. Bao Qi turned his head and saw that the wizard, Master Cow, and Xia had appeared beside him at some point. Xia looked at the battle below with a mocking expression. The wizard, Master Cow, looked indifferent, as if he was watching a group of children fighting. "Master, that sacred artifact." Bao Qi could not help but ask the question in his heart. "It's real," Yang Kai replied. Bao Qi was shocked. He wanted to ask more, but he did not dare to open his mouth. The demonic warhammer was naturally real. It was a spoil of war that Yang Kai obtained outside Maplewood City. It was the weapon of the ancient Cyclops demon. After Yang Kai refined it, he gave it to his avatar to use. However, the avatar had been fusing with the origin of the sacred spirit Stonefire and had not awakened until today. The demonic warhammer had not been used. Yang Kai used it today, and it was indeed an excellent bait. Even the demon kings could not resist the temptation of the demonic warhammer and stepped into the fray. "Master, is it okay for you to appear like this?" Xia asked curiously. It was strange. She and Bao Qi were just standing there and watching the show. Even if the other demon kings had doubts in their hearts, they were not in the mood to think about it. However, even though Yang Kai was standing there so casually, the other demon kings didn't seem to notice him and didn't even cast a single glance at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since I control everything, I naturally have a way to prevent them from seeing me." Xia said, "Oh." Yang Kai said, It's time for you to go on stage. Shaya said, Master, you must protect me carefully. As she said this, she shouted, I was the one who discovered the sacred artifact. It's mine. Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she joined the battle, looking as if she wanted to snatch the demonic warhammer. However, her strength was only at the bottom among the demon kings. Even though she put in a lot of effort into her performance, she was still unable to charge into the inner circle. She looked anxious and helpless. The battle between the demon kings was bloody and brutal. In order to snatch the demonic warhammer, they were willing to do anything. Not long after, someone was injured. However, the injuries did not stop the demon kings. Instead, it stimulated their ferocity and made the battle even more intense. The demonic warhammer changed owners again and again. After a round of confrontation, the weaker demon kings no longer dared to approach the center of the battlefield. They could only wander around the periphery and look for opportunities. This way, Shaya finally had a few companions and did not seem so unique. This chaotic battle between the demon kings lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, an angry roar sounded, All of you, stop. The demon kings instinctively stopped. At the same time, they distanced themselves from the others and looked towards the source of the sound. On the other side, the bone demon Felix's bones had loosened a lot. A casual movement made cracking sounds. The flickering ghost fire in his eye sockets also seemed to have weakened a lot. It was the same for the other demon kings. Their originally powerful auras had weakened a lot. All of them were gasping for breath. The shadow demon Mokito was currently the owner of the demonic warhammer. Black gas wrapped around the warhammer and moved away from everyone. Felix did not look at the other demon kings. Instead, he looked towards the sky, the ghost fire in his eye sockets facing Bao Qi. Chapter 2873. Although he didn't say a word, the demon kings all felt that something was wrong. They all looked up at the sky. Although they all noticed Bao Qi's abnormality, no one was in the mood to think too deeply about it at the critical moment of fighting for the sacred relic. Now that he stopped, Bao Qi's calmness and the demon king's loss of self-control instantly became very clear. Bao Qi, you owe us an explanation. Felix's voice was bone-chilling. Why did you provoke the demon kings to fight? What do you want from this? Although the appearance of the sacred relic was somewhat inconceivable, Felix instinctively felt that this was a trap. It was a method Bao Qi used to make the demon kings fight. But he couldn't figure out why Bao Qi would do this. What kind of benefits could he get? The other demon kings frowned slightly before gradually coming back to their senses. Although they still had some attachment to the saint artifact, they still forcibly suppressed the restlessness in their hearts and turned their gazes to Bao Qi, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, as if they would teach him a lesson if he didn't give a reasonable explanation. Ha! Bao Qi couldn't help but sneer. His face was full of ridicule, as if he had stripped off a layer of disguise and revealed his true face. He lowered his eyes and looked at the demon kings below. He mocked, I thought you would fight until the end of time. I didn't expect there to be a smart person. As soon as these words were said, the demon kings' faces changed. If they were only suspicious before, then after Bao Qi said these words, they were already sure. This was really a trap. They didn't know what the hell Bao Qi was planning. He actually used a sacred relic as bait to make them kill each other. As this thought flashed through their minds, the demon kings' hearts burned with anger. Felix gloomily said, Bao Qi, you want to die. Bao Qi chuckled and said, Do you have the ability? You'll know when you try. As soon as Felix finished speaking, his bones suddenly burned with green flames. He didn't see how he moved, but he took a step forward and arrived in front of Bao Qi. He reached out and pinched him. Although Bao Qi's strength was slightly higher than Shaya's, he was still a level lower than Felix. According to the wizard classification, Shaya was considered a low-level wizard king. Bao Qi was a mid-rank wizard king, while Felix was a high-rank wizard king. The suppression of absolute strength made Felix feel that it was impossible for him to fail. His movements were light and casual, as if he was going to squash a fly. Bao Qi smiled. In the face of the ruthless attack of this demon saint, the demon king's expression didn't change at all, and the ridicule in his eyes became even stronger. Fei Li instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be shot. There was no time for him to think too much. He immediately made up his mind to take Bao Qi's life and let him know the consequences of doing wrong. The next moment, the wisps in Felix's eye sockets jumped. This was because his hand had involuntarily stopped 3 feet away from Bao Qi's face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch forward. Then, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was a young man who had been eroded by demonic qi, but he didn't lose his mind because his eyes were full of wisdom. His expression was indifferent. The aura emitted from his body wasn't that great, but Fei Li felt extremely uneasy. This feeling hadn't appeared for countless years. The last time it appeared was 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was just a skeleton that wasn't very strong. He walked unsteadily, as if his bones would fall apart at any time. At that time, he encountered the nemesis of the Bone Demon clan, Bone Crusher. He carefully hid in the bushes, not daring to move. He was afraid that the Bone Crusher would eat him as a meal. Recalling the feeling from 1,000 years ago, Fei Li wasn't surprised at all. Although he didn't have flesh, he could still feel a chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of his soul. He didn't know how this young man appeared in front of him. It was as if he had been standing there all along. The expressions of the other demon kings also changed several times. More than 10 pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. The demon kings who were fighting to the death just now gathered all their auras in one place. Even the shadow demon Makoto who had snatched the sacred artifact was no exception. They were moving closer to the other demon kings without leaving a trace. Master! Bao Qi bowed, using practical actions to show Yang Kai's high and mighty identity. Master? The wisps in Fei Li's eye sockets jumped again. He was surprised by Bao Qi's address. As a demon king, he would only call master when facing a demon saint. The young man in front of him didn't have the aura of a demon saint at all. Instead, he was more like a transformed demon dweller. What qualifications did he have to be called master by Bao Qi? The transformed demon dwellers had the lowest status in the demon race. They were even inferior to demon beasts. Most of the time, the value of these demon dwellers' existence was to be used as food for demon beasts. Who are you? Fei Li asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled at him. Fei Li was baffled by the smile. However, he didn't have the mind to think about other things in the next moment because a terrifying power suddenly came from the front. He, an existence close to a demon saint, was sent flying back without any resistance in front of this power. His bones rattled and were almost shattered. Fei Li let out a strange cry and fell back to the other demon king's side. The expressions of all the demon kings were somewhat sluggish. They looked at Fei Li in shock and then looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. They almost thought that they were hallucinating. This guy is strange. Fei Li shouted as soon as he landed. It was indeed very strange. His aura obviously wasn't that strong, but he was actually able to send him flying back. If he wanted to kill him just now, would he be able to resist? Bao Qi, what do you mean? Xia jumped out and shouted. She was filled with righteous indignation. What do you want? It had to be said that the succubus demon really had an unparalleled talent for acting. Her expression and tone showed her anger. The other demon kings didn't have the slightest doubt. And the question she asked was the answer that all the demon kings wanted to know. Bao Qi smiled and said, Xia, you asked the wrong person. It's not what I want but what my master wants. Xia sneered, Master? A guy who is equivalent to a demon commander has the right to call himself master in front of us. Bao Qi's face darkened. My master's methods are unimaginable with your limited IQ. Xia had said similar words to him a few months ago. Now that he repeated it, he actually had a strange feeling. It was as if he had become the Xia from a few months ago, and the group of demon kings below was him from back then. As if he wanted to show off his unparalleled strength, Yang Kai raised his hand slightly. The shadow demon Makoto suddenly let out a strange cry and involuntarily flew towards Yang Kai. In mid-air, the black gas that had been wrapping around its body suddenly collapsed, revealing an exquisite figure. This Shadow Demon King, who was mysterious even in the demon territory and whom no one had seen before, was actually a female demon race. And unlike the tall and mighty figures of the normal demon race, her figure was extremely petite. The group of demon kings were almost dumbfounded. The shadow demon Makoto was an existence that ranked very high among all the demon kings. No demon king dared to fight her alone. And all this time, Makoto had been shrouded in black gas. Other than the demon saint, no one knew her true appearance. Until now. So everyone was very surprised. They never thought that the Shadow Demon King's true appearance would be like this. Without the mysterious black gas, she looked like an ordinary demon race. There was nothing special about her, and even her appearance was extremely ordinary. Makoto was equally surprised and even shocked. It was not her intention to disperse the black gas. It was clearly the young man's method. What shocked her was that she could not resist at all. How could this happen? Even when facing the demon saint, she, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, would not be so helpless. At this moment, she could not help but have the illusion that her fate was controlled by someone else. And before this, she had always controlled the fate of others. Under the complicated gazes of all the demon kings, Makoto was dragged in front of Yang Kai. Makoto naturally did not want to wait for death. She instinctively wanted to resist, but she could not gather any strength. Her face turned pale as she looked at the young man in front of her in fear. The young man smiled at her, but she felt her hair stand on end. It was as if she was facing a prehistoric beast that could devour her. "This is mine." Yang Kai reached out and pointed at her. Mokito looked as if he had been struck by lightning. With a grunt, he fell down like a meteor. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He was clearly injured. This scene made the other demon kings feel their hair stand on end. It had only been a few breaths of time since this young man had appeared, but the ability he had displayed had already exceeded the knowledge of all the demon kings. He was like a god of this world, having the power to decide the life and death of anyone. The sacred tool that Makoto had snatched and held in her arms was now quietly floating in midair. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then casually threw it behind him. The demon warhammer immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared. No one knew where this young man had thrown the sacred tool to. At this time, no one cared about the whereabouts of the sacred tool. Everyone was thinking if they joined forces, would they be able to contend against this young man? There was definitely no chance of victory if they fought him alone. Even Philip and Makoto could not block one of his attacks, so what could the others do? There was no need to say anything. All the demon kings looked at each other and reached a consensus. "I am called Wizard Bull." Yang Kai floated in midair and looked down at everyone from above. This made his figure seem even taller. "As you can see, Bao Qi is my man." The demon kings did not say anything. This was obvious. "What do you want to do?" Shaya asked in a timely manner. Yang Kai smiled. "I want you to be like Bao Qi. Become my men." Chapter 2874. What a joke. Wishful thinking. Are you dreaming? The group of demon kings immediately shouted. Although this guy called Wizard Bull seemed invincible, it was impossible for them to voluntarily submit to him. Most of the demon kings were people who would rather break than bend. Shaya was an exception. Bao Qi stood beside Yang Kai and watched coldly. He sneered in his heart. Back then, he was the same as these demon kings, unwilling to submit to the Wizard Master Bull. But in the end, so what? The Wizard Master Bull did not even need his cooperation. He forcefully broke through his Knowledge Sea's defense and planted a brand in his Knowledge Sea. Learning from the mistakes of the past, the fate of these guys below would probably be the same. In this place, there was no one who could resist him. Ever since these former colleagues of his took the initiative to step into this world, everything had already been decided. "You want us to be your slaves just like Bao Qi?" Felix's chin moved as he laughed strangely. "Then I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Kill us all if you can." Another demon king shouted. This was the voice of all the demon kings. Other than Shaya, who had other plans, the other demon kings were unwavering. Yang Kai looked at him. The demon king looked back coldly, not showing any signs of weakness. Yang Kai suddenly nodded and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this point he suddenly raised his hand. The Demon King's expression changed, and his body involuntarily floated into the air. It was as if he was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and no matter how he struggled, he could not resist. The other Demon Kings naturally would not sit by and watch. As they exchanged glances, they activated their demonic chi and were about to rush forward. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai suddenly pressed down with his other hand. At the same time, an irresistible power descended between heaven and earth. That power was so strong that it was like the will of the entire world. It suppressed the 15 Demon Kings on the spot, making it difficult for them to even move their fingers. The demons' expressions changed. Although this wizard bull had shown an unimaginable power before, they still felt that they might not be able to defeat him. However, everyone felt that if they worked together, they might have a chance. With so many Devil Kings working together, even the Devil Saint would be flustered. But the truth was that they were scared out of their wits, suppressing 15 Demon Kings with just a raise of his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he did not use any strength. Demon Kings. The eyes of the Demon Kings trembled violently as they looked up with difficulty. Fei Li gritted his teeth. "Never bow down." The panic and bewilderment in the eyes of the Demon King called Cook disappeared. It was replaced with determination. He nodded and said, "I will never lower my head." He tried to raise his head and looked into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tightened his grip. There was a soft sound, as if he had crushed something. Cook, who had been floating in the air, suddenly broke into pieces. The flesh on his body turned into stone-like existences. They fell from the air and fell to the ground with a clatter. Cook was a stone demon. His flesh was like the hardest stone in the world. His defense was the strongest among all the Demon Kings. Even the Shadow Demon Makoto did not have the confidence to break through his defense in an instant and give him a fatal blow. But such a Demon King had been casually crushed by that guy called Wizard Bull. Moreover, he had crushed him through the air. The stones fell. They were Cook's flesh and blood. Among them were 3 heart-like things. Those were Cook's demon hearts. As long as the demon hearts were not destroyed, the demon race would not die. As long as any of the 3 demon hearts were left, Cook would have a chance to be resurrected. Puff, in the process of falling. The 3 demon hearts exploded one after the other. The pure and terrifying demonic chi swept out, turning the whole world dark. The Demon Kings felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They felt cold all over. Cook was dead. He died without doing anything. The 3 demon hearts were all destroyed. Even the great demonic god did not have the ability to resurrect him. Every Demon King knew that this was the wizard's method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. But they still could not help but feel shocked. He actually killed Cook. They thought that when he said that he would make them his slaves, he would more or less cherish their lives. After all, the dead could not be slaves. But he killed Cook without hesitation, as if killing a few more did not matter. "I forgot to tell you." Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back. He swept his eyes over the Demon Kings and said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. My ability is limited. I can only take 10 slaves. After all, your cultivation is higher than mine, so 10 is my limit. I can't do anything more. But there are still 15 of you, so..." Yang Kai smiled, "Some of you must die." That smile was imprinted in the eyes of the Demon Kings. They felt that it was even more terrifying than the anger of the Demon Saint. Bao Qi stood beside Yang Kai without saying a word. He did not know if Yang Kai's 10 number was true or not, but from what he knew, it should be true. After all, to plant the divine soul brand in someone else's mind, one had to pay a portion of one's attention. If there were too many splits, the body would not be able to bear it. The Wizard Master Ox's true realm was not too high. Being able to use the soul-splitting technique to enslave 10 Demon Kings was already shocking enough. Including himself and Shaya, there were only 8 spots left. And excluding Shaya, there were 14 Demon Kings present. In other words, he had to kill 6 more. The Bao Qi could calculate such a simple matter, then the other demon kings could naturally calculate it as well. For a moment, they all looked somewhat gloomy. Killing Cook was not only to set an example for others, but also a necessary method. Because there were too many people, it was useless for him to keep them alive. Realizing this, some of the demon kings' mentality changed. If not for Yang Kai's words, everyone working together was not a big deal. Living and dying together was a refreshing thing. But now that some people were going to die and some could live, the selfish side of the demon kings began to stir in their hearts. It took root and sprouted, and the atmosphere of a common enemy seemed to be broken in an instant. Yang Kai said again, "I'm not afraid to tell you, even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into my slaves. But I prefer people to take the initiative. After all, a forced melon is not sweet." Felix shouted in a low voice, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He wants to break our psychological defenses. As long as we persevere, there is nothing he can do except kill us. As demon kings, we would rather die than submit." This shout had indeed aroused the bloodthirst in the hearts of many demon kings. Being a slave of a different race was a disgrace. If the cultivation of this different race was not as high as theirs, then it would be an even greater disgrace. Yang Kai smiled faintly and did not stop Felix's bewitching. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at a demon king with red eyes. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Do you want to live or die?" The demon king had an unruly expression. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he sneered. His power was confined in his body and could not be used. He could only open his mouth and spit a mouthful of saliva at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Don't act like I bullied you. It was you who set foot on this land for no reason and burned, killed, and plundered my barbarian race. You are the invaders." The demon king laughed. "Then you can just kill me. In any case, this king has also killed many different races. Dying is not a loss." "As you wish." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tapped the demon king's forehead. Accompanied by a light poochie sound, a hole was pierced through the head of the demon king. Immediately after, several explosive sounds came from the demon king's body. The demon king's body softly fell down and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. "I will continue to ask until I have killed enough people. The rest of you will have to congratulate you. You will have the fortune to become my slaves." Yang Kai's tone was indifferent. Compared to the helpless demon kings, it was as if he was the real demon king. Standing in front of him was a weakling who could not obtain any protection. "So you better pray that the people I ask will reject me. That way the others will have a way to live." He walked step by step and soon arrived in front of Shaya. He asked indifferently, "Dead or alive?" Shaya's face was pale. It was as if the death of the previous 2 demon kings had given her a great shock. Even her expression had become panicked. Facing Yang Kai's question, she did not immediately answer. Felix shouted in a low voice, "Shaya, we will come to accompany you soon. Death is just returning to the embrace of the great demon god. There is nothing to be afraid of." Shaya snorted, "Felix, you make it sound so easy. The person being asked is me, not you. Dying is not a big deal, but dying in such an ugly manner would be a disgrace to our demon race." "You?" Felix was shocked. He looked at Shaya with a gloomy gaze. "Do you really want to? You have 3 breaths of time." Yang Kai slowly raised a finger and pointed at Shaya. Shaya immediately half knelt on the ground and lowered her head. Shaya is willing to pledge her loyalty to the wizard Master Bull. The expressions of all the demon kings changed. Most of them looked at Shaya with disdain and anger. They felt that it was a disgrace to be a demon king like her. Only a few people could empathize with Shaya when they saw her expression. Every race had people who were unafraid of death, and there were also people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Although the demon kings were strong, they could not avoid this rule. "Very good." Yang Kai showed a smile as he reached out and placed his hand on Shaya's head, putting on an act. When Shaya raised her head again, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Many thanks, sir." Saying this, she stood up and walked to Bao Chi's side. Bao Chi glanced at her and gave her a look of approval. To be honest, if he did not already know about Xia Ye's background, he would have been fooled by her. I should have killed you before. Felix gritted his teeth and shouted. Dying by his own hands was better than being enslaved by another race. This was the true disgrace to the demon race. Yang Kai turned around and shouted with a serious expression, I will ask you one last time. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Chapter 2875. For the last time, do you want to die or live? If no one is willing to surrender, I don't mind killing all of you. The Demon King is not only limited to you, I have many other choices besides you. Moreover, you don't have to feel ashamed. Those who don't surrender to me will die, and those who surrender to me will live. No one will remember your choice today except for yourselves. Last 3 breaths. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became a little impatient. He issued the ultimatum, then raised 3 fingers, and at the same time said with a cold expression, 3. After a pause, he continued, 2. All the Demon King's expression froze. They knew what kind of scene would happen after this wizard finished counting down. Without waiting for him to say the last number, a Demon King with a terrifying scar on his face immediately stood up and said in a low voice, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Master. He gritted his teeth and said these words. His expression changed, and it was obvious that he was struggling fiercely in the depths of his heart. The ghost fire in the eyes of the bone demon Philip didn't have any waves. When Xia Ye was the first to surrender to this alien, he had already expected such a scene, so at this moment, he didn't go and blame others. Standing to die, kneeling to live, this was their own choice. Some guys were willing to throw away their dignity and pride to show their humble side to the alien, and he couldn't care less. However, he knew that most of the Demon Kings present wouldn't be so cowardly. They were Demon Kings. The facts were indeed as Philip expected. Under the cold gaze of him and most of the Demon Kings, only a few Demon Kings chose to surrender with shame and uneasiness. They half knelt on the ground, not daring to look at their former companions, as if they were a group of children who had done something wrong and were waiting for Yang Kai's judgment. 5. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looking at the Demon Kings kneeling in a row below, and then looking around at the 8 behind, he smiled and said, It seems that you have all made your choice. Fei Li snorted. He looked at the 5 Demon Kings in front of him with disdain, then met Yang Kai's eyes. His eyes were filled with mockery. The number is just right. Yang Kai grinned. These words made the Demon King somewhat baffled. Yang Kai slowly raised his hand, his expression indifferent. Then now, please go to hell. The demon fire will not be extinguished. The demon race will not be extinguished. Fei Li shouted. The other Demon Kings also shouted, their faces showing that they were ready to face death with equanimity. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of the Demon King exploded into a bloody mist, and not even their bones remained. Even the demon heart hidden in his body had disappeared without a trace. Xia Ye's smiling expression froze on her face. Bao Qi's eyelids were twitching violently. The 2 balls of the wisps in Philip's eye sockets burned even brighter, revealing the shock in his heart. The other Demon Kings were also dumbfounded. Because the ones that were killed by Yang Kai were not the Demon Kings who would rather die than submit, but the 5 cowards who had shown him their sincerity. Killed the wrong person? Every Demon King couldn't help but have this thought, but thinking about it carefully, how could such a thing happen? If he didn't kill the wrong person, then there was only one explanation left. This was a deliberate move by the strange races. The ones he wanted to leave behind were not those cowards, but the remaining Demon Kings who would rather die than submit. No wonder he said that the number was just right, excluding Bao Qi and Xia Ye who had already submitted to him. The remaining 8 people were just the right number. What do you mean? Fei Li coldly looked at Yang Kai and asked. What do you mean? Don't you understand? Yang Kai slightly smiled. Fei Li said, We will never submit, you should just kill us. Yang Kai nodded and said, I have no doubt about this, you have also used practical actions to prove it. But as I said, even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into slaves. I need the strong among you, Those who take the initiative to submit are not of much use. His words made Xia blush. Back then, she had surrendered without being tortured. Now that she thought about it, it was fortunate that she was the first to submit to Yang Kai. If she had been in the same situation, she would have probably been killed. Just because of this, you humiliated them, mocked them, and then killed them? Fei Li's mood suddenly became agitated. If those cowardly demon kings were to die, then so be it. But Yang Kai's way of doing things still made him angry. Yes, just because of this. Yang Kai's expression was cold and emotionless. Only in this way can I get rid of those few trash. Fei Li still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand, not giving him a chance to speak, and said impatiently, "All right, now it's your turn." As he spoke, he reached out with his hand, and a demon king was directly in front of him. His left eye suddenly became golden, and he looked at the demon king with a dignified gaze. The demon king struggled with all his might, but he could not escape at all. And with the suppression of this world and the influx of Yang Kai's divine sense, the demon king's face gradually showed a trace of pain. Soon, the pain disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of comfort. When Yang Kai put him down, the demon king shook his head uncomfortably. When he raised his head to look at Yang Kai again, his gaze was somewhat complicated, but there was no longer any hostility. He bowed respectfully and stood beside Bao Qi and Xia without saying a word. "Welcome, Power Demon Yura." Bao Qi smiled. The Power Demon called Yura glanced at him and still did not say a word, which made Bao Qi feel embarrassed. Hey, what is this? This isn't good, is it? The Shadow Demon Makoto swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was not in the mood to continue using the secret technique to hide his body. Seeing a demon king who was unwilling to lower his head in the face of death being subdued by a different race in such a short time, Makoto was greatly shocked and felt uncomfortable all over. The other demon kings who saw this scene also felt the same. They were not afraid of death. If they were, they would not have stood in place and refused to submit. But they were afraid of being enslaved for no reason and becoming someone's slave. Even the demon Saint Master had never enslaved them before. If not for the suppression of this world, they would rather use their magic power to self-destruct than drag out an ignoble existence. Sadly, they did not even have the ability to self-destruct now. Another demon king was brought in front of that different race. Everyone could predict what would happen next, which made the hearts of the remaining demon kings turn to ashes. "Master, didn't you just say that a forcibly picked melon is not sweet? Just let us die, why go through so much trouble?" Makoto opened her mouth and shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned. "A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, but it quenches my thirst." Makoto's expression froze and her face twitched. What kind of bullshit logic is this? Just as she was feeling indignant, her body was involuntarily sucked over by Yang Kai. She sighed slightly, knowing that she could not escape no matter what, so she could only stand there helplessly. One by one, the demon kings were branded with the soul brand. Finally, it was Fei Li's turn. As the invisible leader of the many demon kings, Fei Li did have the capital to be proud. Even when Yang Kai branded him, he still tried to resist. Unfortunately, in the small sealed world, his resistance had no effect at all. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, the 8 demon kings led by Fei Li had finished dealing with them. Everyone stood together, looking at each other with strange expressions. Xia enthusiastically circled around the many demon kings, intentionally or unintentionally flattering Yang Kai's strength to dispel their dissatisfaction. This process consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength, but he had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so he could bear such consumption. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. In the small sealed world, the 10 demon kings all looked solemn and focused their attention on Yang Kai. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "I need you to do a few things for me." "Please speak, Master," Fei Li said somewhat awkwardly. "The first thing is to send all the transformed demons under your command to me. I know that each of you more or less have a few transformed barbarians under your command. I need those people." Fei Li nodded and said, "Yes." The transformed demons had a low status in the demon race, so no one would take them seriously. The second thing is, I want your demon beasts, Yang Kai said again. This request was more difficult than the previous one, but it was not impossible. Now that the Devil Saints were recuperating from their injuries, there was almost no one who could restrain the Devil Kings. They had the final say in their respective territories. If they wanted to send the demonic beasts away, their subordinates would not dare to question them. The third thing is to gather the subordinates of the demon kings I killed today. Also, be careful not to leak the news of their deaths. All the demon kings nodded in agreement. Fei Li said, Master, do we need to meet up with you after doing this? No need. Yang Kai shook his head. After doing this, you can do what you need to do. When I need you, I will naturally summon you. Makoto said, What if there are foreign races attacking us? Master, you know that your clansmen are fighting back everywhere. Yang Kai looked at her and said, It shouldn't be difficult to send your subordinates to their deaths, right? As soon as this was said, the 8 demon kings' expressions changed slightly. They had indeed been implanted with the soul brand by Yang Kai and had become his slaves, but it was still difficult for them to accept sending their clansmen to their deaths, even if this was Yang Kai's order. Yang Kai did not care what they thought. After saying what needed to be said, he sent them all out of the small sealed world. In the wilderness, the 8 demon kings went their separate ways. After watching the demon kings leave, Shaya smiled slightly and said, I thought Master would use them like before and then nibble away at their subordinates. Yang Kai said lightly, It's not a good thing to have too much power. Also, I need a little more time. The Wizard's Bowl clan originally only had 3,000 people, and they had already nibbled away 2 demon kings' troops. If they did as before, they would be invincible in a short time, but it would also attract the attention of the demon race. Chapter 2876. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, there were some changes in the Wizard Bowl tribe's camp. The most obvious change was the sudden increase in the number of people. After 3 months of battles, the army of 3,000 people had expanded to 5,000 people. After conquering this city, the number of people had increased by a lot, to 7,000 people. And now, the 7,000 people had increased by 2 to 3 times. The number of people was approaching the 20,000 mark. This was an extremely terrifying number. It was not a number that a great wizard could control. Only the Wizard King could command so many people. The extra clansmen were naturally sent over by the Demon Kings led by Felix. Under the leadership of Yu Lu and the other wizards, many of the clansmen had recovered their consciousness under the treatment. The wizard did not know where these demonized people came from. They just followed Yang Kai's orders and accepted them from time to time. During this time, Bao Qi and Shea also contributed a lot. If the 2 Demon King did not take the lead, the handover work would not have been so smooth. Every wizard was so busy that their feet did not touch the ground, but they were all happy. This was not the only good thing, because among the people who were sent over, there were some wizard existences. Originally, the Wizard Bowl tribe only had 12 wizards. But after a month, this number had increased to 40 to 50. Most of them were apprentices and wizards. Only a few were wizard-level existences. There was not a single great wizard. Thinking about it, the great wizard himself had the protection of wizard spells. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that they would be demonized. If they really encountered a strong demon race, they would definitely be killed. How could they leave them for Yang Kai? In addition, the Demon King's subordinates were also sent over. Originally, the cavalry of the Witchcraft Bull tribe only had a few dozen people. But now, it had expanded to 1,000 people. Once 1,000 cavalrymen charged, the might that they could cause was not to be underestimated. They would play a huge role in the future war. The number of people increased. Of course, the small teams had to be rebuilt. But Yang Kai did not interfere. He let Yulu do it. He believed that they could handle it well. The air cavalry went out to investigate every day. The range of investigation was also getting wider. According to the news, the barbarians' counterattack was quite effective. They had already recovered a large amount of lost land. Everywhere the army of the barbarians went, there were more victories than losses. Step by step, the demon race was suppressed to the north. As the vast line of defense shrank, the forces of the devil race gradually began to concentrate. The resistance encountered by the barbarian race was also getting stronger and stronger. Their resistance was also getting more and more intense. There were already several large tribes that had gathered all their forces to fight against the devil race. Both sides had victories and losses. That was indeed the case. On a certain day a month later, a sharp horn suddenly sounded in the encampment. It was a clarion call to gather everyone. At the same time, there was a knock on the door of Yang Kai's room. Rain's voice was heard. Yang Kai got up and opened the door. The twins were standing outside with a solemn expression. After seeing him, Rain immediately said, "Master, the Wizard King has summoned all the people of the southern barbarian tribe to gather at Jianghu." Yang Kai looked serious. "How long is the deadline?" "Within 10 days. Are they going to fight with someone?" Yang Kai frowned. Rain said, "The message said that more than 10 demon kings have gathered there, so they need to integrate all the forces of the southern barbarian tribe." "More than 10 demon kings." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The first thought that came to his mind was whether there were any of his people among the demon kings. If there were, then things would be easier. The sound of the horn was still echoing in the city. Since it was an order from the Wizard King, Yang Kai naturally couldn't disobey. He nodded and said, "Let the people get ready. We will set off in 2 hours." The twins nodded and turned to leave. 2 hours later, nearly 20,000 people gathered outside the city. Yang Kai didn't ride a giant eagle. Instead, he sat on the back of a tall demon beast and looked around at his army. He didn't say much and just waved his hand, "Let's go." The sound of neat footsteps sounded, and the rhythm of the footsteps was like the sound of war drums. Nearly 20,000 people were divided into more than 20 teams and marched toward Jianghu. After a while, Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Qi and whispered, "Ask Felix what's the situation with the demon race." Bao Qi gently nodded, and a black crow flew out from his body. It flapped its wings and disappeared from everyone's sight. The barbarians didn't find it strange. The march of 20,000 people was not a simple matter. The coordination, cooperation, and vigilance between the teams were all knowledge. Although it was the first time Yang Kai controlled so many people, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. His spiritual sense was strong, so after the first few days of not adapting, he was able to give out all kinds of orders in an orderly manner. He was like a commander who had experienced the battlefield. Although the army was large in number, their speed was not slow at all. On the way, they encountered some stragglers of the demon race. They killed all of them without any effort. The morale of the Wizard Bull division rose steadily. However, Yang Kai's heart was filled with a trace of uneasiness. Because Felix didn't reply, which made him feel that something bad was going to happen. Felix had been planted with his soul brand and had become his slave. Although he was too far away to feel his thoughts, Yang Kai knew that Felix would never betray him. But after a few days, he still didn't receive any reply. From what he could sense, Felix hadn't died. It wasn't until the 7th day that a small black dot appeared on the horizon. Yang Kai looked up and confirmed that it was a black crow formed by the demonic qi. This was the most common method that the demon kings used to communicate with each other. The black crow flew over, circled above the army for a while, and then landed on Bao Qi's shoulder. Bao Qi grabbed the black crow, and the lifelike black crow turned into a black gas that was absorbed into his body. Immediately after, Bao Qi's body shook, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Modo is here." What? Sha Ya's beautiful face turned pale as she looked at Bao Qi in shock. "How could he be here?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Who is that?" From the expressions of the 2 demon kings, he guessed that this Modo was definitely an incredible person. Otherwise, Bao Qi and Sha Ya wouldn't be so afraid. And for an existence whose name could have such an effect, it could only be, Modo is a demon saint. Yang Kai became more and more confused. Aren't the demon saint all healing their wounds? What's going on with this Modo? He turned to look at Sha Ya. He had basically gotten all the information about the demon race from Sha Ya. Sha Ya had indeed said that the demon saint were all healing, and the information from the barbarians had confirmed this. For someone as strong as the demon saint, it would take a few months for them to fully recover. Shaya said with a pale face, Master Moto, he should be new. Bao Qi said, he only recently arrived. Yang Kai was shocked. That's possible? Your demon territory can send a demon saint over at any time? If that was the case, then the barbarians had no hope at all. In the last battle between the saints, the demon saint and the wizard saint didn't have it easy either. Both sides were rushing to heal, which was why there hadn't been any activity from the saints in the past few months. But if the demon territory could casually send another demon saint over, the barbarians wouldn't have the power to resist at all. Bao Qi shook his head. It's impossible under normal circumstances. The last time the demon god opened the world barrier, enough demon race passed through. If more demon race passes through, the world barrier will definitely become unstable, and we won't be able to return. Master Moto might have paid some price to descend to this land. Shaya also said, the demon saint's methods are beyond imagination. Perhaps there's something we don't understand. Bao Qi took a deep breath. No matter what, the Moto demon saint is already here, and his target is the southern barbarians. Yang Kai's expression changed. Master, we can't go over. The reason why Felix replied so late is because the Moto demon saint is by his side, so he doesn't dare to casually send a message. But according to the information he received, the Moto demon saint wants to destroy one of your tribes this time and let you barbarians know the consequences of killing the demon race. The reason why he hasn't made a move yet is because he's waiting for you to gather. Once the time is right, he'll use the divine technique to annihilate all of you. Shaya said, that's right, Master. Let's go back. Yang Kai glanced at them and said in a low voice, if it were you, would you charge forward bravely or retreat timidly? The two didn't answer. Regardless of what Shaya would do, Bao Qi would definitely charge forward bravely. 20,000 people was not a small number. Once they gathered in the southern barbarians, they might have some unexpected effect. Not to mention turning defeat into victory, they would definitely increase the strength of the southern barbarians greatly. The two already knew Yang Kai's choice. Speed up. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He urged the demon beasts under him to speed up suddenly. The wizard's incantation sounded. Circles of light from the lightness spell enveloped the army. The marching speed immediately increased by a lot. In 1 day's time, they had traveled for 2 days. The gathering point was in sight. But at this moment, an extremely uneasy aura suddenly shrouded them from all directions. It was as if the entire world had sensed something abnormal and was warning everything in the world. The demon beasts under the cavalrymen clearly showed uneasiness. They actually roared uncontrollably and became irritable. Dozens of demon beasts even charged into the crowd, causing chaos in the orderly troops. The army's rhythm was suddenly disrupted. Yang Kai frowned. He looked forward as if he sensed something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand to stop the army from advancing. The demon beasts became more and more restless. The cavalrymen tried to suppress them, but to no avail. Chapter 2877. The clansmen didn't know why they stopped here. They all looked at Yang Kai and followed his gaze into the distance. More and more clansmen cast their gazes in that direction. For some reason, everyone felt a palpitating feeling from the sky over there. At a certain moment, a black dot suddenly appeared on the horizon. Although the black dot was small, it was extremely conspicuous. At first, the small black dot quietly floated in the air, fluctuating with a terrifying aura. But after only 3 breaths, the small black dot suddenly fell vertically. During the falling process, the small black dot rapidly expanded, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Everything in its path turned into nothingness. Dark light. Bao Qi's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Shaya's face suddenly turned pale without a trace of blood. She stared at the rapidly expanding black hole with fear and horror, unable to say a word. If Yang Kai wasn't standing next to her, she would have turned around and run away immediately. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. Although he didn't know what the dark light that Bao Qi mentioned was, he could still feel the aura of destruction from it from such a distance. The direction that the dark light fell was obviously the Jianghu boundary, the place where all the southern barbarian tribe gathered. This was a conspiracy to destroy the southern barbarian tribe. The wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe didn't know, and neither did the great wizard of the southern barbarian tribe. Yang Kai knew, but it was too late. How is this possible? How is this possible? Bao Qi kept muttering after the shock, as if everything in front of him was incomprehensible. What is that? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Bao Qi took a deep breath and explained, that is a natural disaster in the demon territory. It has an extremely strong corrosive power that can even corrode the earth. Once it appears, ordinary demon race can't resist at all. Even the demon king has to retreat. But how could the dark light appear here? The demon territory was not a pure land. Compared to this land, the environment in the demon territory was extremely bad. From time to time, natural disasters would appear. The dark light was one of the many natural disasters in the demon territory. No one knew what it was, but every time it appeared, it would take away a large number of lives of the demon race and destroy a large area of the demon territory. That was why the demon race had to constantly fight. On the one hand, it was in their nature to fight, and on the other hand, they were making plans for their own survival. However, every great world they conquered would become fragmented in less than 10,000 years. Then, they would set their sights on a new great world. The cycle repeated itself. Bao Qi did not understand why the dark light, a natural disaster that belonged to the demon territory, would appear in this land. However, the truth was right in front of him. Most likely, no one would survive the dark light. As he spoke, the black light had expanded to the point where it almost covered half of the sky. To the naked eye, it looked like stars had flown from outer space and crashed heavily onto the ground. There was no strange sound, and the land was instantly enveloped in darkness. The darkness gradually spread to the surroundings. The bull demon wizard clan's demonic beasts became more and more irritable. They swung their hooves and refused to move forward no matter how the warriors on their backs urged them to. Butterfly! Yang Kai shouted. Butterfly looked at him. Yang Kai calmly said, "If I don't return in half an hour, take your people and leave this place." Butterfly gently nodded. "Master, what are you doing?" Bao Qi looked at Yang Kai in shock. However, he did not get any response. The next moment, Yang Kai, who was sitting on the back of one of the demonic beasts, had disappeared. Shaya was uneasy. He is. She looked at the area covered by the dark light. Sure enough, she saw a faintly discernible trace that was moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from her sight. Bao Qi's face was ugly. What is he doing? The dark light exploded. The barbarians gathered there would definitely die without a burial place. The best thing to do now was to immediately turn back and retreat. However, as the commander, the wizard Master Bull actually took the risk alone. From his point of view, he really could not see through this. It's over, it's all over now. Shaya seemed to have lost her soul. Her eyes were blank. If Yang Kai did not plant the divine soul brand on her, she would rather Yang Kai die early and reincarnate. However, since there was a layer of divine soul connection, she could not help but worry about Yang Kai's safety. This was obviously not a wise decision. Yang Kai did not know how terrifying the dark light was. However, the demon race knew better than anyone else. Even the demon king had to retreat. The wizard Master Bull was only equivalent to a demon commander. What good would come of going there? The two demon kings looked at each other. They could only secretly pray that the dark light would disappear before Yang Kai arrived. It was unknown if their prayers were effective, but the darkness in the distance only lasted for a stick of incense's worth of time before gradually dissipating. This surprised Bao Qi and Shaya. In the demon territory, once the dark light exploded, it could last for a few days or even a few months. During this time, large areas of land would disappear and turn into nothingness. The laws of heaven and earth would be destroyed. It could be said that the destruction of the demon territory had a lot to do with the dark light. This was the first time they had seen the dark light disappear after a stick of incense's worth of time. They had never even heard of it before. The appearance of the dark light in this land was unusual. The two guessed that it was either the demon Saint Modo or the great demon god who had used some heaven-defying method to transfer the dark light from the demon territory to this place. Although the method was shocking, there were always various restrictions. This was probably the main reason why the dark light lasted for such a short time. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed this. He continued to approach that place. Although he knew that a demon saint had suddenly arrived, this did not make him afraid. He did not even know why he wanted to go there. There might not even be a single person alive, but there was an impulse in his body that made him want to go forward. He suddenly realized that he had completely adapted to his identity as a barbarian. Had he adapted to his role as a great wizard? Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Yang Kai used his eyesight to see that in the distance, there was a huge crater with corpses lying everywhere. At the edge of the crater, more people were gathering and surrounding the crater. The distance was too far. Even with Yang Kai's eyesight, he could not see the situation clearly. However, he knew that the southern barbarian tribe was not completely wiped out. There were still survivors. The demon race had obviously expected this. That was why they surrounded the crater and prepared to massacre. Under the fluctuation of the law of space, Yang Kai teleported again and again. The demon race that surrounded the crater began to charge down. They were like ferocious beasts that wanted to devour all the barbarians. The surviving barbarians gathered under the command of their respective leaders and tried their best to resist. Unyielding roars and blood-boiling battle cries began to reverberate in his ears. The crater that was corroded by the dark light suddenly became a bloody battlefield. The demon race was approaching from all directions. The southern barbarian tribe's survivors were shrinking their defense line little by little. They did not show any sign of weakness. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers and the damage caused by the dark light made them unable to resist the long-planned attack of the demon race. The destruction of the southern barbarian tribe was only a matter of time. At this time, Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield. He rushed down from the outermost edge of the crater. Holding the wide myriad sword, he was invincible. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Yang Kai plowed one abyss of death after another in the demon race's army. Countless demon race members were scared out of their wits. Many demon race members noticed his existence. Different demon race members of different races rushed toward him fearlessly. However, they could not stop him at all. They turned into ghosts under his sword one after another. Even the powerful demon commanders were the same. No matter how powerful the demon commanders were, they could not withstand Yang Kai's attack. The remaining power of the myriad's sword shattered their bones. 30 miles away, a pair of deep eyes stared at him. The owner of that gaze was a young man with fair skin. He was tall and slender. The appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have injected new vitality into the stagnant pool of war, arousing his interest. Several demon kings gathered around him respectfully. Occasionally, they would look at him with awe. There was only one identity of this young man that could make the demon kings show enough humility. Demon Saint Modo. Before seeing his true face, no one would have thought that the murderer who attracted the dark light and killed 200,000 to 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe in one fell swoop was actually a harmless-looking young man with fair skin. There was no trace of demonic chi on him. It was as if he was just an ordinary human. But the demon kings who were familiar with him all knew how terrifying the demon Saint Master was. That kind face was just a meaningless disguise. One of the demon kings noticed Modo's gaze and carefully asked, "Master, do you need me to teach him a lesson?" This was a battle to establish the might of the demon race. The outsiders only needed to stand there obediently and let the demon race kill them all. This battle was used to attack the outsiders' morale and let them know what the end result of resisting the demon race would be. So, those outsiders couldn't be allowed to be impudent. That outsider youth who swept through everything on the battlefield was clearly a bit too excessive. This demon king couldn't help but want to go down and kill him. Modo shook his head and said with a smile, "That's good." The demon king who spoke immediately stopped talking. He coldly stared at the other side, as if he wanted to see how Yang Kai would die. The huge crater was extremely large, occupying at least 100 miles in radius. And within 100 miles, it was a battlefield. The 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe gathered here under the order of the Shaman King. When the dark light broke out, more than 2/3 of the 300,000 people died in an instant. Those who were lucky enough to survive mostly had broken limbs. None of them was in good condition. There were also many people on the demon race's side. All the forces under the command of more than a dozen demon kings were gathered together. There were nearly 100,000 people of the demon race. Right now, nearly 200,000 people were gathered here. This was almost the largest battle since the outbreak of the war between the two races. But the situation was extremely unfavorable for the barbarian tribe. Chapter 2878. Yang Kai's sword swept across everything. A few demon generals who were confident in their strength were cut in half by Yang Kai. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The remaining power of the sword cleared a wide area. All the demon race were smashed into pieces. There was only one tall barbarian standing there. The light of a witchcraft shield flickered on his body, but it still couldn't hide the fact that half of his body had turned into a puddle of liquid. Before Yang Kai came here, he had killed dozens of demon generals and demon commanders with his own witchcraft. The flames of his life were burning madly, supporting his incomplete body from collapsing. The two of them looked at each other. The barbarian grinned. "Hee, the wizard is awesome. Wizard too." Yang Kai looked at the great wizard in front of him with a complicated expression. Just a few months ago, the two of them had some conflicts in the southern barbarians' king city. This wizard too provoked him and was not convinced. After a few months, the great wizard still looked at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. There was a hint of rivalry. "I thought you didn't come. Turns out you were here a long time ago." Wu Tu chuckled softly. He didn't care about the fact that half of his body had been corroded by the dark light's explosion. Bones were exposed one by one. Even the internal organs were clearly visible. They were constantly melting and dripping to the ground. "I just arrived." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Very good." The wizard too was still smiling. The pain didn't make him lose his mind. Instead, he became more clear-headed than before. He said with a serious expression, "In the past few months, more than 7,000 demon race people died in my wizard two's hands. What about you?" "Not as good as you," Yang Kai replied. Wu Tu laughed heartily. "That means I've won." Ha! He still remembered the bet he made with Yang Kai before leaving King City. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have indeed won." He paused for a moment and said, "Can you still hold on?" The wizard shook his head and said, "I can't. You've seen me like this. Besides, my people are all dead. I'm the only one left in the wizard's map department. It's time for me to go find them. Take care." Yang Kai nodded and placed his hand on his chest. Wizard Tome raised his skeletal hand to return the greeting. Suddenly he shouted, "Go find the Wizard King, Master. The southern barbarian tribe will not perish." With that, he turned around and strode towards the territory where the demon race was most concentrated. Wu Tu's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. That light was like a ball of fire, and it engulfed him fiercely. Life sacrifice. This was a forbidden technique. It was a magus spell that was forbidden to be used casually. However, at this moment, Wu Tu had used it to display the final brilliance of his life. In this ancient era, all barbarians believed that they would return to the arms of the barbarian god after death, and their souls would go to the wizard temple. Death was not the end for them, but another kind of beginning. Only one kind of people did not have this qualification, and that was the wizard who used the forbidden technique of life sacrifice. So, under normal circumstances, even if the great wizard died, he would not use such a forbidden technique easily. Once he used it, it meant that he had lost the right to return to the arms of the barbarian god, and his soul would go to the wizard temple. This was almost intolerable. But facing the demon race who invaded his home, the wizard too had no other choice. Even if he was abandoned by the barbarian god, he had to contribute his last bit of strength to his people. The demons who didn't know what was going on surrounded him. Wu Tu laughed loudly and allowed the sharp weapons to slash his body. However, the flames of life that were burning brighter and brighter. The demon race who gathered around him finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around and escape. With a loud explosion, as if someone had lit a colorful firework, the wizard too exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the demon race who gathered around him also disappeared in an instant. Within a radius of 100 feet, everything was cleared. Yang Kai had already rushed to the center of the battlefield. He sensed a familiar aura there. It was the aura of the Wizard King, but it was weak. Obviously, the wizard's condition was also very bad. After the outbreak of the Dark Light, there were only a few tens of thousands of people left in the southern barbarian tribe. Now, after the demon race's attack, the number of barbarian soldiers fell one by one. Without the protection of the soldiers, the wizard could not play his role. Although they were relatively weak, even if they used the most exquisite wizard spells, they could not make up for the huge gap in numbers. There were constantly great wizards singing the incantation of life sacrifice in desperation. There were constantly people who burned their last bit of life force, dragging the demon race down with them. All the scattered barbarians were slaughtered. Only the tens of thousands of barbarians gathered in the center of the battlefield were able to maintain an orderly rhythm. All kinds of magic had dyed their bodies with all kinds of colors. Every single one of these barbarians was fighting the demons with an unflinching look on their faces. The defense line shrank step by step, and the tens of thousands of people were rapidly reduced. Yang Kai's sudden appearance shocked everyone. Even the demon race stared blankly at him, watching him kill a bloody path and regroup with the barbarians who were surrounded. Rushing to the innermost layer, Yang Kai quickly saw the wizard Dang. "Master!" The wizard Dang was blind in one eye, and thick water was flowing out. His appearance was terrible. His condition was really bad. Just like the wizard too, his body was corroded by the dark light. There were several other great wizards around him, and each one of them looked more miserable than the last. The wizard Dang raised his only eye, and when he saw Yang Kai, he could not help but bitterly smile. "Why are you here too?" Yang Kai knew what he was worried about, so he quickly explained, "The wizard bull did not come, I came alone." When the wizard Dang heard this, he immediately showed a relieved expression and nodded, "Good, good, very good." While talking, he took out a woodcarve-like thing from his arms. That thing was carved out of an unknown material. There was nothing special about it, but the wizard Dang regarded it as a treasure. He solemnly put it in Yang Kai's hand. "This is the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe. Take it and leave here. The southern barbarian tribe cannot be destroyed." Every tribe in the barbarian race had their own sacred objects. These sacred objects were a kind of spiritual sustenance. They weren't rare treasures. However, these sacred objects symbolized supreme power. The person who possessed these sacred objects could even command the entire tribe. Generally speaking, the sacred object was in the hands of the most powerful wizard king of the tribe. The wizard Dang was the sixth wizard king, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe would not fall into his hands. There was only one explanation for this situation. The other wizard kings were all dead. The wizard Dang was the last wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe, but he knew that he would not live for long. Among the people present, Yang Kai was the only intact great wizard, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe could only be given to him. The wizard Dang had no other choice. "Can you do it?" The wizard Dang grabbed Yang Kai's hand and looked at him solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and made a promise. "The southern barbarian tribe will not be destroyed." The wizard Dang showed a smile. "That's all I need to hear." Like the last radiance of the setting sun, he regained the aura he had when Yang Kai first met him. The power of the wizard king instantly awakened in his body, and he said in a deep voice, "We will create an opportunity for you to escape from here. After leaving here, take your wizard bull tribe to the other big tribes and tell them what happened to the southern barbarian tribe today, so that they can learn from it." Yang Kai opened his mouth and wanted to tell him that there was still a demon saint here. The wizard Dang probably did not know that all of this was the work of the demon saint, so he was so confident in creating an opportunity for Yang Kai to escape. If he knew, he would not think so. However, Yang Kai did not say that if possible he was even willing to use the small sealed world to take the rest of the people away. But even if he had this intention, he could not do it, because all the barbarians he saw were corroded by the black light like the wizard picture. Their bodies were slowly melting. Even the most powerful wizard king was no exception. When he used the small sealed world, all he could take away was a pool of thick water. The shackles of life on them couldn't save their lives, they could only delay their deaths. He clenched the holy artifact in his hand and said with a serious tone, "The southern barbarian tribe will be reborn in the fire, I promise." The wizard Dang laughed and suddenly asked, "You and Lu, they are all good." Yang Kai replied, "The war has made them grow a lot. It should not be long before they become great wizard. Master, do you have any words for me to convey?" "No need." The wizard Dang waved his hand. "They know their duties, I don't need to worry about them." He took a deep breath and said, "Are you ready?" Yang Kai nodded. The wizard Dang immediately waved his hand and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lifelike electric python and blasted into the demon race in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. The demons were thrown off their feet. The electric python wandered and guided the rest of the southern barbarian tribe forward. The great wizard's spells and the warriors' shouts intertwined into a tragic melody. All the remaining clansmen gathered around the wizard Dang and formed a rope and drilled forward fiercely, as if they were trying to drill a way out. It was like cutting tofu. Even if they were facing enemies 10 or 20 times their number, the barbarian tribe was like a hot knife through butter, quickly advancing forward. Unfortunately, this momentum could not be maintained for long. When several demon kings came together, the southern barbarian tribe's advance was blocked. The wizard Dang flew up into the air, his wizard power fluctuating wildly. With his own strength, he faced the several aggressive demon kings. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai, "Think of a way to escape." He was unable to provide more protection for Yang Kai. Whether he could escape or not depended on Yang Kai's own efforts. Although the hope was not great, he still tried his best. Yang Kai nodded at him. He had no intention to expose himself here. Ever since he stepped into this battlefield, he had felt a pair of eyes silently watching him. Without needing to confirm, he knew that the owner of the eyes was Demon Saint Modo. So he had been hiding his true strength. He had not experienced how powerful the Demon Saint was, but he knew that he was definitely not a match for the Demon Saint. If the Demon Saint really attacked him, he might not be able to escape from here. Chapter 2879. Teleportation was of no use here because the laws of heaven and earth had been severely damaged by the dark light, and the void was extremely unstable. As long as he could find a way to leave this crater that spanned 50 kilometers, he would be able to use the techniques he was most proficient in. This huge crater with a radius of 100 miles was the key. He did his best to charge out of the battlefield without leaving a trace. However, someone still noticed him. One of them was a demon king with a pair of wings. He didn't seem interested in attacking the wizard, so he simply stood in the air with his arms crossed and coldly watched. Yang Kai's abnormality quickly attracted his attention. He first watched with interest as Yang Kai fled, but he quickly became furious. This was because he discovered that this outsider actually had some ability. Not a single one of his clansmen could stop him. As he charged out, several hundred of his clansmen had died at his hands. Seeing that this outsider wanted to kill even more, the winged demon king couldn't hold back any longer. With a flap of his wings, he swooped down and blocked Yang Kai's path. He wielded a spear that flickered with cold light and thrust it at Yang Kai. A fist-sized ball of pitch-black energy condensed at the tip of the spear. Yang Kai leaned to the side and hurriedly raised the myriad sword, looking extremely flustered. This embarrassed state caused the Demon King to laugh loudly, his face filled with delight. It was as if he could already foresee the scene of Yang Kai being blasted to smithereens by his spear. However, the result left him shocked. Not only did this outsider not die immediately, he even borrowed the force of his attack to float away as if he was weightless, breaking free of his entanglement. The Demon King frowned and muttered, "His luck isn't bad." He attributed all of this to Yang Kai's good luck. He didn't think that this was all done on purpose. With that, he began to give chase. Although he couldn't kill this outsider in a single blow, he was still a Demon King. He couldn't let this outsider escape right under his nose. Master Moto was paying attention to this massacre, and his clansmen were all doing their best. If he couldn't even take down a foreign kid, he would most likely be punished. He no longer held back. With a flap of his wings, he arrived above Yang Kai's head in an instant. The long spear danced once again, fiercely thrusting downwards. Only this time, the pitch-black energy ball at the tip of the spear was no longer the size of a fist, but the size of a wash basin. The aura emitted by the energy ball had also become extremely terrifying. Even a demon king wouldn't be able to easily withstand this attack. The foreign races who were in the midst of breaking out of the encirclement didn't seem to notice at all. His attention was still focused on the demon race around him, ignoring the demon king above him. But in the next moment, it was as if the outsider had eyes on the top of his head. He raised his sword and struck the tip of the spear. With a loud bang, the energy ball exploded. The Devil King was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back. By the time he steadied himself and looked back, the alien had already fled more than 300 meters away. Furthermore, the more he fled, the faster he ran. Not a single member of the demon race was able to hold him back for even a moment. The wide sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. His clansmen would die if they touched it, and they would be injured if they touched it. His two attacks had been inexplicably neutralized, and the foreign race kid had used the power of his own attacks to escape even further away. This was no longer something that could be explained by pure luck. The Demon King's expression changed, and he angrily roared, "Damn it, I'm going to cut you into 10,000 pieces." He felt as if he had been toyed with by a foreign race kid who was weaker than him. He felt as if he couldn't keep his face. He charged forward with all his might, breaking through the barrier of sound and chasing after Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. This was the third time he attacked, and this time he used his full strength. He didn't hold back in the slightest. In an instant, the demonic chi rolled, and the demonic spear's might was astonishing. Yang Kai had no choice but to turn his head and face him. The myriad sword in one hand was dazzling, and the other hand was constantly changing seals. The incantations in his mouth changed, and powerful wizard spells bloomed with dazzling light. The two of them instantly became entangled in a fight. To Yang Kai, this battle was extremely difficult, but it wasn't because his opponent was too strong. He was now an upper-level great wizard. Although he was still a step away from the Wizard King, the foundation of the Emperor realm was there. The many divine technique and methods weren't something that a great wizard could possess. He had the ability to kill this demon king who had grown wings and was like a maggot on a bone. However, this demon king was easy to kill, and it might attract the attention of the demon saint. Therefore, he had to show just the right amount of strength, as if he was going to use all his strength. Under his opponent's attacks, he was on the verge of collapse and could be killed at any time. This moderate amount of strength wasn't easy to grasp. Fortunately, he did well. The demon saint's attention was still there, but it didn't increase his interest too much. He retreated while fighting with his opponent, retreating purposefully to the periphery of the giant pit. Compared to Yang Kai, his opponent at this moment was getting more and more frustrated. There was always a strange feeling in his heart, because this foreign race kid was like an undying cockroach, standing firm under his frenzied attacks. Even though he seemed to be in a fluster and was in imminent danger, he was always able to turn the situation around in the nick of time. The strength of his attacks became stronger and stronger, but he still couldn't kill him as he wished. On the contrary, the aftermath of the collision between the two of them killed many of his clansmen. He felt that beside the demon saint master in the distance, his colleagues were pointing at him, as if mocking his incompetence. This was intolerable to him. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and he stabbed his spear. Although Yang Kai blocked it with difficulty, he revealed a cold smile and said malevolently, "Die." At the same time, one of the wings on his right wing suddenly turned scarlet red and left his body. Like an indestructible spear, it attacked Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. This was the Demon King's divine technique. Unlike Sha Ya's Light of Charm, which could be released without limit, his divine technique required the use of his own wings. Moreover, it was a wing that had been carefully refined. After it was used, it would disappear. It was a consumable item. However, its lethality was also incomparably great. Under normal circumstances, this Demon King wouldn't use this move so easily. However, this foreign kid had humiliated him too much, and he urgently wanted to kill him to regain his face. All the pores on Yang Kai's body tightened. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He hadn't encountered such a crisis in a long time. Even if his strength was at its peak, he probably wouldn't be able to resolve it so easily. He instinctively stretched out his hand. This time, he didn't use the wizard spell, but banish. A black hole suddenly formed in front of him, as if it could swallow everything in the world. Seeing this scene, the two-winged Demon King's expression changed drastically. He stared at the black hole and almost turned to flee. This black hole looked very similar to the dark light that had erupted earlier. The Demon Saint Master had used a shocking method to transfer the dark light to this land. He had seen it with his own eyes. Countless Demon Kings had died in an instant, and it seemed that only one of them had survived. He was only a Demon King, so he naturally couldn't face the terror of the dark light directly. However, he soon realized that he had seen wrongly. That wasn't the dark light, because his wings had directly shattered it. Although its power had been greatly reduced, it still shot straight toward that outsider brat. Everything happened in a flash. When the wings broke through Yang Kai's space divine technique, he had no choice but to roar, dragon form. Behind him, a golden dragon phantom raised its head and roared. Its voice was loud and resonant, covering the noise of the battlefield, causing the entire world to tremble. Demon Saint Modo, who had been watching the battle from afar, finally changed his expression. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier of space and reach Yang Kai's heart. The golden dragon phantom flashed and disappeared, entering Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Kacha, his body, which wasn't very tall, suddenly doubled in size. Scales covered his exposed skin, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws that seemed to be able to shatter metal. Two short dragon horns grew out of his forehead. The myriad sword, which could be considered quite large, was held in Yang Kai's hands like a child's toy. With a chi sound, the crimson feather struck Kai Yang's chest, but it didn't have the expected effect of killing him in one hit. After dragon forming, Yang Kai's body was greatly strengthened, and his body was covered in dragon scales. The two-winged Demon King's innate divine technique was extremely powerful, but it was only able to penetrate 3 inches into his flesh before it was unable to do anything else. The two-winged Demon King was stunned by this turn of events. He didn't think that this outsider would have this kind of ability. Moreover, the aura this outsider was emitting made him feel extremely uneasy. He instinctively felt that he wasn't a match for this guy in front of him. He let out a strange cry and thrust his spear forward, preparing to feint and escape. However, Yang Kai grabbed the spear tightly with one of his dragon claws and pulled it in front of him. The two-winged Demon King couldn't help but pounce towards him. Yang Kai's feet moved, and at the same time he put away the myriad sword, he jabbed at the Demon King's chest with one hand. With a whoosh, his arm pierced through the two-winged Demon King's chest like a piece of paper. At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a beating pitch-black demon heart in his hand. The two were so close that their eyes met. The Demon King had a terrified expression, while Yang Kai's expression was cold. Exerting force in his hand, the demon heart was crushed. The two-winged Demon King let out a mournful scream, and was turned into a bloody mist by the terrifying dragon aura. Of the 3 demon hearts in his body, 2 were destroyed in an instant, leaving only the last one. It flew away as if it had a mind of its own. Inside that demon heart, there was still a faint human-like black aura. From its appearance, it was clearly the two-winged Demon King that had shrunk countless times. Yang Kai didn't chase after it. He didn't want to chase after it, and he didn't have the time to do so. With 2 of its demon hearts destroyed, even if the Demon King could revive with the help of the last demon heart, its strength would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be a cause for concern in the short term. He turned around and rushed out of the huge pit. He wasn't far from the edge. After 10 breaths, when Yang Kai rushed to the top of the huge pit, a figure blocked his way. That figure wasn't tall, but the shadow it cast seemed to cover the entire sky. Chapter 2880. I'm going to get medicine in a bit. I've been treating my stomach for 2 months and still haven't recovered. I drink 2 cups of medicine every day. Moto hadn't been in this land for long, but he knew the methods of these outsiders like the back of his hand. He suddenly discovered that one of them had used a completely different kind of power, and this power could easily kill a demon king. Moto was naturally very interested. As such, he personally took action. He wanted to capture this outsider and study what kind of power it was. When he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, he stared down at this foreign race in front of him without any trace of politeness, releasing his powerful divine sense unscrupulously, as if he wanted to examine him thoroughly from top to bottom. However, the result shocked Moto because even he couldn't pierce into the depths of this outsider's sea of consciousness. This outsider's sea of consciousness seemed to be protected by a layer of invisible power. That power was so strong that even the demon saint couldn't do anything about it. What a strange fellow. Moto's interest grew. He asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai maintained his dragon transformation and stared warily at the youth in front of him. Even though it was their first time meeting, Yang Kai still knew his identity. This was because this pair of eyes gave him a very familiar feeling. It was a gaze that had always been paying attention to him. He nimbly jumped out of the crater and stood 100 feet away from Moto. He clapped his hands and grinned. "Damn you!" With that, Yang Kai immediately took action. With a clap and a pull, a massive crescent blade formed and slashed at Moto. Moto frowned, revealing a surprised expression. However, he was even more pleasantly surprised. He didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out to grab the pitch-black crescent blade as if he wanted to personally experience it. The crescent blade sliced through his large hand, banishing half of his arm into the void. Blood immediately flowed out from the wound. Moto's expression became even more excited, as if he had seen something new and fun. Not only did he not retreat because of the pain, he even took a step forward. Yang Kai's storm-like attacks arrived as expected. After using the moon blade, he pounced towards Moto and faced Moto's body in front of him. The 2 dragon claws turned into claw images that filled the sky, instantly enveloping Moto. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. Blood spurted out from Moto's body, and his body quickly shattered. 3 short breaths of time later, Demon Saint Moto had died an unnatural death, turning into a pile of minced meat. The demon kings who were watching in the distance were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at this scene, wishing they could gouge out their eyeballs. Demon Saint Moto died? How was this possible? Moreover, the one who killed him wasn't a king saint of the alien race, but a nameless guy who didn't know anything about him. This was definitely an existence of the great emperor's head. This was definitely an existence comparable to the great emperor's. That was because only a great emperor could emit that kind of aura. But such a guy was actually killed by him with just a few punches and kicks? There was no surprise at all. On the contrary, he felt somewhat uneasy. He quickly realized where this uneasiness came from, because Moto, who should have been dead, had inexplicably appeared behind him, as if everything he had just experienced was just an illusion. But Yang Kai knew that it was not an illusion, because the feeling of the tentacles and the splattering of blood were so real. If it was an illusion, there was no reason for him not to feel it. Moto, who was standing behind him, opened his arms. Demonic chi flew out from his fingertips and quickly closed, turning into a cage that seemed to want to capture Yang Kai alive. How could Yang Kai just sit there and wait for death? Facing a powerful enemy comparable to the great emperors, he immediately used his trump card. Ding! A light sound rang out. A small, simple bell appeared in his palm. The surface of this bell was engraved with images of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts. It gave off a desolate aura. Mountains and Rivers Bell. Although it was a little difficult for Yang Kai to control this emperor artifact with his current strength. However, this was indeed the most powerful technique he could use. When the bell rang, Moto frowned. The pitch-black demonic chi released from his 10 fingers suddenly shrank, revealing a gap in the encirclement. Yang Kai reacted extremely quickly, immediately jumping out of the gap. Turning around, he tossed down the mountains and rivers bell. The small bell spun, rapidly growing in size as it descended towards Moto. Moto raised his head, wanting to escape, but to his shock, he found that everything within the range of the small bell had been sealed. With his strength, it would be quite difficult for him to leave. Before he could do anything, the mountains and rivers bell suppressed him with a rumble. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he charged forward and slapped the mountains and rivers bell. Guang. A loud sound rang out, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with the mountains and rivers bell as the center. The demon kings who were about to come over to help were hit by this sound wave, and like birds with broken wings, they fell to the ground with faces full of shock and confusion. The weaker ones even coughed up blood as if they had been struck by lightning. As for the demon race who were still encircling the southern barbarian tribe in the huge pit, they could not withstand the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers bell at all. Whether it was an ordinary demon race or a demon general, they were all reduced to dust by the sound wave. One bell rang, and tens of thousands of enemies were wiped out. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all, because Moto, who had been suppressed in the mountains and rivers bell, had actually exploded into a bloody mist. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Interesting. Or you're not a barbarian. Moto's voice came from behind him. It was full of energy and he did not seem injured at all. It was as if he had an undying body, and he could recover even after exploding into a bloody mist. I'm your grandpa. Yang Kai put away the mountains and rivers bell and turned to look at Moto with a scrutinizing gaze. Moto did not mind, or rather, disdained to argue with him. Instead, he seriously sized up Yang Kai, and a moment later, he looked like he had come to a realization. He said with interest, "Which world are you from?" The methods Yang Kai used and the treasures he took out were clearly not something a barbarian could possess. He naturally believed that Yang Kai was the same as the demon race, from another world. Yang Kai did not answer the question. He smiled and said, "So you're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside." After 2 rounds of fighting, he finally saw some clues. This demon Saint Moto in front of him was indeed an existence on the level of the great emperors. However, the current him could not use the abilities of the great emperors. Otherwise, even if he recovered to his peak, he would not be able to cause any waves in front of him. Baochi was right. Moto had definitely paid a price to enter this place from demon territory, so his strength had been reduced. The dark light destroying the world had definitely consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, Yang Kai was only facing someone who had the foundation of the great emperors but could not use their full strength. This was somewhat similar to his current situation. Answer my question first. Moto looked seriously at Yang Kai, as if he was just chatting with him and meeting an enemy. Yang Kai said, "I'm a wizard ox, a wizard of the southern barbarian tribe." Moto shook his head and extended a hand to Yang Kai. "Come to my side. I can give you anything the barbarians can give you. I can also take you to see more great worlds. This is something the barbarians can't give you." Yang Kai sneered disdainfully and pointed at him with his dragon claw. "Take your clansmen and get out of this land, or you will perish." Moto sighed and retracted his hand. He looked at the huge pit and said indifferently, "Those who are still struggling on the verge of death are your clansmen. They are about to perish. Your threat is meaningless." Yang Kai said fiercely, "I will avenge them." Today, 300,000 of the southern barbarian tribe died. In the future, the demon race will pay the same price. Moto smiled. "But you won't have the chance. I'm standing here. You can't leave. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Moto did not say anything else. The demonic chi in his body began to surge. Clearly, he had lost his patience. To him, Yang Kai's appearance was just a novelty. He had invited him to become the demon race because he wanted to study his power. Since he did not agree, he could only destroy him. He raised his finger slightly. A pitch-black energy ball suddenly appeared on his fingertip and spun. As Moto's demonic power poured in, the energy ball spun faster and faster. Although it did not increase in size, its power rose steadily, emitting an extremely shocking aura. He gently pointed in Yang Kai's direction, and the energy ball at his fingertip suddenly flew over. Yang Kai had no intention of dodging. He only maintained his smile. Modo frowned imperceptibly. When the energy ball was about to hit Yang Kai, a strange energy fluctuation appeared, and Yang Kai's figures suddenly disappeared. Spatial teleportation. Modo's expression changed slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He raised his hand and slapped at the void. This attack seemed ordinary, but it seemed to be able to break through the barriers of space and hit that mysterious area. Modo faintly heard a groan, and then the wizard's voice resounded through the world. The demon race will pay the price for today's scheme. All members of the demon race will live in fear and unease. The voice disappeared. Modo could no longer grasp the traces of the wizard. Only the words he had left behind echoed in his ears like a curse. Modo's expression sank. After a while, he softly snorted. If he was at his peak, even if the other party had used teleportation, he would have been able to pull him back from the void. However, reality was just as Yang Kai had expected. He had the foundation of a demon saint, but he could not display the strength that a demon saint should have. He was completely helpless against an enemy who could use spatial teleportation. Everyone had heard Yang Kai's words before he left, including the hundreds of thousands of members of the demon race and the hundreds of barbarians who were still alive. The wizard was bathed in blood. He had fought several demon kings alone. There was not an inch of his body that was unscathed, and he was missing an arm and a leg. Only a few barbarians remained standing beside him, but it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, the wizard smiled. At the last moment, he ignited the flame of life and used life sacrifice. Chapter 2881. The city that originally belonged to the barbarian tribe had long been occupied by the demon race. The demonic chi lingered in the city and did not disperse for a long time. However, at this moment, the huge city was silent. Not a single person could be seen on the streets. It was as if it had become a dead city. Clouds of black fog floated over from afar at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the city, revealing the figures of several demon kings. There were quite a few of them, as many as 5 of them. The demon king in the lead did not have any flesh on his body. He was just a pitch-black and tall skeleton. 2 gloomy the wisps in his eye sockets were constantly jumping. Bone Demon Felix. We're late. A demon king standing behind Felix scanned the entire city with his divine sense. His face suddenly sank. The other demon king's expressions were not very good either. Only Felix could not show any expression because he did not have any flesh. However, the wisps in his eye sockets were jumping more and more fiercely, as if showing the anger in his heart. This is the 19th place. Abominable alien. The demon king who spoke gnashed his teeth, as if he had a deep hatred with someone. Another demon king stood out and frowned. I remember that when that alien was escaping from Master Modo, he once said that the southern barbarian tribe had exterminated 300,000 people. Our demon race will also have to pay the same price. Could it be that he will only stop after killing 300,000 people? Where did he get so much energy? 300,000 people, not 300,000 insects. Even if there were 300,000 insects, it would take a lot of effort to kill them. But in fact, since that alien escaped that day, he had been wandering in the demon race's territory. He had become the demon race's rear. Everywhere he went, the demon race station there would be completely wiped out. Even the demon king was not spared. In a month's time, that alien had already wandered through 19 places, turning 19 demon race stations into ghost regions. All the demon race that he encountered were completely wiped out. Modo was furious about this. He even personally tracked down the alien's whereabouts, but to Modo's helplessness, the alien was extremely cunning and could avoid his pursuit every time. The closest the two of them had been to each other was only 50 kilometers away, but that foreign being had still managed to escape without a trace. He never fought with the demon saint. He only looked for soft persimmons. Furthermore, the demon race that he killed were also extremely strange. 90% of the demon race did not have any obvious wounds on their bodies, but every single one of them had a terrifying expression on their faces. It was as if they had encountered something extremely frightening and then died in fear. That outsider's unreasonable pestering had taken away a large portion of the demon race's attention. Within a month, the number of demon race members that had died at his hands was more than 100,000, including 5 demon kings. Such a loss was extremely heavy for the demon race. Although there were as many as 100 to 200 demon kings invading this time, no matter how many people there were, they could not withstand this kind of expenditure. Most of the demon saint members were recovering from their wounds. Although Master Moto had rushed over to help, for some special reasons he could not use his full strength. In the battle against the aliens, the demon kings were a cornerstone of strength. Once too many of them were used up, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the future. The demon race's line of defense quickly shrank. The demon kings did not dare to move alone, instead forming groups of 3 to 5. Some resisted the attacks of the alien army, while others pursued the whereabouts of that alien great wizard. Gazing at the city below, Felix said, "I remember that this is Bahan's territory, but I can't sense his aura. Who can go over and see how he's doing?" "I'll go take a look." The demon king who had spoken first hesitated for a moment, then volunteered. He turned around and descended, heading straight for the largest building in the city. The remaining 4 demon kings released their divine senses. They remained vigilant. Although they had not encountered that alien during this period of time, and every place they went was filled with corpses, no one could guarantee that the alien great wizard would not be lying in ambush here. Every demon king felt fear towards that alien great wizard, because he had the strength to kill a demon king. The surroundings were quiet, but the air was inexplicably cold. Apart from Bone Demon Felix, the remaining 3 demon kings were all slightly nervous. At this moment, a berserk wave of demonic energy suddenly surged out, disappearing in a flash. Immediately after, a building below suddenly collapsed, turning into fine powder. The expressions of the several demon kings all changed. Their divine senses swept over like a tide, but after investigating, they were extremely shocked. This was because there was actually nothing there. Even the companions who had just gone to investigate the situation did not have the slightest bit of aura. Someone began to call out that demon king's name, but they did not receive any response. This made their hair stand on end, faintly realizing that their companions had encountered some kind of mishap. "He's right here," Felix shouted in a low voice. His skull turned left and right, and the wisps in his eye sockets flickered, as if he was looking for traces of the enemy. The remaining 3 demon kings also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They each took out their demon weapons, and the demonic chi in their bodies surged, ready to attack at any time. The air seemed to have frozen, and the tense and austere atmosphere made every demon king's hair stand on end. What made them helpless was that no matter how they searched, there was no way to find traces of that alien great wizard. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making people's hearts feel like a sharp sword. But every demon king knew that he had not left, and was still hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at any time to deal a fatal blow to one of the demon kings who had let down their guard. If only Mokito was here. In terms of concealment and assassination, she was a grandmaster. With her ability, she could definitely find traces of that alien great wizard. "Behind!" Felix suddenly shouted, making the 3 demon kings, who were already nervous, instinctively react. And at the same time that he shouted, Felix had already raised his hand, and the wisp's attack flew in that direction. The other 3 demon kings released their killing moves at the same time, attacking the void. They did not sense the alien great wizard's aura approaching, but Felix was the strongest among them, so everyone believed in his judgment. All the attacks hit the same place, but there was no effect. Just as the 3 demon kings were still in shock, a muffled groan suddenly sounded. One of the demon kings lowered his head and looked at his chest, his eyes wide open. He saw a skeleton hand pass through his chest, and that skeleton hand was actually holding his 2 demon hearts. This skeleton hand was so familiar that he did not dare to believe it. "Felix!" The other 2 demon kings were also frightened out of their wits by the sudden turn of events. They didn't know why Felix, who had been advancing and retreating with them, would suddenly kill his own people. This moment of hesitation made them lose the vigilance they should have. A figure appeared from the side like a ghost, rushing over like lightning, brushing past another demon king and standing 10 feet away. Puff! There was the sound of blood spurting out. Looking over, they saw a tall figure more than 20 feet tall, covered in scales, with a short horn on his head. Who else could it be other than the alien Great Wizard? But at this moment, this alien Great Wizard was holding half a corpse in each hand. A demon king was directly torn apart by him, blood and internal organs spurting out. The wizard is awesome. The only remaining demon king could only feel the blood in his body freeze as he cried out in alarm. 5 people came together. One of them went down to investigate the situation and did not know whether he was alive or dead. Now it seemed that he was most likely dead. One of them was sneak attacked by Felix, and his demon heart was taken. It was estimated that he would not survive. Another one was torn in half by this wizard. He was the only one left. His expression changed rapidly. He looked at Yang Kai, then looked at Felix and said bitterly, "Why?" Felix had obviously betrayed the demon race, otherwise he would not have sneak attacked his companions and misled them to attract their attention. If he did not interfere, no matter how powerful this alien great wizard was, the demon kings would still be able to fight against him. But now, it was just that he did not understand why Felix betrayed the demon race. He was a demon king, and one of the best among the demon kings. What could the alien race give him that made him throw away the dignity and position of the demon race? Since you have already guessed, why ask? Felix coldly replied. His skeletal hand exerted force, and the demon heart in his palm burst open. The eyes of the demon king who was pierced through by him quickly dimmed. Felix shook his hand as if he was shaking off something unclean, and the demon king's corpse fell straight down. You are the disgrace of the demon race. The eyes of the demon king who was still alive spurted out unprecedented anger, as if he wanted to burn Felix. Enemy and traitor, the latter was always more hateful. The ghost fire in Felix's eyes jumped, and he threw himself at him without saying a word. The 2 demon kings immediately fought, and when their demonic chi surged, they were inseparable. But Felix was much stronger. According to Yang Kai's classification of demon king strength, Felix was a high-rank demon king. Even among high-rank demon kings, he was probably one of the top existences, but his opponent was only a mid-rank demon king. The difference of a minor realm was an insurmountable gap. It was like the difference in strength between a second-order Emperor Realm Master and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This battle did not last long. Under Yang Kai's cold gaze, Felix only spent a stick of incense worth of time to smash his opponent's body, shatter his demon heart, and consign him to eternal damnation. 5 demon kings came together, and in the end, only Felix survived. Master! After a great battle, Felix did not show any signs of fatigue and bowed his head to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had already removed his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original appearance. In order to kill in one blow, he had to use some means. Demon kings were not so easy to kill. Glancing at him coldly, Yang Kai said, "You should have told me about Mo Duo earlier." A month ago, if Yang Kai had received news of Mo Duo earlier, the southern barbarian tribe might not have been destroyed, or at least would not have suffered such a heavy blow. But that 1 or 2 delays had destroyed the entire southern barbarian tribe's 300,000 people. Chapter 2882. Facing Yang Kai's question, Philip said bitterly, "Moto came very suddenly. None of us expected it. After he came, he began to deploy. I was by his side the entire time, so I didn't have the chance to spread the news." Yang Kai didn't say anything, making Philip a little nervous. He didn't know if Moto would vent his anger on him because of the destruction of his tribe. Fortunately, not long after, Yang Kai asked again, "How much strength can Moto use now?" Philip let out a sigh of relief and replied, "He was slightly injured when passing through the world wall. Right now, he should only be able to use 60% to 70% of his strength. However, if he's given enough time to recover, he'll become stronger and eventually return to his peak." 60% to 70%. Yang Kai muttered. It seemed that his guess was right. Although Modo was comparable to the great emperors, he was indeed unable to use his full strength. However, the great emperors who only had 60% to 70% of their strength were definitely not people he could fight against. Master, I've already been exposed. I'm afraid I won't be able to return, Philip said. This time, he had come out with the other 4 demon kings. All 4 of them had died, but he had returned alive. If there wasn't a demon saint overseeing things, it would have been fine. After all, his strength was one of the top among the demon kings. However, if he returned to face Modo, he might reveal some flaws. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. He had clearly expected this. I want you to take me to Riptide Castle. Riptide Castle. Philip was shocked when he heard this, understanding Yang Kai's plan. Master, are you really going to kill 300,000 people of the demon race? Do you think I'm joking? Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Philip shivered and said worriedly, but there are more than 100,000 people of the demon race at Riptide Castle. In the past month, more than 100,000 people from the demon race had died in the hands of Yang Kai. If the demon race in the Riptide Castle was included, the total number would be about 300,000. However, the largest stronghold that Yang Kai had destroyed previously only had 10,000 demon race garrison there. Moreover, because of his hunting, the demon race's defensive line was getting tighter and tighter. All the scattered demon race members were gathered in one place, and Riptide Castle was one of the major strongholds. As far as Philip knew, there were as many as 8 demon king overseeing that place, and more than 100,000 clansmen. In such a terrifying place, the wizard Master Bull dared to set his sights on it? Yang Kai glanced at him and said, I'm not alone. Philip was stunned. He quickly understood what Yang Kai meant. It seemed that the chess pieces that the wizard Master Bull had placed in the demon race were about to play a role. Riptide Castle was originally the capital of a large barbarian tribe. After the demon race invaded, this large tribe was destroyed. The territory was naturally seized, and this place could be considered the hinterland of the demon race. More than 100,000 people of the demon race gathered here, and the converging demonic chi almost turned this part of the world black. The 8 demon kings were overseeing the place, and there were countless demon general and demon commander under their command, making this place impregnable. Because they were still in the hinterland, the demon race here had not yet crossed swords with other races. However, the bloodthirsty and aggressive demon race members were looking forward to rushing to the battlefield every day, wantonly slaughtering those weak races, and conquering this land. Philip's uninvited visit surprised the 8 demon kings overseeing this place. However, Philip's strength and reputation were there for all to see, so even if they were surprised, they did not show too much vigilance. Instead, they warmly received him and tried to figure out his purpose for coming here. Philip kept his mouth shut, looking extremely mysterious. No one dared to ask too much, and they wondered if this was Master Modo's orders. The power demon Yura was also one of the demon kings overseeing Riptide Castle. When he exchanged glances with Philip, he read a lot of secret information, which made the power demon somewhat nervous. Riptide Castle quickly welcomed more demon kings. Shadow demon Makoto, Flame demon Galen, Snow demon Ashina. In a short 3 days, a total of 7 demon kings had gathered here, including Philip, causing the number of demon kings in Riptide Castle to explosively increase to 15. This was an extremely rare situation. Modo had descended on this strange land. Under his command, every demon king had their own responsibilities and territory to protect, so they would not easily leave. However, the arrival of Philip's group broke this rule. Even the dumbest demon king knew that something was about to happen. Everyone tried to figure out the new demon kings, and in the end, they came to a conclusion. They had indeed been sent by Master Modo, but no one knew what their purpose was. Only Philip knew everything. Philip shut himself in and did not come out, making it impossible for anyone to find out. This suspicion ended 5 days after Philip's arrival. In the largest building of Riptide Castle, a total of 15 demon kings were gathered together. Philip took over as the host, sitting at the head of the table. The the wisps in his eyes as calm as a pool of spring water. The other 14 demon kings were seated to his left and right. No one made a ruckus, and every pair of eyes was focused on Philip. Philip raised his head and said shockingly, "There's a traitor among us." The hall was completely silent. After a long time, a demon king said in a low voice, "Philip, are you joking?" "That's right. How could there be a traitor among us? What do inferior outsiders have that makes us demon kings betray them? Philip, if this is a joke, then it's a great failure." The demon kings couldn't hold themselves back any longer and started shouting at the same time. Philip said, "This is Master Moto's judgment." The noisy crowd immediately fell silent, and their expressions became serious. Their eyes drifted left and right, seriously sizing up each of their companions, their gazes filled with scrutiny. When Philip said that there was a traitor among them, they could still laugh it off, unwilling to believe it. However, if this was Master Moto's judgment, then the problem was serious. Master Moto definitely had enough information and even knew who had betrayed them, which was why he had sent Philip here. In other words, there really was a traitor among them. Makoto's neutral voice rang out. She sat to Philip's left, surrounded by a pitch-black aura. No one could see her true appearance. This question was what everyone was thinking. They all looked at Philip. As long as Philip said the Demon King's name, he would immediately be killed by the others. "You know who it is?" Fei Li said with a mysterious look. "Does Master Moto not have any clear instructions?" A Demon King asked with a frown. Philip stood up and said, "Master Moto naturally has a way to resolve this." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A vortex appeared in the void in front of him. The vortex was deep and dark, and even the Demon Kings present could not see what was going on inside. "What is this?" a Demon King asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen such an existence, so he felt it was very strange. Philip said, "This is what Master Moto gave me. There is a sacred artifact inside that reflects one's heart. As long as you stand in front of that sacred artifact, you will know who the traitor is at a glance." Everyone's expression turned cold. They were all shocked by Master Moto's methods. "Everyone please," Philip said indifferently. The remaining 14 Demon Kings looked at each other, hesitating. No one was willing to be the first to eat crabs. At the crucial moment, it was still the shadow demon Makoto who snorted coldly. Her body was wrapped in black aura as she stepped into the vortex and disappeared. Philip said in a timely manner, "Only those with ulterior motives would hesitate." These words were a bit serious, causing the remaining Demon Kings to tremble. Coupled with Makoto's actions, no one dared to hesitate and walked toward the vortex. One Demon King after another disappeared. Not long after, all the Demon Kings entered the vortex. Fei Li also followed and stepped into it. It was the same world he had entered last time. There was no sun, moon, or stars, but the environment was very good. When everyone saw Philip appear, a Demon King immediately yelled, "Philip, where is that sacred artifact that reflects one's heart? Why didn't I see it?" He wanted to prove that he was not a traitor, so he was a bit impatient. He did not think that this was a trap, and a trap set by 8 Demon Kings at that. Philip did not answer his question. Instead, he turned to Makoto and the other Demon Kings and said, "Master said that it's time for everyone to prove themselves." The Demon Kings guarding Riptide Fortress were confused when they heard this, but Makoto, Galen, and the other Demon Kings had solemn expressions. They understood Philip's meaning. In the next moment, Makoto's strange laughter rang out. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the Demon King closest to him. A scream immediately rang out, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. Before they could regain their senses, Balrog Levin, Power Demon Yura, Snow Demon Ashina, and the others all made their moves. Each of them found a Demon King, looking as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for each other. Every move they made was fatal. Apart from Philip, the 14 Demon Kings were divided into 7 groups. They attacked in pairs. The demonic chi moved freely, and all kinds of innate divine technique bloomed with extraordinary splendor. The Demon Kings of Riptide Fortress were all unable to recover from the sudden change. However, in the face of danger, they naturally resisted with all their might. However, no one knew why, but this world seemed to have a power that suppressed them, causing them to be unable to use even 30% of their strength. Facing Makoto and the others who were like wolves and tigers, how could they be a match? One demon king after another fell. Their demon hearts exploded, and they died without a burial ground. It was only when the last demon king was about to die that he suddenly realized. You are the traitors? Galen's entire body burned with flames, as if he could burn everything in the world. The strange flames enveloped the demon king, and he said coldly, "It's too late to know now." Under the scorching flames, the demon king only lasted for 3 breaths before being burned to ashes. Even his demon heart turned into ashes. After personally killing a demon king, Makoto and the others knew that they had already walked on a path of no return. Although Yonkai had planted a soul brand and enslaved them, they had been forced to do so. Even if Master Moto had noticed, they still had an excuse. If Moto was in a good mood, they might have been able to escape this calamity. However, personally killing their own companions made it impossible for them to return to the demon race. From now on, they could only walk this path to the end. Chapter 2883. Yonkai's figure suddenly appeared, as if he had been hiding nearby the whole time. The 8 demon kings, led by Fei Li, all trembled and bowed in unison, "Master." Yonkai nodded. He didn't praise them, nor did he exchange pleasantries. He only said one sentence, "I want Riptide Fort to be barren, and there will be no peace." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the 8 demon kings were thrown out of the small sealed world and returned to the main hall. Fei Li, Makoto, and the others looked at each other. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, as if it could freeze the blood in their bodies. The 8 demon kings all knew that this was Lord Voodoo Bull taking revenge for his own clansmen. The curse and oath he left behind a month ago were not a joke, they had to be carried out. And they were the most powerful tools in Lord Voodoo Bull's hands. Let's discuss it. Fei Li had a headache. Although he had no flesh and blood and was only a skeleton, he still felt a headache that he hadn't felt in a long time. The wizard Master Nyo had given them, the demon kings, a difficult problem. They were indeed strong, but there were more than 100,000 demon race in Riptide Fort. No matter what, they couldn't kill all of them with their own strength. If they wanted to complete their mission, they could only use some means. The only advantage they had now was that the demon kings who were originally stationed in Riptide Fort were all dead. Riptide Fort was like a headless dragon. If the 8 of them operated properly, they might be able to take control of Riptide Fort and find a way to complete their mission. The 8 demon kings gathered in the main hall and began to discuss seriously. The content of their discussion was not about how to deal with the strange races, but how to completely wipe out the demon race in Riptide Fort. Brainstorming, the 8 demon kings quickly came up with a set of rules and dispersed. One day later, rumors began to spread in the Riptide Castle. All kinds of rumors began to spread among the demon race. Some said that the non-human army was coming to invade, some said that the demon king had betrayed the demon race, and some said that the demon race was going to be defeated. No one knew where the rumors came from, but they kept spreading and fermenting among the crowd. The demon race soldiers stationed in the Riptide Castle had nothing to do. All they wanted to do was charge into the battlefield all day long. Their emotions were depressed and sensitive. The appearance of these rumors amplified their various emotions. The entire Riptide Castle was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. In the beginning, the effects of these rumors weren't that obvious. However, as time passed and the Demon King didn't appear to clarify anything, many members of the demon race began to suspect something. In 3 days, the emotions stirred up by the rumors completely exploded. None of the members of the demon race could stay out of it. They were either subjectively or passively implicated, unable to think normally. Felix and the other demon kings stood out at this time. They each gathered a group of people and divided the several 100,000 members of the demon race among themselves. Immediately, the civil war began. In the Riptide Castle, large and small groups of demon race met in the streets and alleys. They fought without asking for any reason. Groups of demon race fell down. The Riptide Castle was almost overflowing with blood. Perhaps the clansmen who had been drinking and chatting merrily a few days ago were now irreconcilable enemies. No one knew why this was happening. They only knew that this was the order of the Demon King and the Master. They only knew how to carry it out and never asked for the reason. No one would have thought that the high and mighty Demon Kings would betray them. No one would have thought that these Demon Kings would point their butcher's knives at their own clansmen. There were some demon commanders and smart demon general who saw some clues, but smart fellows didn't live for long. Felix and the other demon kings had been paying attention to those demon commanders and demon general. Once someone became suspicious, they would find any reason or excuse to kill them. The Riptide Castle seemed to have turned into a huge meat grinder, trapping the several 100,000 members of the demon race inside and turning them inside out. The civil war didn't stop from the beginning. At the end of the war, every member of the demon race had bloodshot eyes and were delirious. They mechanically raised their weapons and killed any suspicious enemy. This war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Several 100,000 people were divided into 8 groups and killed each other. Countless corpses were piled up in the streets and alleys of the Riptide Castle. They were bitten by mosquitoes and flies, emitting a rotten stench. After 3 days, less than 10,000 people were still alive, and all of them were injured. Many of them had broken limbs and were howling in pain. The 8 demon kings stood in the void, silently looking down. The scene they saw was like purgatory. Then, they acted together and sent the remaining 10,000 disabled members of the demon race to hell, turning the entire Riptide Castle into nothingness. A figure flickered and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost. The 8 demon kings bowed. "You will follow me from now on," Yang Kai said. After the incident at Riptide Castle, it was impossible for Felix and the others to return to the demon race camp. The 8 demon kings all nodded with complicated feelings. Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small sealed world bead and let them enter one by one before turning around and flying off in a certain direction. 10 days later, Yang Kai arrived above a jungle and scanned the area below with his deep eyes. A moment later, as if he had found something, he rushed straight down. After landing, he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Come out!" Behind a large tree, a graceful figure appeared, and after seeing Yang Kai, she immediately showed a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Master, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken." Saying so, she rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Shaya suddenly stopped 10 meters away from Yang Kai, as if she had noticed something, her beautiful face changing slightly as she hurriedly tried to explain, "Master, I didn't betray you, I really didn't, please believe me." Yang Kai coldly said, "If you had any thoughts of betrayal, you would already be a dead woman." Shaya's face turned slightly pale as a look of panic appeared on her face. The joy she felt when she saw Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. "Tell me what's going on. Why are you here alone? Where's Bao Qi? Where's the Wizard Bull clan?" Yang Kai threw out a few questions in succession. From what he could sense, Shaya and Bao Qi were not in the same place, which made him feel a little strange, so he came here directly. At first, he thought that one of the 2 demon king Bao Qi and Shaya had betrayed him and left the Wizard Bull clan to act alone, but after seeing Shaya, he realized that his guess was wrong. Shaya did not have any thoughts of betrayal, but she was a little anxious, like a lost rabbit. "Bao Qi is with them." Shaya quickly replied, "They were all captured." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Captured? Who captured them?" The Wizard Bull clan had 20,000 people, a few dozen wizards, 1,000 cavalrymen, and a few dozen aerial cavalrymen. In the entire war between the 2 races, it was a powerful force. Although it could not be compared to the demon race's base like Riptide Fortress, it was still very powerful on the barbarian side. Who had the ability to capture 20,000 people? It's the barbarians. I think it's a tribe called the Bone-Eating Tribe. Shaya recalled. Yang Kai's expression changed. "Are you sure it's the Bone-Eating Tribe?" "I don't know what the Bone-Eating Tribe looks like, but that's what Dai said. She said those people were from the Bone-Eating Tribe." "Why did the Bone-Eating Tribe attack the Wizard Bull clan?" Before he could finish, Yang Kai suddenly realized the problem. Shaya said, "Bao Qi and I were discovered by them. They seemed to think that the Wizard Bull clan was under our control, so they attacked. The twins tried to persuade them, but it was useless. Instead, they were injured by the Wizard King. Bao Qi and I couldn't beat them. When Bao Qi was captured, I found a chance to escape and have been hiding ever since. Shaya was so sad that she was about to cry. A few months ago, she was still the high and mighty demon king of the demon race with thousands of subordinates. A few months later, she had been reduced to a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat up. The barbarians did not like her background and identity. They would definitely attack her if they saw her. She did not dare to return to the demon race either, for fear that Moto would discover something. A dignified demon king was actually hiding like a mouse, not daring to show himself. Did the Wizard Bull clan suffer any casualties? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Shaya shook her head. Only Yu Lu was slightly injured. The others are fine. Dai ordered everyone not to make a move. Not making a move was the right thing to do. Yang Kai nodded. In that situation, if the Wizard Bull clan really did make a move, they would not be able to clear their names. It was unthinkable for them to be together with two demon kings, so it was normal for the bone-eating tribe to be suspicious. It would be fine if they did not make a move, but if they did, the two tribes would definitely fight. The bone-eating tribe was able to capture Bao Qi and force Shaya to retreat, so they must have mobilized a lot of experts. The Wizard Bull clan had no chance of winning. They were all taken to the bone-eating tribe's camp. I don't know how they are now. Shaya looked worried as she secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Master, are we going to save them? Yang Kai said, I am a member of the Wizard Bull clan. Of course we have to save them. Shaya said, but there's no need for you to show yourself. Just stay here. As he spoke, Yang Kai reached out to grab her. Shaya did not resist and was directly thrown into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. He did not need Shaya to point out the direction because he could feel that Bao Qi was there. He had planted a soul brand in Bao Qi's mind, so this was a connection that could not be easily severed. He did not delay and rushed over at full speed. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, but the fact that 20,000 members of the Wizard Bull clan had fallen into the hands of the bone-eating tribe made him a little worried. Not to mention that the bone-eating tribe was originally an anomaly among the barbarian tribes. If it were not for the Wizard Saint, they would have been wiped out by the other tribes long ago. Just the fact that he had some conflicts with the bone-eating tribe before was enough to make Yang Kai worry about the safety of his 20,000 subordinates. The bone-eating tribe had always been vengeful and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Last time, that wizard Chigai was injured by him and escaped, so he definitely held a grudge. If it were not for the demon race invasion, the bone-eating tribe would have taken an even more intense revenge. Chapter 2884. The bone-eating tribe was one of the 4 strongest tribes of the barbarian race. This was because this tribe had a wizard saint overseeing it. Moreover, compared to the other barbarian tribes, the bone-eating tribe was even more savage and ruthless. Before the demon race invaded, no barbarian tribe was willing to clash with the bone-eating tribe, even though everyone hated this tribe to the core. They were even unwilling to admit that they were barbarian tribes. However, it was undeniable that the bone-eating tribe had played a huge role in resisting the demon race's invasion. The bone-eating tribe had single-handedly held up the eastern battlefront. They had advanced layer by layer, reclaiming large amounts of lost land and killing countless members of the demon race. The bone-eating tribe had used their bravery to prove the barbarian tribe's viciousness. Their savagery and ruthlessness had become an excellent weapon at this time. Many experts of the demon race had learned of their existence and were paying close attention to them. Kangar Valley, one of the bone-eating tribe's encampments. Over 100,000 bone-eating tribe members were gathered here, with 5 wizard kings overseeing them. It was close to the front of the battlefront. It was one of the most important war encampments for the bone-eating tribe, perhaps even the entire barbarian race. Ever since the bone-eating tribe had set up camp here, they had clashed with a demon race army 100 kilometers away 6 times. They had won more than they had lost, and had achieved decent results. However, for some reason, the demon race seemed to have become much more obedient in the past month. As a result, The bone-eating tribe had nothing to do. Today, the entire Kangar Valley was immersed in a bustling atmosphere. Over 100,000 people were gathered at the center of the valley, looking at the temporarily erected platform. Their eyes burned with excitement. The bone-eating tribe members would only reveal such an expression when they saw the most delicious and novel food. There was a thick wooden stake erected on the platform. A tall figure was bound to the stake by various wizard chains, unable to move. The wooden stake was engraved with complicated and strange patterns. Bolts of lightning would occasionally flow out of those patterns, flowing past the bound figure and causing the tall figure to convulse. His expression was twisted as if he was enduring immense pain. All the members of the bone-eating tribe stared at the large figure with burning gazes. Some of them even licked their lips from time to time, if they did not know who that person was. He was afraid that someone would rush up and bite off a piece of flesh to taste it. It was a demon king. A powerful demon king. Several of the tribe's wizard king master had worked together to capture it. Even though the bone-eating tribe had no taboo against eating humans, and they had done so for many years, no one dared to have such thoughts in front of a demon king. No one knew if they would be corroded by the demonic chi if they ate a mouthful of the demon king's flesh. Transform into a devil cultivator. However, this kind of fear was still unable to conceal the restlessness in the depths of their hearts. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to taste the demon king's flesh. He wanted to know what would happen to him after eating it. However, this wasn't the time for the ordinary clansmen to indulge in their fantasies because a wizard king was already standing beside the demon king. This was Yang Kai's old acquaintance, Wizard Qi. Wu Qi held a dagger made of an unknown material in his hand. His face was filled with a ferocious and crazy expression. He held the dagger and cut the demon king's flesh piece by piece. At this moment, his thick palms actually became extremely nimble. With each cut, he only cut off a thin piece of flesh, not a bit more or a bit less. Many of the bone-eating tribe members had done a lot of research on eating the living, because to these people, fresh flesh was more delicious than the rotting flesh of the dead. Moreover, if they could enjoy the struggle and miserable howls of their food while eating, it was undoubtedly the most enjoyable scene. As one of the best among them, the wizard Qi was especially fond of this. When the first piece of flesh was cut off, Bao Qi's expression didn't change. He just stood there coldly and looked at the wizard Qi. It was as if the flesh that was cut off wasn't his. As a demon king, he naturally had strong willpower and enough tenacity. The reason he had submitted to Yang Kai before was because he had been forcibly implanted with the Divine Soul brand. He couldn't resist. He really wasn't afraid of this wizard king's tricks. However, Bao Qi clearly knew too little about the bone-eating tribe. When the wizard Qi excitedly put the piece of flesh into his mouth and chewed, revealing an ecstatic taste, Bao Qi's expression finally changed. Cutting off flesh from the bone wasn't much. However, the wizard Qi's method of swallowing the flesh was clearly beyond Bao Qi's expectations. The flesh that originally belonged to him was currently being chewed in the wizard king's mouth, making tisk tsk sounds. Even the demon race didn't have such an anomaly. Over 100,000 bone-eating tribesmen stared at the wizard Qi with eager eyes. Some of them kept swallowing their saliva, desperately wanting to know if the demon king's flesh was delicious or not. They wanted to know how different it was from the ones they had eaten before. The ecstatic expression on the wizard Qi's face didn't weaken at all. He closed his eyes as if he was enjoying the best food in the world. After a while, he swallowed the chewed piece of flesh with a gulp and shouted, "Delicious!" The tribesmen were in an uproar. They all seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they cried out loudly. The wizard Qi turned to look at Bao Qi, a sinister smile on his lips. "But you died too quickly. The demon king isn't easy to catch. You have to let my tribesmen have a taste of something new." Bao Qi's face twitched slightly. Even though he didn't count in detail, he knew that there were at least 100,000 bone-eating tribesmen standing here. In other words, the wizard king in front of him would only allow him to die after cutting off 100,000 pieces of flesh. The demon king's vitality was incomparably strong. Even if 100,000 pieces of flesh were cut off from his body, Bao Qi wouldn't die. However, This kind of torture undoubtedly made the pain even more unbearable. The wizard Qi sneered and cut down again. A short while later, another piece of flesh was cut off from Bao Qi's body. He tossed it back without looking back and said, "This is the punishment for your demon race. My bone-eating tribe will eat all of your tribesmen so that you will never dare to set foot in our territory again." When the thin piece of flesh flew into the crowd, it immediately caused chaos. Many bone-eating tribesmen fought over this piece of flesh. Blood flowed from their heads. In the end, the piece of flesh fell into the hands of a female bone-eating tribeswoman. She swallowed it without hesitation. She hugged her head and squatted down to endure the beatings of her tribesmen while shouting excitedly, "Delicious, delicious. It's so delicious. Do you see? These are my bone-eating tribesmen. Your demon race is nothing." The wizard Qi didn't care about the chaos below. Instead, he was proud of it and smiled sinisterly. Bao Qi remained silent. If he stood in the shoes of the demon race, he could naturally retort, but he had been subdued by Yang Kai long ago. Although he was the demon king, he had always been working for the barbarian race. Sadly, he had been captured by the barbarian race and would only die after being cut 100,000 times. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to explain, but no one in the bone-eating tribe believed him. "Persevere. You must persevere." The wizard Qi raised his knife again. "Don't die so easily. You are the demon king. Don't embarrass the demon race." Another piece of flesh was cut off and thrown into the crowd by the wizard Qi, causing another commotion. Then, the wizard Qi's movements clearly sped up. Moreover, he really did have good technique. With each cut, the light from the knife seemed to connect into a single line. Every flash of the knife represented a piece of flesh that flew out, causing the tribesmen below to fight over it. In less than half an incense stick's time, half of Bao Qi's arm had disappeared, revealing the white bone. During this time, he had endured at least 3,000 cuts. Even someone as strong as the Demon King could not help but tremble. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the intense pain made him grit his teeth. Over a dozen meters away from where the bone-eating clansmen had gathered, another 20,000-odd people silently observed everything. These people were clearly different from the bone-eating clansmen because they seemed to have been imprisoned. They were surrounded by a few bone-eating clansmen. The slightest abnormality would lead to a detailed investigation. These people were naturally members of the Wizard Ox tribe. With the Yulu twins in the lead, they also looked towards the wooden platform. Many of them revealed sympathetic expressions. They all knew that Bao Qi had already submitted to Yang Kai. Many of their previous victories were due to Bao Qi's contributions. Even though the tribesmen could not accept him as a comrade because of his identity as a demon race member, they had indeed fought side by side before. Seeing Bao Qi suffer such torture, many people could not bear it. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head. The wizard king of the bone-eating tribe was simply too cruel. Yu Chao walked over to a great wizard of the bone-eating tribe and stood behind him. She gritted her teeth and said, "I want to see the wizard king." The great wizard turned around and glanced at her. He sneered and ignored her. "I want to see the wizard king," Yu Chao shouted again. The great wizard looked at her coldly. "Go back." Yu Chao did not move. She said, "Bao Qi was subdued by the wizard Master Ox. He is now working for the barbarian tribe. You cannot kill him." The great wizard sneered. "He is the demon king. The demon king cannot be subdued by the wizard Ox. You have all been fooled by him. The wizard Master Ox will explain everything. Let him go first. When the wizard Master Ox comes, you will know." "The wizard Ox?" The great wizard showed a disdainful smile. "Who is that? I have never heard of him." The wizard Master Ox is the great wizard of the southern barbarian tribe. "He, the southern barbarian tribe?" The great wizard pretended to think for a moment and showed a look of realization. "But the southern barbarian tribe has been destroyed. With us here, the southern barbarian tribe is not destroyed." Yu Chao shouted. "The southern barbarian tribe is not destroyed." A group of people behind her shouted. They all showed a look of righteous indignation. They stood behind Yu Chao and glared at the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. It had been a month since the dark light destroyed the world. The news of hundreds of thousands of people in the southern barbarian tribe being destroyed had already spread like wildfire. The Wizard Ox tribe naturally knew about it. They might be the only team left in the southern barbarian tribe. As long as they were still alive, the southern barbarian tribe would not be destroyed. Chapter 2885. The Great Wizard glanced at everyone and revealed a meaningful smile. The southern barbarian tribe will be destroyed. Rain frowned. Suddenly, her heart sank. She understood the meaning of the other party's words. The thought that appeared in her mind made her hair stand on end. Lu seemed to want to say something more, but was pulled by her sister. She shut her mouth. Rain walked back and went straight to Butterfly. She whispered, "Can't you escape?" Butterfly was the strongest out of everyone present. She was a great sorcerer. If there was anyone who could escape this place, it was most likely Butterfly. However, ever since she was captured, Butterfly had been quietly staying here without any intention of escaping. Butterfly shook her head. "Aren't you from the floating tribe? You're the best at hiding." Butterfly said, "But I'm just a great wizard. There are 5 wizard kings here." Yu was speechless. The huge difference in strength made it impossible for Butterfly to have any hope of escaping. Rain said, "We will be eaten by them. Someone has to escape and find the Wizard Master Bowl." Butterfly said softly, "He will come, and we won't be eaten." But Rain was anxious. The Great Wizard's words made her realize something. The 20,000 Wizard Bull Tribe members were imprisoned here not because they were with the Demon King, but because the Bone-Eating Tribe treated them as food. Hundreds of thousands of Bone-Eating Tribe members gathered here. They definitely needed to eat and drink, but how could there be so much food in this chaotic world? The 20,000 Wizard Bull Tribe members were food sent to their doorstep. That was why the Great Wizard said that the Southern Barbarian Tribe would be destroyed. "Aren't we here now?" Butterfly suddenly pouted her lips and smiled, as if she had expected this. Rain and the others quickly turned to look. The next moment, their eyes lit up. On the platform, the Wizard Master Bull had appeared out of nowhere. He stood in front of Bao Qi and the Wizard Pool and grabbed the Wizard Pool's right hand. The sudden appearance of a person stunned the 100,000 bone-eating clansmen for a moment. Wizard Qi's expression changed drastically. He instinctively used his wizard powers to block the attack. However, he found that his right hand was bound and he couldn't break free. When he looked up, he saw the face that made him unable to sleep and eat well. "It's you!" Wizard Qi gritted his teeth and growled, his expression suddenly becoming ferocious. "Wizard Pool, you're getting old." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wizard Qi's face twitched when he heard this. "What kind of wizard spell did you use on me?" Compared to half a year ago, Wu Qi had indeed aged a lot. When Kai Yang first met him half a year ago, Wu Qi looked like he was in his 40s, but now that they had met again, Wu Qi was much older. He looked like he had aged 10 to 20 years. This was very unusual for a Wizard King. However, the Wizard King who was hit by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle was an exception. Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle was the divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It had the power to control the flow of time. Yang Kai used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal as a great wizard outside Songnan village. Wizard Qi was hit. Although it wasn't fatal, he was still affected. This aging of 10 to 20 years was the mark left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle. Wizard Qi didn't know what kind of wizard spell this was. Every time he thought about it, he felt uneasy. The hatred in his heart grew stronger and stronger. "You don't understand, and you don't need to understand." Yang Kai replied indifferently. How could the Wizard King of this world understand the divine technique of the great emperors from hundreds of thousands of years in the future? He exerted force, and Wizard Qi couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. "Bao Qi is one of my people." Yang Kai looked straight at Wizard Qi. "He doesn't deserve to be tortured like this." "Master." Bao Qi resisted the trembling of his body and softly called out. He thought that he would definitely die here, but Yang Kai's appearance gave him hope of survival. Although there were 5 Wizard Kings here, Bao Qi believed that the Wizard Master could save him. It was an instinctive feeling, and Bao Qi firmly believed in it. Yang Kai nodded, and a light flashed in his hand. He tapped on Bao Qi's body, and the wizard's spell binding Bao Qi immediately broke apart, allowing him to regain his freedom. "How dare you let him go?" Wizard Qi angrily roared in order to capture this demon king. The bone-eating tribe had put in a lot of effort, but this Wizard Qi let them go as soon as he arrived. He didn't even put the bone-eating tribe in his eyes. "Open your mouth." Yang Kai ignored him and ordered Bao Qi. Bao Qi obediently opened his mouth, and in the next moment, something was thrown from Yang Kai's hand. It shot into Bao Qi's throat. "Refine." Bao Qi immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and urged his power to refine the thing that entered his stomach. He immediately felt a cooling sensation spread throughout his body, greatly reducing the pain. This was especially true for his arm, which had turned into white bones. There was a numbing sensation. This scene made Wizard Qi's lungs explode with anger. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he just sneered and said, "Wizard Qi, I should be the one thanking you." "Thanking me for what?" Yang Kai looked up at him. Wizard Qi urged the wizard power in his body, and an extremely powerful force immediately spread out. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Middle-level Mage King, I really have to congratulate you." Wizard Qi said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to become a middle-rank Wizard King so quickly. Last time, he suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Although he was injured, Wizard Qi was still brave after the humiliation. During the healing period, he actually faintly realized something. During this period of time, he continuously fought with the demon race, which allowed him to break through in one fell swoop. He was promoted from a low-rank Wizard King to a middle-rank Wizard King. "You're welcome. This is your own effort." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Wizard Qi's face twisted. This kind of response wasn't what he wanted. He immediately shouted, "Wizard Qi, the southern barbarian tribe has already been destroyed. If you want to live, you better know your place." "The southern barbarian tribe hasn't been destroyed." Yang Kai's expression was solemn. "The southern barbarian tribe still has me and my subordinates." Wizard Qi laughed. "With a great wizard like you? The Wizard King of the southern barbarian tribe is all dead. Without a Wizard King, the tribe doesn't have the qualifications to exist. Don't you know this? Among the barbarian tribes, there were often annexations. For example, in Sangnan village, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's appearance, after the old village chief died, the village without a wizard's protection would quickly be annexed by other villages. It was the same for all the large and small tribes. The most important criterion for the existence of a large tribe was to have a Wizard King. A large tribe without a Wizard King would lose its foothold. Having a Wizard King is enough? Yang Kai closed his eyes as he spoke, "Then as you wish." When he opened his eyes again, the light in his eyes was wanton, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out from his body. Wizard Qi's expression changed. He thought that Yang Kai was going to attack him, and he couldn't wait for this to happen. This way, he could fight back without hesitation and take revenge for the previous hatred. Hatefully, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to attack him. It was just that the aura in his body was getting stronger and stronger, more and more fierce. In a flash, it surpassed the level of a great wizard and directly approached the Wizard King. "This is..." Wizard Qi couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In the dark, it seemed that some shackles were broken, and Yang Kai's realm climbed to a new level. Wizard Qi's eyes trembled, and he almost couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. "Wizard King, so this is it?" Yang Kai grinned at him. Not far away, the imprisoned wizard tribe's 20,000 people suddenly burst into cheers after a moment of silence. All of them were extremely excited, especially Yu Lu. Wizard King, the southern barbarian tribe still had a Wizard King. This meant that in this war between the two tribes, the southern barbarian tribe still had the right to be independent. They didn't have to rely on or become a vassal of other large tribes. The cheers were quickly suppressed. A few figures suddenly appeared around the high platform and surrounded it in 4 directions. All of them had deep cultivation and revealed the aura of a wizard king. They were the wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe who were guarding the Tsang Air Valley. They didn't want to appear before because they didn't think it was necessary. Yang Kai was just a great wizard, and the wizard Qi could easily deal with him. However, when Yang Kai inexplicably became a wizard king, they had no choice but to appear. Among them, a bald wizard king had the strongest aura. He seemed to be a lot stronger than the others. He looked at Yang Kai with a dignified gaze and said, "I have never seen a wizard king who had such an easy promotion process. That means your vision is too shallow." Even when facing a high-rank Magus king who was 2 levels higher than him, Yang Kai's expression didn't change at all, and he spoke with confidence and assurance. "I heard that you were blessed by the barbarian god. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems that it is possible." The bald wizard king looked at Yang Kai from head to toe as if he wanted to see through him from the inside out. "Master, you have heard of me?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. The bald wizard king glanced at the wizard Qi and said, "You defeated the strong and injured the wizard Qi's people. Of course, I know a little about you." The wizard Qi's face became ugly. He stared at Yang Kai with hatred. It was as if someone had poured salt on his wounds that hadn't healed yet. "But," the bald wizard king continued, "even if you broke through the wizard king realm, it doesn't mean anything. The southern barbarian tribe has already perished. This is a fact. No one can change it. I am still alive. My 20,000 subordinates are still alive. We can rebuild the southern barbarian tribe." Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "Master, you don't have to be so arbitrary." The bald wizard king shook his head and said, "The southern barbarian tribe's holy relic is gone." "Where did you get it?" His eyes suddenly stared at the wood carving in Yang Kai's hand. There was a similar wood carving in the bone-eating tribe, but it was in the hands of the wizard holy master. Even if he was an upper wizard king, he wasn't qualified to touch it. The holy relic was a symbol of the power of every tribe. Most people thought it was just a symbol, but only a few wizard kings knew that the holy relic had many other uses. Being able to get a holy relic was a great help to a wizard king's training. Chapter 2886. There was one thing the bald wizard king could not understand. How did the southern barbarian tribe's holy relic appear in the hands of this wizard bull? When the dark light destroyed the world, hundreds of thousands of people of the southern barbarian tribe died, including all the wizard kings of the southern barbarian tribe. Logically speaking, the holy relic should have been lost or destroyed with the death of those wizard kings, but now it was right in front of his eyes. Could it be that this wizard bull had been to that battlefield? The bald wizard king immediately rejected this idea because as far as he knew, there was a powerful demon saint there at that time. That was an existence equivalent to a wizard saint. If this wizard bull had really gone to that battlefield, there was no way he could have returned alive. The southern barbarian tribe still had a wizard king, and the holy relic still existed. This was somewhat different from what the bone-eating tribe had expected. With the bald wizard king as the leader, several wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe looked at each other as if they were secretly communicating something. A moment later, they reached a consensus. The bald wizard king said, "Wizard bull, hand over the holy relic. You have sided with the demon race and are no longer the people of the barbarian god." Yang Kai snorted, "Which eye of yours saw that we sided with the demon race?" The wizard Qi Li shouted, "Still trying to quibble? If you didn't side with the demon race, why did you save this demon king?" Yang Kai said, "I said he's one of mine. Of course I have to save him." The wizard Qi Li laughed disdainfully. "From what you're saying, this demon king has been subdued by you?" The wizard Qi Li laughed, obviously not believing it. The other wizard kings also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Yang Kai was too shameless. Just a moment ago, Yang Kai was just a great wizard. How could he subdue a demon king? That was an existence on par with them wizard kings. They were equally proud and arrogant. If they were in his shoes, they would not submit to a demon marshal. They would rather die than live. You have been tainted by the demonic Qi. You have become the demon race. The bald wizard king sighed. Fortunately, your demonic Qi is not too deep now. Hand over the holy relic. Give it to the southern barbarian tribe. I know very well whether or not I've turned into a devil. You don't have to worry about me. I've come here today just to take away the people of my witch bull tribe. I hope the master can make things easier for me." The wizard Qi Li shouted, "Don't talk nonsense with him. This guy is already delirious. He only wants to save the demon king. Let me kill him and take back the holy relic." The wizard Qi Li had a bad temper, so he acted very quickly. As he spoke, he had already activated the wizard's power. A huge skull suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a house. It opened its mouth and bit Yang Kai as if it wanted to swallow him. The bald wizard king and the others looked on coldly. They didn't stop or help. Obviously, they acquiesced to the wizard Qi's actions. Yang Kai had seen the skull before. Last time when he fought with the wizard Qi, he used this wizard tool. It was extremely vicious. But today, when the wizard Qi Li activated it, the power seemed to be much stronger than before. A gloomy aura rushed towards him. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The skull descended and swallowed him whole. The wizard Qi was startled. He obviously didn't expect to succeed so easily. The joy on his face turned to shock. In the next moment, the skull shot out a shocking sword aura. It flew out from the skull's 7 orifices. The skull was like a headless fly. It stumbled around in the air. No matter how the wizard Qi tried to disperse it, it didn't listen to his orders. The wizard Qi's face changed. He quickly changed his hand sign. The skull opened its mouth. Yang Kai turned into a sword aura and rushed out with his sword. The remaining skull quickly shrank and lost its spirituality. The wizard Qi's eyes were about to split open. His heart ached. He was secretly shocked. How could this wizard's strength be so terrifying? Last time, he suffered a loss when he fought against a great wizard with the strength of a low-rank wizard king. He thought that now that he was promoted to a mid-rank wizard king, he could regain some face. Who knew that the other party's growth was even more terrifying? He was completely not a match for him. Although it was only a moment, the wizard Qi had a clear judgment. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. He thought so in his heart. The wizard Qi raised his head. On the other side, in front of Yang Kai, the bald wizard king blocked in front of Yang Kai. He raised his hand and a jet-black energy pillar blasted towards Yang Kai. The power was amazing. It seemed to be able to turn the world upside down and shatter the universe. The full power attack of a high-rank wizard king was naturally terrifying. He shouted in a low voice, "Wizard Qi, you were originally a rare genius of the barbarian race. If there were no accidents, you would have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, you don't know how to love yourself and become the demon race. The barbarian race can't tolerate you. You will die here." Yang Kai laughed. "There are many people who want me dead. Their endings are not good. Master, you will not be an exception." As he spoke, Myriad's sword pointed forward. A cold light suddenly appeared, and then the sword shot out like a dragon. The jet-black energy pillar was shattered by the sword flowers. It was like snowflakes under the scorching sun. It quickly melted. The bald shaman king remained calm. With a slight thought, he changed the seal in his hand and the shattered pitch-black energies suddenly shrank inwards, forming a cage that seemed to want to trap Yang Kai inside. At the same time, other than the wizard Qi, the other 3 wizard kings' attacks also arrived. They were all ruthless and didn't hold back. They were determined to kill Yang Kai here. It wasn't just because of the old grudge between Yang Kai and the bone-eating tribe, but also because of the southern barbarian tribe's holy artifact. Moreover, the wizard ox tribe people were mixed in with the demon race. They didn't deserve to die. Even if they were all killed, the people of the other tribes wouldn't say anything. The more than 20,000 wizard ox tribe members cried out in alarm. Yu Lu and the others were even more nervous. They wanted to help Yang Kai, but in a battle of this level, they knew that they wouldn't be of much use. They could only make up their minds. If the wizard master ox tribe really met with any mishap, they would immediately resist. They would rather be killed by the bone-eating tribe than be trapped here and become food. On the high platform, Yang Kai still didn't panic in the face of the combined attacks of the 4 wizard kings. The myriad sword in his hand slashed to the east, west, up and down. It seemed chaotic and without any pattern, but after a few slashes, he completely destroyed the wizard spells of the Wizard Kings. Only the bald Wizard King's cage firmly restrained him. Yang Kai's body shook, and a majestic power erupted from his body. The invisible cage suddenly expanded several times, and there was a faint cracking sound, as if it could shatter at any moment. The bald Wizard King's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and he began to chant an obscure incantation. The other 4 Wizard Kings also suddenly turned solemn, and they also began to chant incantations. The voices of the 5 quickly merged together, as if they were spoken by the same person, and there was no longer any distinction between them. As the incantation changed, an incomparably huge skeletal hand appeared out of thin air. The skeletal hand was several hundred feet long, and it stretched across the sky, grabbing down at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. Its target was Yang Kai's position. With this grab, it was as if even the laws of heaven and earth could be grasped in its palm. Yang Kai inexplicably felt his breathing stop, and his body became shorter. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his neck, making him unable to straighten up. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Although he didn't know what kind of wizard spell this was, a wizard spell that required the cooperation of 5 Wizard Kings was definitely not something to be taken lightly. He kicked Wuxia aside, and then his body swayed to the side. There was a loud bang, and when the skeletal hand grabbed down, the temporary high platform was turned into powder. Without waiting for Yang Kai to regain his footing, the huge skeleton hand once again reached out to grab him. Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. Just as he was about to test the ability of this skeleton hand, he saw a scorching light spurt out from its palm. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the void and headed straight for his chest. Yang Kai dodged again. It was the same for several consecutive moves. Yang Kai was furious and he shouted, "Enough!" Wuxia laughed loudly. "Run, run as fast as you can, let's see how long you can run." "Wizard Qi, you are looking for your own death." Yang Kai coldly looked at him. "You can't even protect yourself, and you still have the energy to threaten me?" Wizard Qi disdainfully curled his lips. "Take care of yourself first." "Do you know why I want to run?" Yang Kai coldly asked as he dodged the skeletal hand's attack and chase. Wizard Qi laughed. "If you are not strong enough, then you naturally want to run. Everyone has the instinct to run." "You are wrong." Yang Kai slightly shook his head and said, "I just don't want the Wizard Saint Master to chase after me." "Why would the Wizard Saint Master want to chase after you?" Wizard Qi frowned. Yang Kai grinned, revealing his fangs, and coldly said, "If I kill all of you, do you think the Wizard Saint Master will chase after me?" Wizard Qi was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed as if he heard a funny joke. "With just you? You want to kill us? Wizard Bull, are you still dreaming?" Yang Kai no longer spoke to him, but turned to look at the bald Wizard King. "You shouldn't die in my hands. The demon race is still wreaking havoc on this land. You should save some strength to deal with the Demon King." "You don't need to worry about the Demon King, we will take care of it. You should just obediently wait to be captured." The bald Wizard King coldly snorted. Yang Kai sighed and made a final effort to say, "It's not too late to stop now, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The bald Wizard King seemed to be angered as well, and coldly snorted, "This is the first time I've seen someone with such a big mouth. I hope your abilities are greater than your words." As he spoke, not only did he not stop, but he also increased the power of the wizard force even more, and the power of the giant skeletal hand increased again. "Whether or not my abilities are greater, open your eyes wide and see for yourself." Yang Kai suddenly stopped running and stood in the air, myriad swords slightly raised. The 5 bone-eating Wizard Kings' expressions turned cold when they saw this. They knew that Yang Kai was really going to go all out, so they did not hesitate to use the giant skeletal hand to grab him. The tiny figure and the gigantic skeletal hand formed an incredibly stark contrast, causing all the berserkers who saw this to feel an incredibly strong visual conflict. It did not matter whether it was the members of Bone-Eating Tribe or Shaman Bull Tribe, they could not help but hold their breaths at that moment, as if they were about to witness an exciting moment that would be recorded in history. Chapter 2887. The skeletal hand reached down, but this time, Yang Kai did not dodge. When the hand closed, Yang Kai's figure disappeared. The hundreds of thousands of bone-eating tribe members let out thunderous cheers as they looked at the 5 wizard kings with reverence. Yulu's face was pale. She could not accept what she was seeing. Butterfly's voice came from beside her. "He's fine." Butterfly was a very special existence in the wizard bull tribe. She was only a great wizard, but she seemed to have the ability to observe things that even the wizard king did not have. Her words often came true. She had said that Yang Kai would come. Then Yang Kai came. Thus, when she spoke, the wizard bull tribe members seemed to be affected by her words. They calmed down a lot. On the other hand, the 5 wizard kings of the bone-eating tribes suddenly paled. They did not feel any joy from their success. A low murmur came from the skeletal hand. No one could hear what the murmur was saying, but after the murmur, a loud dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an enormous golden dragon had appeared and disappeared in a flash, flying into the skeletal hand. An aura that made people tremble spread out. The 5 wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe who were working together actually felt extremely small at this moment. Crack. The skeletal hand that was tightly clenched was pushed open by an invisible force. Through the gaps between the fingers, a tall figure could be vaguely seen standing in the middle of the palm. When the sword swept out, the skeletal hand trembled, and all 5 fingers were severed. They fell from the sky like 5 small mountains, causing the bone-eating tribesmen gathered below to flee in panic. Yang Kai, who had already dragonized, jumped onto the skeletal hand's raised wrist. He dragged the myriad sword under his feet as he ran up the arm. Everywhere he passed, the sword's edge rubbed against the skeletal hand, producing an ear-piercing sound as sparks flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already reached the skeletal hand's elbow. He stood there alone like a high and mighty king, looking down at everything with a dignified gaze. The 5 bone-eating wizard kings couldn't help but look up. They saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The giant skeletal hand formed by the 5 of them was actually broken apart by the brute force of a newly promoted wizard king. A huge crack extended from the wrist of the skeletal hand all the way to the elbow. It was like a ravine in the earth, a testament to the passing of the flowing time great emperor and the changes of time. Yang Kai stamped his foot lightly, and the entire skeletal hand split into 2. The wizard spell was broken, and the huge skeletal hand immediately turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. Pointing the myriad sword downwards, Yang Kai said with a cold expression, "Just because I don't want to fight with you doesn't mean that I don't have the ability to take care of you. Since the battle has begun, then I will teach you all an unforgettable lesson." He turned his gaze to the wizard pool. Wizard Pool panicked, and his body uncontrollably took a few steps back. He saw a strong murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. "Save me!" Wizard Pool shouted, wanting to approach the other wizard kings. The bald wizard king was the first to react, wanting to run towards him as well. However, a sword slash in the air blocked his path. When the sword slash dissipated, the bald wizard king stopped in place, looking forward with a gloomy expression. On the other side, the wizard bull had rushed to Wizard Pool's side at some point, and its wide longsword was resting on Wizard Pool's neck. "Hundreds of my Tsangnan village villagers died because of your bone-eating tribe. Today, I will kill one of your wizard kings as revenge for my people." Wizard Pool was shocked and shouted, "You dare! The wizard holy master will not allow you to do this. If you really kill me, the wizard holy church will hunt you down all over the world." Yang Kai sneered, "I was just hunted down by a demon saint. Do you think I will be afraid of your wizard holy church? Not to mention he seems to still be recuperating, right? So, you better die obediently." The bald shaman king suddenly let out a stern shout. Yang Kai looked at him and said calmly, "Master, is there anything else you want to say? Release the wizard Dang and I'll let you go." The bald wizard king said sternly. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "When I told you to stop earlier, you kept pressing on. Now that you've caused trouble, you want to make peace? How can there be such a convenient choice in the world? I'm very sorry, but the decision is in my hands now." The bald wizard king said, "Killing the wizard pool won't bring you any benefits. It'll only make my bone-eating tribe hate you. Yang Kai curled his lips. You're talking like you won't hate me if I don't kill him. You're a tribe that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. If it weren't for the invasion of demon folk, you would have attacked my Tsangnan village long ago. Since you have old grievances, I don't mind adding new ones. Right now, the two tribes are at war. A wizard king is an indispensable force. You can't kill him. What a joke. Yang Kai said sternly, I'm also a wizard king. Who was the one working together to kill me earlier? That's because we thought you'd already become the demon race. If I become the demon race, all of you will die today, not just one. With that, the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand flashed with cold light, and the wizard pool's head flew into the air. Blood gushed out from his neck. The remaining 4 wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe were stunned. They originally thought that Kai Yang was just saying it and wouldn't really kill Wuxia, but they didn't think that he would really do it. Wuqi's body was still standing in the same place, and his head that had been sent flying had a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he didn't think that his life would end like this until he died. He didn't die at the hands of the demon race, but at the hands of the barbarians. After killing the wizard pool, Yang Kai arrived before the bald wizard king in a flash. The myriad's sword pressed against his chest, sinking 3 inches into his flesh. The bald wizard king immediately stiffened. He was afraid to make any sudden movements. Don't think I'm joking. If I want to, I can kill all of you. Yang Kai stared at the bald wizard king coldly. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the bald wizard king's forehead, sliding down his cheek. But you still have value. You can still fight against the demon race, so I won't kill you today. Yang Kai withdrew the myriad sword and looked down at the bald wizard king. His voice was sharp as he said, You better remember, don't provoke the southern barbarian tribe again. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will pay the price. The bald wizard king didn't make a sound. Clearly, he was greatly shaken deep down. The myriad's sword disappeared. Yang Kai brushed past the bald wizard king and headed straight for the place where the 20,000 wizard tribe members were imprisoned. The bone-eating tribesmen blocking his way looked at him in fear, as if they were looking at some kind of monster. They couldn't help but make way for him. When he arrived in front of the wizard tribe, the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe who had been guarding the wizard tribe seemed to have been struck dumb. He stood there in a daze. Yang Kai raised his eyes. The great wizard immediately dodged to the side. The wind blew, and a chill ran down his back. Master! Yu Lu and the others stepped forward and bowed. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Let's go, Yang Kai called out. Tiger stepped forward and said, Our mounts have been stolen by them. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the bald wizard king. The bald wizard king's expression was full of struggle. Yang Kai's smile began to turn meaningful. A moment later, the bald wizard king seemed to have made a difficult decision. He shouted, Return those things to them. Immediately, the bone-eating tribesmen rushed out. Soon, thousands of magical beasts and dozens of giant eagles rushed out of the place where they were imprisoned and returned to their master's side. The cavalry rode on the backs of the magical beasts, while the aerial cavalry rode the giant eagles. More than 20,000 people marched out of the Tsang-er Valley. The entire troop was orderly, and their steps were neat. Every member of the wizard tribe straightened their backs. They were like javelins that towered into the sky. Behind them were the complicated gazes of the hundreds of thousands of bone-eating tribesmen. Only when the wizard tribe disappeared from sight did the bone-eating tribesmen let out a sigh of relief. The 4 wizard kings were exhausted, as if they had exhausted all their strength. Outside the valley, excitement spread and finally broke the silence of the army. People began to whisper to each other in groups of 3 to 5, discussing what had just happened. The more they talked, the more excited they became. No one stopped them. Over the past few days, they had been imprisoned by the bone-eating tribe, enduring mental torture. Now that they had finally been rescued, and they had been rescued by Sir Wu Nyo in an extremely shocking manner, they naturally needed to vent their emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. What do you want to say? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Rain. She had been hesitating since the beginning. It was obvious that she had something to say. However, before she spoke, Yang Kai had already guessed. Do you think that I shouldn't have killed the wizard pool? Rain nodded. He's the wizard king of the bone-eating tribe after all, but he died at your hands. If news of this spreads, the other tribes might reject us. Our southern barbarian tribe is in decline now, and we need to keep a low profile. We shouldn't be so ostentatious. Yang Kai smiled. It's precisely because we're in decline that we can't keep a low profile. We need to let the other tribes know that even if the southern barbarian tribe is left with only one wizard king and 20,000 people, we're still the southern barbarian tribe. Our fate is in our own hands, and we won't be controlled by anyone. We won't be the vassal of any other tribe. His gaze gradually darkened. The demon race's defense line is shrinking, and the battle will become more and more intense. If we don't show enough toughness, we'll be used as cannon fodder by the other tribes sooner or later. Rain thought about it and found herself speechless. She could only nod and say, "Perhaps you're right." Yang Kai said, "Besides, they were the ones who started the trouble first. Although I'm wrong for killing a wizard king, I don't think anyone will be in a hurry to stand up for the wizard pool. The bone-eating tribe will continue to hate us, but if they want to attack us, it'll be after the war between the two tribes. I hope they can survive until the end. What about us?" Rain looked up at Yang Kai like a child who hadn't grown up yet. "We'll survive. We'll drive the demon race away and rebuild our home." Rain's eyes blurred, as if she saw a beautiful scene in the future. "The wizard master is dead," Yang Kai suddenly said. The longing expression on Rain's face disappeared. Her eyes drooped, and she didn't say a word. However, she was shrouded in sadness. Lu reached out and held her arm, and the two sisters leaned close together. Chapter 2888. The earth groaned and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The demon race had already invaded for 2 years. During these 2 years, the two races had clashed thousands of times. Barbarian tribes were exterminated one after another, and demon race armies were slaughtered one after another. The northern part of the land was filled with battlefields, and people were dying almost every moment. The shaman sages and devil sages had already finished their recuperation 1 month ago and came out of seclusion one after another. Both sides once again fought each other, but this time, everyone was somewhat restrained. They were not as ferocious and intense as 2 years ago. This time, the fighting was more of a probing factor. The barbarian side was at a disadvantage because the demon race side had one more moto compared to 2 years ago. The addition of this demon saint broke the balance between the two sides. After 2 years of bloody battles, everyone who survived had matured a lot. The southern barbarian tribes' remaining troops grew stronger day by day during the war. Now, they had expanded to more than 100,000 people. The wizard ox's fame spread throughout the two races. It was no longer a secret that he had 10 demon king slaves by his side, and it was precisely because of these 10 demon kings that the wizard ox tribe could succeed in this long war. 2 years was enough for a lot of changes to happen. The biggest change was that the reinforcements of the demon race kept coming from the boundary wall. Although the boundary wall was not stable and could not allow powerful experts to pass through, those small fries could come as many as they wanted. But this still could not stop the barbarians' determination to reclaim their lost territory. The demon race had 100 tribes, and almost every tribe had their own divine technique. If not for the 10 demon kings that Yang Kai had subdued, the barbarian side would have suffered a lot of losses. The demon kings were very clear about the details of the demon race. Yang Kai had already gathered all the information they knew and passed it on to the leaders of the various tribes. With this information, the barbarian side reduced a lot of losses. Otherwise, the war would not have gone so smoothly. Even though the demon race continued to surge out of the world path, 2 years later, the demon race's defensive line had shrunk to a perimeter of 2,000 li with the world path as the center. All the members of the demon race were gathered here. And 2,000 miles away, the various barbarian tribes were gathered. Millions of clansmen were facing it from afar. In the sky, there was a huge gully. The demonic chi in the gully was rolling and surging. It was extremely frightening. Everyone could clearly see the existence of that ravine. It was like a scar in the sky that would never be extinguished. This was the passage that the great demonic god of the demonic territory had torn open with a heaven-shaking method. It was called the Boundary Path by the barbarian tribe. If the realm Tao was not sealed, this war would never end. All the higher-ups of the barbarian race were well aware of this. Therefore, for the past 2 years, all the barbarians had been working hard to achieve this goal. They had been pressuring the demon race in every way. They wanted to attack the world path and then find a way to seal it. As long as the world path was sealed, then the source of the demon race's power could be cut off. No more demon race would come from the demonic territory. The demon race that remained in this land would also be weakened and become fish on the chopping board. The barbarians had launched several large-scale attacks, but they were all blocked by the demon race. Both sides had suffered losses, but there was no way to break through the world path. Yang Kai himself had also gone to the world path to investigate a few times, but he found that the world path was too big. It was connected to another great world and involved the laws of heaven and earth of that world. Even if he was proficient in the laws of space, with his current strength, there was no way to repair it. Unless he could become one of the great emperors. Right now, he was only an upper wizard king. It seemed that he was very close to becoming one of the great emperors, but it was still far away. In just a year, he had become an upper wizard king from a lower wizard king. It was definitely a miracle. In the history of the barbarians, no one had been able to become an upper wizard so quickly, but Yang Kai had done it. Of course, the foundation of the emperor realm was part of it, but the biggest help was the holy relic that the wizard Dang gave him before he died. When he first received the holy relic, he didn't find anything special about it. It wasn't until he became a wizard king that the holy relic showed its uniqueness. Every time he went into seclusion, the holy relic seemed to become a medium that connected him to the wizard temple. The wizard temple was the most important place in the entire barbarian race. The sorcerer's temple contained the memories and precious witchcraft techniques of all the barbarian race's masters. With the saint artifact in hand, Yang Kai was able to use his soul to wander around the sorcerer's temple. He was able to witness the miraculous abilities displayed by the ancient sages and absorb the knowledge they imparted. This knowledge was even more extensive than what the evergreen god tree had passed down. Only after discovering this did he understand why the shaman kings of the bone-eating tribe wanted to take his sacred relic so much. Clearly, they already knew how helpful the sacred relic was to cultivation, which was why they had thought about it. A tribe with an upper wizard king in charge naturally couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, there were also 10 demon kings in the tribe. As the last tribe of the southern barbarian tribe, the bull wizard tribe continued to exist and was recognized by all the major tribes of the barbarian race. The Yu Lu twins also successfully became great wizard, becoming the existence second only to Yang Kai in the bull wizard tribe. The other wizards more or less improved. Those who followed Yang Kai in the past all became the backbone of the wizard tribe. Butterfly was still the same. The 2 years of war didn't seem to leave any traces on her body, and her cultivation didn't improve at all. She seemed to be indifferent to the war and just followed Yang Kai. When Yang Kai didn't look for her, she never appeared. But as long as Yang Kai looked for her, she would appear in time. It was as if she could see through all of Yang Kai's thoughts. Even after 2 years together, Yang Kai felt that he couldn't see through this woman. There was a knock on the closed door. Yang Kai exhaled softly and ended his divine sense journey in the sorcerer god's temple. He put away the artifact and looked up. "Come in." The Yu Lu twins pushed the door open and entered. The sisters' faces were a little too serious. "What new instructions do the wizard saints have?" Yang Kai looked up at them. The sisters were just summoned by the wizard saints to discuss with the wizard king of the other tribes. They were only great wizards and didn't have the qualifications. But the situation of the wizard tribe was a little special. Yang Kai didn't show up, so no one cared about this. During this time, Yang Kai had been cultivating, so he left the wizard tribe's affairs to Yu Lu. Now that he saw their faces when they came back, Yang Kai realized that something might happen. The final battle. Yu Lu replied, her voice trembling. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. They found a way to seal the world passage? This was a problem that the barbarians were eager to solve. As long as the world passage was blocked, the demon race invading this land would fight alone. The barbarians would win the final victory sooner or later. But this was also an unsolvable problem. Even the 4 great wizard saints didn't have the power to seal the world passage. So recently, the 2 races had been fighting non-stop, but it wasn't a decisive battle. Both sides knew that this war wouldn't end easily unless the world passage was sealed. Suddenly, the wizard saints wanted to launch a decisive battle. Yang Kai could only guess that they had found a way to seal the world passage. This was good news, but Yang Kai didn't think that the wizard saints had the ability to do so. It was not that he underestimated them, but it was the truth. It seems that they have found it. It seems? Yang Kai frowned. The wizard saints answered you like this? There was no room for seems in war. One seemed to be enough to destroy hundreds of thousands of people. Yu Lu said, looking at the master's expression, they seemed to have some confidence, but they didn't say anything. Yu Lu continued, the master wants you to go no matter what. Yang Kai touched his chin and said, it seems that they really have some confidence. If they didn't have confidence, they wouldn't have asked him to go again. They didn't say it clearly because they were afraid that the Wizard King would leak the secret. Without delay, Yang Kai walked straight out of the Wizard Bull tribe's encampment and went straight to where the Wizard Saints were. He had been there several times before, so he was naturally familiar with the place. But later on, he had been training and was too lazy to waste time, so he let Yu Lu do it for him. Every time the Wizard Saints gathered, he didn't show up. But this time, the situation was obviously a bit unusual. In a simple hall, Yang Kai saw the wizard Holy Ground. Among the 4 great wizard saints, Holy Ground was a very special existence. Looking at the past, present, and future, he might be a special existence because although he was a wizard saint, he didn't know many wizard spells. All his power came from his own body. He was a strong person with a holy ground. The barbarian warriors focused on refining their bodies, but he was the only one who could achieve what he did in hundreds of thousands of years. In the Holy War 2 years ago, almost all the barbarian demon race saints were injured. Only he was unscathed and escaped with the other 3 wizard saints. His strength was evident from this. Although Holy Ground was a wizard saint, he didn't have the slightest arrogance of a wizard saint. Yang Kai had met him several times and had a good impression of him. No matter what happened, this wizard saint was always smiling and was very amiable. The other 3 wizard saints were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he was too lazy to meet the bone-eating saint. The Bull Wizard tribe and the Bone-Eating tribe had a deep grudge. Yang Kai had killed a wizard king of the Bone-Eating tribe. The wizard saint of the Bone-Eating tribe had always disliked Yang Kai. If it weren't for the Bull Wizard tribe's outstanding performance in the war between the 2 tribes, killing many members of the demon race and making a lot of contributions, the Bone-Eating tribe's saint would have attacked the Bull Wizard tribe long ago. This was one of the reasons why Yang Kai didn't respond to the summons of the wizard saints. Holy Ground didn't look very old, around 40 years old. He had a wide mouth, a split nose, a square head, and big ears. His face was dark red, and his body was tall and sturdy. His arms were unusually long, almost reaching his knees. His palms were also very wide, as if they could hold a mountain or block a river. Every time Yang Kai saw him, he was shocked by the fierce and surging blood energy in his body. This was the result of Holy Ground's efforts to suppress it. If he didn't, his blood energy would be even more terrifying. Yang Kai had no doubt that even if a giant dragon stood in front of him, he could tear it apart with his bare hands. If Yang Kai's body was like the rising sun, then the wizard Holy Ground's body was like the scorching sun at noon. Just standing next to him made him feel hot. Chapter 2889. Master. Yang Kai stood in the middle of the hall with his hands on his chest. Su turned around. The smile that had been on his face for a long time had disappeared this time. His eyes were dignified and solemn as he said in a deep voice, "You should know why I called you over, right?" Yang Kai said, "I heard that the final battle is coming." "That's right." Ruin nodded. "The final battle, victory or defeat, will be decided here." Yang Kai frowned. "Forgive me for asking, but how do we seal the world path? Have you found a way?" Ruin smiled. I found it. But I can't tell you the specifics yet, but I can promise you that this is a feasible method. He was a wizard saint, so there was no need for him to promise anything to a wizard king, but he still said so. Obviously, he had great confidence in this method. Yang Kai nodded. Then Master, why did you call me here? Ruin's expression became serious again. I need you to carry out this method. Yang Kai was stunned. The saint is still here, why me? Ruin said, this method needs to be unexpected, so whether it's me or the other three, it's not convenient for us. Only you wizard kings have a chance of success. And among all the wizard kings, you are the strongest, and your wizard bull division is also the most elite, so we need you to deal with it. We need your wizard bull division to deal with it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and didn't refuse. Instead he said, what do you need to do? You don't need to know now. Before the final battle, someone will tell you. You just need to tell me, can you bear this responsibility? Ruin's eyes became serious for the first time, like a burning flame staring at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. If I can't bear it, Master wouldn't have called me here, right? Ruin laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. Don't worry, on the day of the final battle, all the barbarians will create an opportunity for you. You only need to do one thing. When is the final battle? Yang Kai looked up and asked. 5 days later. After returning from the ruins, Yang Kai did not cultivate in seclusion. 5 days. It was no longer enough to increase his strength. He slowly walked around the area where the Voodoo Bull tribe was stationed, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar faces. Every barbarian who saw him bowed respectfully, expressing their utmost respect to him. The news of the final battle seemed to have spread. The 100,000 Wizard Bull tribe members were all rubbing their hands in anticipation. The soldiers sharpened their weapons, and the cavalrymen fed their mounts so that they could unleash their full power in battle. While the archers were crafting arrows, the wizards were meditating in seclusion so that they could maintain their best condition. 5 days later he would pour out his power. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces. They were all people who had followed him since the beginning. After 2 years of war, less than half of the 200 villagers of Tsangnan village were left. Most of the villagers died in the war, and those who survived became stronger. However, most of them were unfamiliar faces. These people had been recruited by the Voodoo Bull tribe in the past year or so. They had different backgrounds, but now, they were all members of the Voodoo Bull tribe. Yang Kai saw Ahu feeding his mount in a corner of the camp. Tiger was very happy to see Yang Kai. He left his mount and ran over. Why you here? Tiger asked. I came to see you. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the dozens of wounds on Tiger's body. These were all proof of his bravery in killing the enemy. War made people grow quickly. Tiger was no longer a villager of Tsangnan village, but a captain of thousands of cavalrymen. With his own strength alone, he could fight an adept head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Come, look at my mount. Ahu pulled Kai Yang in front of a spirit beast. This spirit beast was just like its master, full of courage. It moved its huge head close to Ahu and intimately rubbed against him. Tiger grinned and said, not bad, right? Yang Kai reached out and touched the magic beast's head. He asked, have you named it? Tiger scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed and replied, it's also called Bull. Yang Kai laughed and said, same as me. It was not very obedient before, so I told Bull to teach it a lesson. Then it became obedient. Maybe it heard too much, so it thought its name was Bull. Now when I call it Bull, it is very obedient. Hey, this guy bullies the weak and fears the strong. Tiger grinned. He looked simple and honest. Although he had grown a lot, his smile was still the smile of a villager 2 years ago. The magic beast Bull next to him made a few low cries, but no one knew what it meant. Let's go and see Hua and the others. Tiger smiled and said, I heard that the final battle is coming soon. They are very tired. Yang Kai nodded gently and looked at Tiger. Survive. Tiger responded with a smile, you too. Yang Kai turned around and left. Tiger shouted behind him, Bull, this is the last battle, right? Yang Kai stopped and said in a deep voice, the last battle, I promise. Tiger's smile became brighter and brighter. He turned to a group of cavalrymen and said, "Did you hear that? Master said that this is the last battle. When the time comes, we will use all our skills to kill all those magic beasts. Then we can go home." Roar, roar, roar. The group of cavalrymen roared and howled. They were very excited, as if they had already returned victorious. 5 days was neither too long nor too short. Yang Kai walked around the whole station with a smile on his face. He nodded to every barbarian he saw and even had a simple chat with some of them. Everyone was asking him if this was the last battle. Although 2 years of war was not a long time, it had created endless pain and suffering. The barbarians were tired and fed up. They saw hope when they heard that it was the last battle. They tirelessly pursued a definite answer. Yang Kai gave them the expectation they wanted. However, in the end, how many people could really see this expectation? 50,000? 20,000? Or 10,000? Although he did not know what the Wizard Saints wanted his Wizard Bull division to do, it was definitely a difficult task. If he wanted to complete this task, he had to be mentally prepared to pay the price. Most of the people of the Voodoo Bull tribe would die. This time, the battle would be different from the previous ones. No one would be allowed to retreat or cower. In this battle, only one of them would survive. Regardless of whether it was the barbarian tribe or the devil tribe, there was no way to retreat. In the early morning of the 5th day, the Wizard Bull division was ready to go. 100,000 people, nearly 100 small teams, lined up in an orderly manner. Although the number was large, it was silent. Only the hot blood flowing in their bodies could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scar in the sky in the distance, their eyes full of determination. There were friendly troops on the left and right sides. They were the troops of the other big tribes. Just like the Voodoo Bull tribe, no one opened their mouths to talk. The atmosphere of nervousness and excitement spread among the crowd. The barbarians couldn't help but hold the weapons in their hands tightly. They hoped that they could obtain a little bit of spiritual comfort. Millions of barbarians, at this moment, were ready for battle. Without any warning, the dull sound of the horn sounded. The wizard king of each tribe trembled and issued the order to advance. The Wizard Bull division also did the same. Yang Kai walked at the forefront, maintaining a kind of mutual connection with the allies on his left and right. He glanced around, but when the person Sorcerer Saint mentioned didn't appear, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and stopped thinking about it. The sound of the horn was steady and dull, just like the footsteps of millions of barbarians. The earth trembled slightly. In the distance, the demon race army also began to move. In 5 days, not only did the barbarians have enough time to prepare, the demon race also had a buffer. So when the barbarians moved, the demon race responded. The armies of the two races slowly approached each other. The breathing of the warriors began to become heavy, and the austere atmosphere slowly condensed, gradually turning into an invincible aura. The war drums sounded, and the rhythm became faster. The pace of the barbarians also quickened. They went from walking to sprinting, and when the sound of the war drums became more and more intense, the sprinting became a trot. The distance between the two races was quickly shortened. When the distance between the two sides was only 50 miles, the intensity of the sound suddenly increased by a level. Roars were heard, and one after another, cavalrymen rushed out from the barbarian tribes. These warriors were riding their mounts, and were charging at each other in a fearless and meaningless manner. The demon race's side was surging with demon chi, and their numbers were greater. Although the barbarian race's side was smaller in number, their momentum was stronger. This was because all of the barbarian race's cavalrymen had been enchanted with various kinds of witchcraft. Each of the barbarian race's cavalrymen flickered with multicolored lights. Among them, there was a green light that was the most eye-catching. It was like a green ribbon that connected the cavalrymen closely together. Life chain. It was because of this powerful wizard spell that many barbarians were able to survive in the war. Before the cavalry arrived, the arrows had already been released. The archers of the two races shot deadly arrows at each other's camp. The arrows that flew out of the sky were like locusts, covering the sky and earth. The sound of the arrows breaking through the air was incessant. Powerful arrows rained down from the sky, and one by one, the fleeing cavalrymen fell to the ground. The cavalrymen behind them did not slow down and directly ran over them. Even the strongest warrior would be trampled into a pile of meat paste. Ahu turned around and looked at Yang Kai. Nyo, the demon beast he was riding, roared in a low voice, as if it could not suppress its impulse to join the battle. The wizard's cavalrymen were all like this. But they did not move, because Yang Kai did not let them move. The wizard's ox tribe was the only troop that did not have cavalrymen. Ahu's eyes were full of inquiry, but Yang Kai ignored him and just looked into the distance. Ahu withdrew his gaze in disappointment and suppressed the restlessness of his mount. Chapter 2890. Swish, 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 swish. After a few rounds of arrow rain, the cavalry of both races suffered some damage. The distance between them had been wiped out, and the cavalry of both races officially began to fight. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and bones and flesh were torn apart. One after another, the cavalry of both races were knocked to the ground. Those who lost their mounts would usually die on the spot in less than 10 breaths. This was the case for both the barbarian race and the demon race. Arrows were still being shot, but the targets were no longer the cavalry of the other side. Instead, the archers of both sides began to shoot at each other. This was a competition of archery. Whoever had better archery and more agile would have the advantage. The barbarian race suffered quite a bit. The archers were all riding on the flying monster beast, so they had to rely on their mounts to dodge. On the other hand, the demon race's archers were all flying demons, so they were undoubtedly more agile. The dull sound of war drums continued to sound, as if it was a call from ancient times, stirring up the blood in the hearts of all the barbarians. The cavalry of both sides fought for an incense stick, leaving behind large amounts of corpses and blood on the ground. Following closely behind, the ordinary soldiers collided. The millions of barbarians and the demon race charged at each other as if they had agreed beforehand. Everyone only had one thought in mind: kill all the enemies and obtain the final victory. With heaven and earth as the furnace, flesh and blood as the charcoal, the flames of war burned fiercer and fiercer. The wizard's bull tribe had not moved, quietly standing behind their own camp, watching the battle in front of them. The 100,000 people of the tribe could not hold back the impulse in their hearts. Bring this to the bottom of the boundary path. Butterfly suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and handed him a ball of 7-colored mud. Yang Kai took it and turned to look at her, slightly stunned. This is the key to victory, Butterfly said seriously. Why are you here? Yang Kai asked her. Butterfly shook her head and did not answer. Instead, she urged, go. Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and did not have time to ask too many questions. He held the 7-colored mud tightly in one hand and raised the myriad sword with the other. He shouted in a low voice, kill! As soon as the order was given, the 100,000 people of the Witch Bull tribe became excited. Their excitement was evident on their faces. They had been waiting for too long. They watched as all of their clansmen charged forward. Seeing so many of their clansmen die under the demon race's slaughter, their hearts were filled with the desire to rush forward. Even if they died, it was better than standing there and watching the show. Yang Kai's order came at the right time, or rather, Butterfly's message came at the right time. The Wizard's Bull tribe's 100,000 people's morale was at its peak. Yang Kai rode his magic beast and charged at the front. Tiger led a few thousand cavalrymen and followed closely behind. In the army, hundreds of wizards of different levels chanted incantations. First, a nimble light spell enveloped the army so that everyone could keep up with the pace of Yang Kai and the cavalrymen. Then all kinds of wizard spells were cast. All of a sudden, multicolored lights flashed. The myriad sword was still held high. Yang Kai's dazzling sword light was like an eye-catching flag, guiding the wizard's bull tribe forward. His mind was immersed in the colorful mud in his hand. He wanted to see what it was. Butterfly was no doubt the messenger of the wizard's holy ground. Yang Kai didn't understand why it was her. But at this moment, it was meaningless to think about it. What he wanted to understand now was why the key to the war was in a ball of mud. In the end, Kai Yang didn't know what material this 7-colored mud was made of, but he knew that its grade was extremely high. If it was placed in the future, it would definitely be an extremely rare treasure. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a reign of terror. But that wasn't the key. The key was that Yang Kai felt a life force in the colorful mud. It was a familiar life force, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember where he had encountered it. The colorful mud undoubtedly had the special effect of blocking telepathic thoughts. Even if Yang Kai held it in his hand, he couldn't see what the life force in the mud was. The wizard saint was counting on this thing in the mud to block the world passage? Yang Kai couldn't help but doubt. He felt that it was too childish. But a few days ago, the wizard's holy ground didn't look like it was joking. The arrow was on the string, so it had to be released. The wizard's bull tribe shouldered a heavy responsibility. Now was not the time to be suspicious. Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and led the army forward. With a rumbling sound, the earth and sky suddenly trembled at the same time. A destructive aura rippled out. This aura was so strong that it made everyone feel frightened and cold. The two tribes were fighting to the death. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They turned their heads and saw that behind the barbarian race, a colorful dragon suddenly flew up. Its body spanned thousands of feet. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the demon race. Another terrifying aura spread out. Behind the demon, a pitch-black energy pillar shot into the sky and met the seven-colored dragon head-on. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The wizard saint and the demon saint had made their move. The attacks of the two sides collided in the sky above the battlefield, making a shocking sound. The colorful and black light began to fight, neither side backing down. A crack appeared in the sky, as if it was another world passage. It was a shocking sight. Everyone felt that their footing was unstable. The space they were in seemed to have turned into a vast ocean in a violent storm. The deadly seawater could swallow them at any time. At this moment, everyone felt extremely small and insignificant, and their hearts trembled. The first round of confrontation between the saints of the two tribes ended in a tie. The colorful dragon and the jet-black energy pillar disappeared together. 9 figures with distant auras suddenly appeared in midair. 5 demon saint and 4 wizard saints looked at each other from a distance. The demon saint had a sinister smile on his face, while the wizard saints looked indifferent. The 9 saints exchanged glances for only a moment before they clashed. At first, it wasn't too intense because they were all wary of their clansmen below. However, as they rose into the air, every move they made was filled with the power to destroy everything in the world. The 9 saints were nowhere to be seen as they fought a decisive battle in the heavens. No one could see the situation clearly. They could only hear a series of rumbling sounds coming from the sky. Occasionally, there would be a dazzling burst of light, like an illusory sun that was being extinguished. The bloody battle between the two tribes began again. From the beginning, it had entered a white-hot level. The 100,000 Voodoo Bull Tribe warriors were thrown into the battlefield, where millions of people were gathered. They were like pebbles thrown into a lake. They only raised a few ripples before they disappeared. The allies seemed to have received clear instructions. Wherever the Voodoo Bull Tribe passed by, their allies would surround them from all directions. Voodoo Bull Tribe warriors used their own bodies to open a way for the 100,000 Voodoo Bull Tribe warriors. As a result, all the demons in their way were killed. Looking down from the sky, the Voodoo Bull Tribe was like an awl that fiercely pierced into the battlefield between the two races. All the way, they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. Their allies constantly came over from both sides to support them, taking over the demons who were rushing towards them, allowing the Voodoo Bull Tribe to pass through quickly and safely. In half an hour, other than the hundreds of demon race that died under the sword of Yang Kai, the wizard bulls did not encounter any battle. In such a fierce battle, this was unimaginable. And all the credit should be attributed to the fast reaction of the allies. But half an hour was almost the limit. Relying on the support of the allies, the wizard bulls successfully advanced 100 miles. But because of this fast advance, the battle line was stretched. The barbarians had to fight on their own, and the allies who came to support them were getting fewer and fewer. The wizard bulls were almost in a situation where they were fighting alone. Yang Kai had expected this. The 10 demon kings were all sent out by him to guard the flanks of the wizard bulls. The strongest ones, Felix and Makoto, were arranged to cover the rear. So even without the support of the allies, the wizard bulls did not stop advancing. Instead, they moved faster. The demon race was everywhere. The 100,000 wizard bulls finally saw the scene they wanted. They excitedly waved the weapons in their hands and followed behind Yang Kai, killing the demon race along the way. Makoto, Felix. You dare to betray the demon race. You are the disgrace of the demon race. You will die here today. An angry roar came from the front. More than 20 demon kings gathered in one place. Every one of them had a strong aura. The gathered demonic chi was like an insurmountable wall in front of the wizard bulls, blocking their way. Yang Kai drew his sword, and the light of the sword swept towards the 20 demon kings. The terrifying power made the demon kings' faces change, and they scattered without hesitation. The wall of demon kings that blocked the way was shattered. Before they could regain their footing, a barrage of spells blasted towards them. The demon kings were furious and counterattacked. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared from the back of his mount. When he reappeared, he was already behind a demon king. The myriad sword fiercely chopped down. This existence that was comparable to a mid-ranked wizard king didn't even have time to react before it was cut in half. His innards spilled all over the ground. Yang Kai didn't even look and teleported behind another demon king. He chopped off its head with a sword and shattered its body with a palm. Like cutting vegetables, Yang Kai attacked 3 times and killed 3 demon kings. This made the remaining demon kings turn pale with fright. Not long ago, the demon kings were high and mighty existences. When had they ever been killed so easily? No one knew what was going on with this strange race, and why he had such powerful strength. The morale of the demon kings fell to rock bottom. If it weren't for the demon saints' orders, they would have immediately turned around and fled. Fortunately, after killing the 3 demon kings, the strange race seemed to have consumed a lot of energy and had no intention of tangling with them. He returned to his mount. The remaining demon kings looked at each other, suppressed the fear in their hearts, and once again surrounded him. "Stop them!" Yang Kai shouted. Bao Qi and Shea, who were guarding Yang Kai, hesitated for a moment. Kai Yang fiercely glared at them. Only then did Bao Qi and Shaya clench their teeth and charge towards their former comrades. Chapter 2891. It was impossible for Bao Qi and Shea to stop the dozen demon kings. Everyone knew this. The demon kings knew this, and so did Yang Kai. Although they were the first demon kings to submit to Yang Kai, they didn't do it willingly, so their loyalty was greatly reduced. Yang Kai never expected them to submit to him wholeheartedly and obey his orders. He only needed to control the life and death of these demon kings. They were outnumbered, but if they disobeyed Yang Kai's orders, they would probably die on the spot. That was why Bao Qi and Shea only hesitated for a moment before intercepting the demon kings. Fortunately, these demon kings seemed to be afraid of Yang Kai's strength. They wanted him to pass through, so they didn't immediately attack Bao Qi and Shea. Instead, they chased after Bao Qi and Shea and tried to buy time. This made Bao Qi and Shea overjoyed. They used their strongest abilities and broke through the encirclement of the demon kings. The 100,000 wizard bull tribe continued to advance. This was an extremely difficult advance. The further they advanced, the more resistance they encountered. Although the demon kings they encountered didn't dare to get too close, they followed behind them from afar. They constantly used their abilities to disturb the wizard bull tribe's pace. Tribe members kept falling behind, like snowflakes falling on the ground and quickly melting away. Even if the tribe had demon kings like Makoto and Felix protecting them, they couldn't change the situation. Looking at the location of the world passage, it was still far away. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the insect enslavement bracelet, releasing the soul-eating insects. The soul-eating insects had grown a lot in the past 2 years of war. Most of the time, the wizard bull tribe relied on these exotic insects to achieve glorious victories. The soul-eating insects weren't very effective against existences above the demon king level, but against the demon race below the demon king level, they were very effective. Large swarms of insects flew out, producing a series of buzzing noises. Wherever the swarms of insects passed, the demons let out miserable howls and fell to the ground, dead. The soul-eating insects ate almost everything. Demonic chi and divine souls were their food. The seemingly weak insects were extremely tenacious. Even if they were cut by the sharpest weapons, only a white mark would be left. When the insect cloud appeared, the demon race around them retreated, greatly reducing the wizard bull tribe's losses. Muffled thunderous sounds continued to resound in the sky. Those were the sounds of the saints fighting to the death. The sky changed color and the wind and clouds changed. The actions of the saints had already changed the laws of the surrounding 10,000 miles. The Voodoo Bull clan continued to advance. Almost every step they took, they had to pay a heavy price. The 100,000 people gradually became 90,000, 80,000, 50,000. After an hour, when the Wizard Bull tribe rushed to the bottom of the world passage, Yang Kai looked back. Of the people who followed him here, there were less than 30,000 left. This was the center of the demon race's army. There were no more allies in sight. The Wizard Bull tribe had truly fallen into a situation where they were fighting alone. Of the 10 demon kings, only Makoto and Felix were left. The other 8 were sent out by Yang Kai halfway. Yang Kai could sense that half of the 8 demon kings were dead, and the other half were not in good condition. Defend! Yang Kai raised his sword and shouted. The 30,000 people immediately formed a formation. With Yang Kai as the center, they formed a circle and defended with all their might. The insect cloud gathered at the outermost part of the formation. These strange insects had previously displayed terrifying killing power, so they were a great deterrent to the demon race. The Wizard Bull tribe had fewer people, but their formation was more compact, and their defense was more effective. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out the rainbow mud. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Right above him was the location of the world passage. The gap in the sky had not healed for many years. Yang Kai could even feel the rolling demonic chi. It was an extremely cold and violent aura that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. I hope it works, he muttered softly. Then, he threw the rainbow mud on the ground and stared at it. His actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the demon kings around him. Although they did not know what he was doing, the demon kings instinctively felt uneasy. The Wizard Bull tribe's goal was clear. They rushed all the way to the bottom of the world passage. It was obvious that they wanted to use the world passage. How could the demon kings just sit back and do nothing? After the orders were given, the demon race that surrounded the Wizard Bull tribe finally launched their attack. The insect cloud surged and swallowed large areas of the demon race. However, it was still unable to stop the flood of steel. The 30,000 Wizard Bull tribe defended their positions. The wizard chanted incantations and buffed all their people with wizard enhancement spells. The bloody battle began in an instant. Makoto's figure suddenly disappeared. Other than Yang Kai, who could sense her position, even the strongest demon king could not catch her trace. She disappeared in a flash in the demon race's camp. Every time she attacked, someone would die in her hands. She was the strongest assassin in the demon race. She was an assassin on the level of a demon king. Other than those who were on the same level as her, no one could survive her assassination. One by one, the demon kings who were commanding outside died under Makoto's assassination. The demon race's camp was in an uproar. Felix also made his move. The netherworld ghost fire that was waved out of Skeleton's hands was something that even the demon kings did not dare to touch. Wherever the ghost fire passed, groups of demon race members were burned to ashes. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the rainbow mud. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Butterfly, "Why is it useless? Is it going to be buried underground?" Butterfly said that this was the key to victory and the opportunity to seal the world path. However, Yang Kai found that the rainbow mud did not react at all. Butterfly looked at him and said lightly, "It will be useful." Yang Kai asked. 100,000 Wizard Bull tribe members had rushed into the heart of the demon race's army under his leadership. They had only reached here after losing 70% of their members. If this rainbow mud was just a trick, or if it was just a trick used by the wizard saints to attract the demon race, Then the price to pay was too high. Not getting a response from Butterfly, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. He raised his hand and several moon blades flew out. In an instant, they plowed open a wide area among the demon race's army. He withdrew his attention from the rainbow mud. He did not care whether this could really seal the world path. Right now, he just wanted to kill to his heart's content. He was the leader of the wizard bull tribe. His target was not the demon race's soldiers, so he turned his eyes to the demon kings hidden in the surroundings. Yang Kai's figure began to flicker in and out of the battlefield. Wherever the myriad's sword swung, the demon race's soldiers would be thrown off their feet. All the demon kings that were targeted by him died under his sword. Not a single one was able to escape. He was like the Grim Reaper, and the myriad's sword was his weapon of choice. The death of the demon kings caused the demon race's camp to become even more chaotic. The pressure on the wizard bull tribe decreased rapidly. The defensive circle even showed signs of expanding, but this was just a facade. Countless demon race soldiers were gathered in all directions. The 30,000 wizard bull tribe members could not win in this environment. Even if Yang Kai was invincible, in the end, all 30,000 would be killed. At this moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard. It was like a heart that had been awakened from ancient times. It beat fiercely. The sound was directly transmitted to people's hearts. Everyone who heard this sound could not help but feel their chests tighten and their blood boil. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the source of the sound. Yang Kai also took a glance and soon revealed a look of surprise. Because the seven-colored mud he threw on the ground finally reacted. A seven-colored light bloomed, and there was a faint surge of vitality contained within. This strange scene made the two clansmen very surprised. The seven-colored brilliance slowly dissipated and was replaced by a soft green light. A small sprout suddenly grew from the ground. It was so green that it seemed to break at the slightest touch. Yang Kai flashed to the side of the green sprout. He felt that this aura was more and more familiar. "It's useful," Butterfly said softly. Her eyes stared at the green sprout with a complicated expression. Just by relying on this? Yang Kai showed a doubtful look. What could a green sprout like this do? How could it block the world path in the sky? Before he finished speaking, the green sprout suddenly grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a sapling appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was not the end. The sapling grew at an astonishing speed. In the time it took to take another breath, it had grown into a small tree that was 10 feet tall. The canopy of the tree was fluffy and the branches and leaves were lush. Moreover, the growth speed was getting faster and faster. There was no sign of it stopping. Kacha. Cracks began to appear on the ground one after another. Those were the roots of the tree. Yang Kai could not help but retreat. The more he retreated, the farther he went, the higher his eyes looked. 10 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, that patch of green sprouts had turned into a towering tree that reached into the clouds and connected the heavens and the earth. The lush greenery formed an extremely sharp contrast with the surrounding pitch-black demon chi. A green light was emitted from the tree, forming a strong and powerful layer of protection. It shrouded the surviving wizard of the Ox tribe, shielding them from the wind and thunder. Large swaths of demonic chi were purified by the green light and dissipated into the sky. The demon race members were dumbfounded. Their minds were in a daze. "Senior Green!" Yang Kai cried out in a low voice. He finally understood that the tree in front of him did not grow out of thin air. There was no such miraculous tree in the world. It was the evergreen god tree, the guardian god of the snow frost tribe. In the beginning, Yang Kai felt that the vitality wrapped in the rainbow-colored mud was somewhat familiar. However, he did not dare to associate it with green. After all, there were some differences between the two. However, when the 500-foot-tall tree appeared in front of him, Yang Kai immediately recognized it. Green was the method used by the barbarians to block the world path. Green did not stop growing. Instead, it continued to grow taller and bigger. The green protective circle it formed also became more and more magnificent. From the looks of it, it was going to grow to the front of the world path and use its imposing body to block it. Chapter 2892. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, an old face appeared on the trunk in front of Yang Kai. He smiled slightly and said, "Wizard Ox, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again. I didn't expect to meet you here." Yang Kai wiped the blood on his face. The old face said amiably, "I wasn't wrong. You are growing very fast. Perhaps the world will be yours in the future." Yang Kai shook his head and did not comment on this. He asked curiously, "Senior, aren't you in Snow Frost City? Is this your avatar?" "Avatar? No, this is not my avatar. This is me." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he immediately realized something. "Senior, are you going to sacrifice yourself for a noble cause?" Qing laughed heartily. "The world path is too mysterious. This is the only way to seal it. I have lived long enough and witnessed the invasion of the demon race twice. The last time, I couldn't do anything. This time, I want to do something. Over the years, I have received a lot of care from the barbarians. Maybe there are other ways." Yang Kai frowned. The face on the trunk shook as if shaking his head. "I left Snow Frost City, and I can't go back anymore." At this moment, Yang Kai understood a lot of things. The evergreen divine tree had guarded Snow Frost City for tens of thousands of years and had never left. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. There should be some close connection between him and the land. But this time, in order to seal the world path, he left the land that had nurtured him for tens of thousands of years. He condensed all his essence into a point and hid it in the colorful mud, letting Yang Kai bring it to the bottom of the world path. This was an irreversible process. Qing's current growth was just a reflection of the setting sun. Yang Kai was in awe. He held his chest and said, "The barbarians will see Senior's sacrifice, and future generations will remember your contributions." Qing laughed. "You don't have to comfort me. I am ready." After a pause, Qing became more serious. "Before that, I need your help. Senior, don't worry. The Wizard Ox tribe will guard this place." "All right." The old face nodded and then disappeared. Yang Kai turned to look at Butterfly. "Why aren't you talking?" Butterfly asked, "What do you want to say?" "Did you already know?" Butterfly said, "That's right." Yang Kai looked at her strangely, trying to find some clues from her face. But Dai's expression was indifferent, as if she and Qing were strangers. Butterfly was very different from when they first met 2 years ago. Her personality had undergone a huge change. Yang Kai even doubted if she was still the same Butterfly as before. He shook his head. "Don't do what he wants." Qing's rapid growth didn't stop at all. While he was conversing with Yang Kai, the huge evergreen divine tree had already grown from 500 feet to 300 feet tall. If one looked up, they wouldn't even be able to see where the crown of the tree was. Everyone on the battlefield noticed this unusual situation. The barbarians cheered. Many people recognized that it was the guardian of Snow Frost City. Under the excitement of shouting, more people learned this information. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and everyone seemed to be reborn. Although Qing was only the guardian of the Snow Frost tribe, his fame had already spread throughout the barbarian tribes. Although no one had ever seen Qing display his power, everyone said that he was a powerhouse comparable to the wizard saint. Because he wasn't a barbarian, the barbarians only had 4 saints. But he was another saint. At this moment, such a powerful helper suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, he went deep into the heart of the demon race's army, which naturally made the barbarians excited. Everyone seemed to see the demon race's army being defeated like a landslide. The appearance of Qing made the barbarians' morale soar. The stalemate of the battle was faintly tipped in favor of the barbarians. On the other hand, the demons looked as if they had lost their parents. Although they didn't know what that huge tree was, the unknown was the most terrifying thing. Especially that huge tree, which was huge and majestic, gave people a strong visual impact. Moreover, it grew taller and taller as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The dark green light that enveloped the giant tree also seemed to have a miraculous purification effect. All the demonic chi that drifted past was purified completely. Many demon race members wanted to rush over and destroy the growth of the giant tree. Instead, They were all killed by the great wizard of the Bull tribe. The sudden appearance of the evergreen god tree caused the demon race to panic for a while. However, the situation soon stabilized. It seemed that someone had given an order. The demon race began to form a formation and attacked the evergreen god tree in an orderly manner. The center of the battlefield suddenly shifted to the bottom of the world path. The wizard bull tribe was under unimaginable pressure. The demon race rushed over from all directions like a tsunami. They weren't afraid of death. Even the soul-devouring bugs couldn't stop them from charging forward. Under the leadership of Ahu, the cavalrymen of the Voodoo Bull clan had been constantly circling around the gigantic tree. They were like a long steel whip that was circling around the gigantic tree. Wherever they passed by, they would destroy everything in their path. Their weapons were all bent, and each of them was covered in thick blood stains. The 4 demon kings who were still alive broke through the encirclement and returned. All of them had exhausted a lot of energy and their faces were pale. Shaya wasn't dead, but she was missing an arm. Bao Qi was gone. Yang Kai sensed that Bao Qi's flame of life had been extinguished. It was obvious that Bao Qi had been killed by his former comrades. There were less than 30,000 wizard bull tribe members. 1 wizard king, 6 demon kings, and 3 great wizard. This was basically the entire strength of the wizard bull tribe. However, they had to face a demon race with millions of demon kings. This was a war with a huge disparity between the two sides, but it was also a war that could decide the final outcome. There was no need for Yang Kai to mobilize them. All the barbarians knew that they were shouldering a heavy responsibility. They bravely killed the enemy, disregarding their own lives. They tried their best to kill as many enemies as they could. More than 20,000 demon race members died at the hands of Yang Kai. There were even 5 or 6 demon kings. However, in the face of such a large-scale battle, no matter how strong an individual's strength was, it was still too insignificant. Unless one had the strength of a wizard saint. The wizard bull tribe gradually couldn't resist the encirclement of the demon race. Their defensive circle shrank. 30,000 people became 20,000, and then 15,000. Tiger's cavalry was reduced to less than 1,000. Every one of them was covered in blood. Some of them were their own, and some of them were the enemy. The cavalry had changed their weapons several times. Yang Kai continued to take out pills and medicines and fed them to the witchcraft bull tribe sorcerers. Even the 6 demon kings were able to replenish their energy. It was because of these pills that everyone was able to hold on until now. The crown of the evergreen god tree had already reached the clouds. He couldn't see it at all. As long as he had enough time, he would eventually reach the world path. The most important thing now was time. The demon race obviously wouldn't give the wizard bull tribe this chance. An even more ferocious attack was launched. Although the wizard bull tribe tried their best to defend, they couldn't stop it. The huge disadvantage in numbers made the wizard bull tribe unable to do anything. There was a commotion. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the wizard bull tribe members had suffered heavy casualties. The demon race finally broke through the perilous defensive circle. A large number of demon race members poured in through the gap and killed wantonly. Yang Kai rushed over. Myriads of swords flew out and blocked the gap with his own strength. This gave the surrounding people a chance to cushion the attack. However, in the next moment, another gap appeared on the other side. Yang Kai shouted. Felix immediately rushed over. The pitch-black skeleton burned with green flames as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. It blocked the demon race's attack. A third gap appeared. The wizard bull tribe's defensive circle was like a dilapidated house. It was leaking everywhere on a rainy night. Countless demon race members broke through the defensive circle. A portion of them stayed behind to hold back the wizard bull tribe members while the rest rushed towards the evergreen god tree. Some of them gathered under the tree roots and waved their weapons desperately. It was as if they wanted to cut down the evergreen god tree. Many of the demon race members leaped onto the tree trunk and started destroying it without restraint. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He wanted to split himself into 1,000,000 clones. At this crucial moment, a commotion suddenly came from the periphery. At the same time that the ground trembled, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It was mixed with miserable cries. A badly damaged barbarian team suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's vision. The leader was a wizard king. Yang Kai thought that he looked familiar. He seemed to be a wizard king from the Snow Frost tribe. In the past 2 years, Yang Kai had interacted with many wizard kings. Even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had seen them face to face a few times. He didn't remember wrongly. This wizard king was definitely from the Snow Frost tribe. The wizard king had an ice dragon in his hand. It wandered around the battlefield and greatly relieved the wizard bull tribe's urgent situation. He then shouted, "Kill!" The Snow Frost tribe members shouted in response. The wizard bull tribe's morale was boosted. They cooperated with the barbarians from the inside and outside and quickly led them into the defensive circle. There weren't many people from the Snow Frost tribe, only 5,000 of them. However, they had clearly paid a heavy price. The Wizard Bull tribe was able to advance all the way here by relying on the 10 Demon Kings and Yang Kai's powerful strength. However, the Snow Frost tribe clearly didn't have that many Wizard Kings to squander. When they set off, they might have had 100,000 or 200,000 people. However, when they arrived, they were only left with 5,000 people. After paying an unimaginable price, they finally arrived in front of the divine tree. The Wizard King nodded at Yang Kai as a greeting. He then said, "Now it's our turn to protect the divine tree." The evergreen divine tree had protected the Snow Frost tribe for tens of thousands of years. It prevented the Snow Frost tribe from suffering natural disasters and allowed them to live peacefully. Today, after tens of thousands of years, the Snow Frost tribe had come in gratitude. They would use their own flesh and blood to build an iron wall to protect the divine tree from harm. "You've come at the right time." Yang Kai grinned. The Wizard King lightly nodded. When he waved his hand, the 5,000 people behind him automatically scattered to the sides. The strong warriors joined the defensive formation, but there were still 1,000 people left. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the 1,000 people. His body trembled as he revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because he discovered that these 1,000 people were all wizards. Chapter 2893. The 1,000 Snow Clan's Magi spread out. 1/3 of them sat down in a circle around the roots of the tree, while the other 2/3 leaped onto the tree trunk and rushed into those tree holes, disappearing without a trace. The last remaining Frost Tribe Wizard King nodded at Yang Kai. "Give us some time." After saying that, he flew up and rushed into one of the tree holes. The Evergreen God Tree had protected the Frost Tribe for tens of thousands of years. They had supported each other and helped each other. If there was anyone in this world who knew the most about the Evergreen God Tree and could use its abilities, it would be none other than the Frost Tribe. At this moment, all of Green's energy was used to grow. He wanted to reach the horizon and seal the world passage. He did not have any extra energy to deal with the nearby demon race. However, no matter what, he was still a powerhouse comparable to a sorcerer saint. The sorcerers of the Snow Frost tribe could use his power to defend against their enemies. However, this was a secret technique of the Snow Frost tribe, and the price to pay for using it was extremely high. Yang Kai had obtained Green's memories and inheritance, so he knew a little about this secret technique. So, when he saw the actions of the Frost Tribe wizards, he knew what they were planning. When he turned around, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He shouted at the remaining Wizard Ox Tribe members and the Frost Tribe members who had come to support them, trying to boost their morale. The demon race's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Relying on the mysteries of the soul-eating insects, the Wizard Ox Tribe held on with great difficulty, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Every time they resisted, they had to pay a huge price. Every wizard's face was extremely pale, and they staggered. It was a sign that they had overdrawn their power, but they still gritted their teeth and chanted incantations, activating the little remaining wizard power in their bodies. They formed wizard spells of varying power and smashed them into the dense demon race members. Yang Kai did not hold back anymore. He kept firing moonblades, and every moonblade was able to kill hundreds of demon race members. The huge evergreen divine tree suddenly shook, following which, the shaking became even more violent. Green leaves fell from the sky, and many branches withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wizard Bull underground. The voice of the Wizard King of the Snow Frost tribe came from somewhere in the tree trunk. Some sand devils were destroying the roots of the evergreen god tree underground, hoping to use this method to destroy this towering tree. Yang Kai turned his head. After searching through the crowd for a while, he fixed his gaze on a figure and shouted, "A Zack!" Upon hearing Yang Kai's call, the figure who was resisting the demon race's attacks with the Shaman Bull tribe's clansmen immediately withdrew from the battle and disappeared. With a flash, he turned into a pile of loose sand and disappeared into the ground. Sand Devil Azak was also one of the 10 great demon kings that Yang Kai had subdued. He was not the strongest, but he was not the weakest either. However, he was the most proficient in preserving his life. This was because he was a sand devil, and his innate divine technique was the earth-burrowing technique. He was one of the 6 demon kings that were still alive. Right now, the sand devils that were wreaking havoc underground were of the same race as him. It was best for him to deal with them. As expected, after Azak burrowed underground, groans could be heard coming from underground. It was obvious that the sand devils had suffered heavy casualties under his hands. The crisis of the evergreen god tree was greatly alleviated. However, Yang Kai soon realized that Azak had met an opponent. It was a demon king that was also from the sand devil race. The 2 demon kings were fighting a bloody battle underground, and Azak quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately took a step back. He held his breath and concentrated his powerful divine sense on one point. It turned into an indestructible sharp blade and pierced into a certain spot underground. Being blocked by the deep ground, the power of this divine sense attack was greatly reduced. However, it created an opportunity for Azak to kill his opponent. Yang Kai felt that Azak, with his help, had killed his opponent. He had killed his opponent. When he raised his head again, Yang Kai's expression changed. The Wizard's Ox tribe's defense circle had been broken once again. This time, it was even more serious than before. If the situation just now was like a roof that was leaking rain everywhere, then the roof would have completely collapsed by now. The defense circle had completely collapsed. The demon race that surged like a tide roared and rushed over from all directions. No matter how hard the Wizard's Ox tribe tried, they could not stop their advance. Only the place where Yang Kai stood was impregnable. However, this was already useless. He could protect a little, but he couldn't protect all of them. "Are you done?" Yang Kai shouted as he held the mountains and rivers bell in his hand. If he couldn't get a positive answer, he would have to launch an all-out attack. The power of the mountains and rivers bell was too strong, and he still couldn't fully control it. Once he activated the power of this ancient exotic treasure, the clansmen of the Witch Bull tribe would definitely be affected, and they might even die from the impact. Yang Kai did not want to be stained with the blood of the barbarians. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he did not have the intention to use the mountains and rivers bell. However, he could not care less now. There was no reply. The demon race that was charging quickly had almost reached the roots of the evergreen god tree. The demon race raised their weapons and slashed at the wizard of the Snow Frost tribe. The mountains and rivers bell flashed. The mysterious patterns on the bell lit up and an ancient aura began to spread. Right at this moment, the evergreen divine tree suddenly shook, and a branch suddenly drooped down from the top of the tree. The branch was extremely long, and it was as thick as a person. It was like an enormous dragon that had awakened from its slumber, and it shook its head as it moved over. The branch swept across. All the demon race that were swept by it were sent flying. Some of them even exploded into a cloud of blood in midair. The demon race that did not die did not have a good time either. The huge impact caused their bones to break. Their chests caved in. Blood gushed out from their mouths as they fell to the ground. Their auras were weak and they did not seem to have much longer to live. With a single attack, thousands of demon race were either killed or injured. The demon race that broke through the defense circle were shocked. They all took a few steps back. Every demon race member stared at the branch that swept out. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Swish, 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 more and more branches drooped down from the top of the tree. They were like the long whips controlled by the evergreen god tree. Those were long whips that could roll from the sky to the ground. The long whips danced in the air. They seemed to be in a mess, but in fact they were very orderly. They were not related to each other, but they were able to complement each other. The shadows of the whips flickered. With the evergreen god tree as the center, everything within a radius of 50 zhang was swept away. All the demon race members that rushed over were swept away. However, the Wizard Ox tribe and Snow Frost tribe members that were guarding at the side were not injured at all. Seeing this scene, all the barbarians were shocked. Yang Kai also immediately put away the mountains and rivers bell. He knew that the wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had begun to control the power of the evergreen god tree. With such a tyrannical power, no one from the demon race could get close. After all, the evergreen god tree was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a saint. Its power was not something that an ordinary demon race member could withstand. Even the demon king would not be able to do so. Unless a huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky. That palm print seemed to be able to cover the heavens and earth. When the palm print appeared, the wind and clouds changed color. Heaven and earth trembled. It directly slammed towards the crown of the evergreen god tree. It looked as if it wanted to destroy the evergreen god tree. The whips that were sweeping the demon race members clearly sensed something. They all changed their direction and went straight towards the palm print in the sky. Yang Kai also raised his head to look. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. With a loud bang, the huge palm print slammed down. The dozens of whips that were heading towards it exploded. Muffled groans could be heard from various parts of the tree trunk. Clearly, the wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had suffered heavy injuries. After being obstructed by the dozens of whips, the speed of the palm print slowed down. However, it did not disappear. At the crucial moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared between the palm print and the crown of the tree. In front of him, an ancient bell spun and turned into a huge object. It enveloped the crown of the tree that covered the heavens and earth. Asterisk clang. Asterisk with a piercing sound, the phantom of the mountains and rivers bell shattered. Yang Kai could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he plummeted to the ground like a meteor. However, after being repelled by the power of the mountains and rivers bell, the huge palm print finally disappeared. Oh! A surprised voice suddenly rang out as a person abruptly appeared in midair. He lowered his head to look at Yang Kai, then raised his head to look at the evergreen divine tree, a cynical smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai stabilized himself in the air and coldly looked at that person. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Moto!" His voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in the battlefield that had just fallen deathly silent. Moto's words caused the expressions of all the barbarians to change. On the other hand, the demon race members who had been beaten black and blue earlier all roared, their confidence greatly boosted. "What was your name again?" Moto put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at Yang Kai. He revealed a serious expression and suddenly said, "Yes, you're called Wizard Bull." Yang Kai grinned. His mouth full of blood made his smile somewhat sinister and terrifying. "It's an honor to have the demon saint remember my name." Moto chuckled. "I've always had a deep impression of people who are different from the rest." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the battlefield further away and curled his lips. "Shouldn't the demon saint master be fighting over there? Why do you have time to come here? Don't you care about the lives of your companions?" "I don't need to worry about their lives. You should worry about yourself." Yang Kai cursed inwardly. He really did not know what Ruin and the others were up to. They had actually let a demon saint come here. Originally, as long as the 4 barbarian saints could delay the 5 demon saint from the demon race, there would still be some hope in this battle. The Wizard Bull tribe had escorted the evergreen god tree here to take root, and the thousands of wizards from the Snow Frost tribe had also come to help. As long as there was enough time, the previous plan could be completely carried out. However, Moto had suddenly come here. It was like a group of children were having a good time fighting when a large adult suddenly appeared. He could sweep through the entire scene with one hand. Chapter 2894. Under the World Path, Beside the evergreen god tree, the demon Saint Modo suddenly appeared, instantly extinguishing the glimmer of hope that had just appeared on the barbarian's side. Facing a saint, unless the evergreen god tree personally took action, no one could stop him. Not even Yang Kai could. How could Qing have the strength to fight a demon saint? He had already used all of his power to grow, sealing off all of his senses to the outside world. The current Qing was burning the life essence he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, wanting to use his own power to seal the passage between the two worlds in the sky. I'm just a wizard king. Master Modo, do you have to bully the weak? Ha, Modo chuckled softly. That smile was harmless to humans and animals. If someone who did not know his identity saw it, they would definitely feel that this person was amiable and radiant. He was completely different from the demon race who were covered in demon chi. You're not weak at all. Yang Kai curled his lips. I'll never be stronger than you. You have your battlefield and I have mine. Everyone plays their own game and doesn't interfere with each other, okay? Modo revealed a troubled expression. I'm afraid that won't do. This tree of yours is a bit strange. If we really let it continue to grow, we probably won't be able to communicate with the demon territory, so I have to destroy it. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression didn't change, but he was overjoyed inside. Because of the information that Modo had unintentionally revealed, he knew that Qing did indeed have the ability to seal the world path. The prerequisite was that he could create enough opportunities for Qing to continue growing. Ah! Yang Kai let out a long sigh and said helplessly, I understand what senior means. Modo still smiled and nodded. Are you ready to die? After a pause, he said, actually, you can join me. That way, we won't have to fight. Yang Kai said solemnly, Wizard Nyo Xen appreciates Master's kindness, but I, Nyo Xen, am a barbarian and will die as a barbarian. I definitely won't join the demon race. When the wizard members of the Bull clan heard this, they were filled with pride. They looked at Yang Kai with even more reverence. Modo shrugged and said, Then there's nothing we can do. Oh, it's enough talk. I'm going to kill you. His casual tone was like a butcher facing a lamb. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Yang Kai. This strike seemed ordinary, but under this grab, it actually caused the laws of heaven and earth to shake. Yang Kai inexplicably had the illusion that the surrounding space had been imprisoned, as if he was suddenly in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The demon saint and the wizard saint were both existences comparable to the great emperors. At this level, every move of theirs was in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the more ordinary an attack was, the more profound the mysteries it contained. Beside Yang Kai, the power of the space principles surged, and after a slight pause, he suddenly disappeared. A soft thud came from where he had been standing. It was as if something had been scratched. After the soft thud, everyone could clearly see that the space there had collapsed. Modo tilted his head and looked to the other side, his eyes flashing with interest. The space divine technique is truly impressive. I'm even more reluctant to kill you. If the great demon god can obtain your help, it will be much easier for him to break through the world paths of the other great worlds. He might even be able to completely descend. If you can't bear to kill me, then don't make a move. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. It's good for everyone to stand here and chat. Leave the matters of the battlefield to the others. Modo shook his head and said, My mission is to kill or capture you, so I'm afraid I can't continue chatting with you. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a pitch-black energy suddenly charged at Yang Kai. Yang Kai met the attack with a moonblade. There was a collision in midair, and the two attacks vanished into thin air. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with your strength. Are you holding back against me? Ah. Modo smiled, his hands not stopping. As his demonic chi surged, a giant demonic chi blade suddenly chopped down at Yang Kai. Without any warning, he said, This is all of my strength. I'm not holding back. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He instinctively didn't want to believe it, but he felt that Modo wasn't lying. Although the strength he was displaying was very strong, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't so strong that he couldn't deal with it. Right now, his strength was about the same as when he had first descended. 2 years ago, when Moto had first arrived in this world, he had paid a price to pass through the world path. His strength had been greatly reduced, allowing Yang Kai to use the space divine technique to escape from him. In these 2 years, Moto's strength should have recovered to its peak, but in reality, his performance wasn't much different from 2 years ago. The only difference was that he didn't feel weak. The demon saint's strength definitely wasn't like this. Yang Kai secretly made a note of this. He teleported again, dodging Moto's attack. But at this moment, Moto's eyes suddenly flashed as he stared into the endless void. He immediately caught sight of Yang Kai. The space divine technique wasn't omnipotent. Although it could banish one's body into the void to escape, there were still some rules in front of experts. Moto was such an expert. He raised his hand and pointed at a certain spot in the void. With a rip, the entire void seemed to be torn apart. Yang Kai's figure staggered out. At the same time, a pitch-black net suddenly covered the void. From the looks of it, it wanted to envelop Yang Kai as well. Yang Kai's expression changed. He raised his hand and sent out a flowing time Great Emperor seal, unleashing all his strength. With a rumble, the pitch-black net was blocked for an instant. Yang Kai took the opportunity to slip back, avoiding the net. After steadying himself, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Sigh. Moto had attacked twice without any effect. He sighed helplessly. 50% of my strength really doesn't seem to be enough. 50%? Yang Kai glared at him, exasperated. Didn't you just say this was all your strength? Now you're saying 50%? Which part of your words are true? Moto said indifferently, it's all true. He raised his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. Yang Kai thought he was going to use some kind of divine ability or secret technique again and was on high alert, but after Mo waved his hand, he didn't sense any trace of an attack. Instead, he saw a jet black light fly over and rush into Mo's body before disappearing. Mo, who was already powerful enough to give Yang Kai a headache, suddenly had his aura soar. The sudden increase in strength seemed to cause his mentality to change, and a ferocious look appeared on his face as he grinned and said, "This is 70%. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "You're a clone." Moto said, "I am me. There's no priority. That's also me." That was naturally the battlefield of the saints. Only then did Yang Kai realize that it wasn't the barbarian wizard saints who had carelessly let Moto over. Moto was still fighting with the wizard saints. It was just that this guy had a clone. His clone was clearly an emergency measure left behind by the demon race. Reality proved that this method was very effective. If Moto hadn't interfered, the evergreen god tree wouldn't have been disturbed at all. However, because of Moto's sudden appearance, Yang Kai had to be careful. It was as if he was walking on thin ice. What made Yang Kai even more troubled was that Moto's power seemed to be able to freely switch between his main body and his clone. 50% of his strength couldn't stop Yang Kai's teleportation, so he had no choice but to use 70%. If one side was strong, the other side would naturally be weak. "I know what you're planning," Moto said casually. "You're just stalling for time with me so that your tree can seal the passage between the two worlds. However, you don't have the chance now because you're no longer a match." With that last word, Moto suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. He raised his hand and poked at his chest. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Moto's figure was clearly still in his vision. He hadn't expected the attack to be so close. In his panic, he instinctively used the space divine technique, but he was shocked to find that the space around him was impregnable. He couldn't move. A cruel smile appeared on Moto's lips. The demonic chi surging hand pierced through Yang Kai's chest. There was no blood splattering as he had imagined, nor was there any feeling of touching flesh. Moto frowned. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai's body had turned into a dim shadow at some point. His hand had passed through the shadow without any resistance. Yang Kai's expression was savage as if he was enduring immense pain. His body, which was so indifferent that it almost merged with the air, suddenly jumped back, breaking free of Moto's control. His body reappeared, but Yang Kai seemed to have been heavily injured. He spat out blood. He took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Cold sweat poured down his head like a waterfall. Is this also the space divine technique? Moto frowned slightly. The fatal blow that he had been certain to land had actually been neutralized by this wizard in a way he couldn't understand. Even though the other party seemed to be heavily injured, the result was very different from what he had expected. This was not what Moto wanted to see. The space divine technique isn't just teleportation. Yang Kai swallowed the pill in his mouth. He was very willing to chat with Moto for a while to buy himself time to recover. I call that move nothingness. Banishing yourself into the void to avoid some very powerful attacks. Moto's eyes lit up as he praised, not a bad divine technique. Yang Kai said, but you're too strong. Even though most of your power wasn't effective, a portion still broke through the void and reached me. I was almost killed by you. So that's how it is. Moto revealed a thoughtful expression. Looks like it won't be easy to kill you. Chapter 2895. Yang Kai chuckled. Do you want to withdraw all of your avatar's power? Against a true saint, I shouldn't have much power to fight back. No need. Moto coldly snorted. Against an existence equivalent to a demon king, using 70% of his strength was the bottom line he could accept. If he really was forced to use all of his strength, that would be a disgrace. He was a mighty demon saint and had his own pride. As he spoke, a pitch-black metal hook suddenly appeared in his hand. The metal hook was suffused with a dense and pure demonic chi. Just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable, as if the evil hidden in the depths of one's heart could be awakened. Yang Kai stared at the metal hook, his heart thumping. The feeling this metal hook gave him was somewhat similar to the demonic warhammer that his avatar currently possessed. Although their forms were completely different, they truly had the same aura. A divine artifact. This should be the divine artifact that Bao Qi and the others had spoken of. In demon territory, only demon saint-level experts could use it. In other words, this metal hook was in existence on the same level as the demonic warhammer. Yang Kai's expression turned stern as he inwardly raised his guard. Moto had suddenly taken out a demonic Dao divine artifact. Clearly, he was about to do something big. He had no choice but to be on full alert. To Yang Kai's surprise, Moto did not immediately attack him after taking out the divine artifact. Instead, he raised the metal hook and slashed it through the air. East, west, left, right. There seemed to be no order to it at all, as if he was doing it on a whim. His expression and actions were extremely casual, but they were extremely arrogant and conceited. However, it was this extremely casual action that caused Yang Kai's expression to sink. He suddenly sensed that the space around him had inexplicably become isolated. It was as if a large part of the world had been separated from this great world by Moto and isolated into another space. He could still see the scenery outside, but in this isolated world, he could no longer casually teleport. The space divine technique was an extremely troublesome ability for a demon saint, so Moto had to break this ability first. His actions just now were the way to break it. After doing this, Moto turned around. He looked coldly at Yang Kai, slightly raised the iron hook in his hand, and pulled it into the void. A huge hook shadow suddenly appeared, as if it was a sharp weapon that could reel in one's soul. He hooked his finger in the direction of Yang Kai. A strange phenomenon appeared in the entire world under this hook, and an extremely gloomy aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. He didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands together. Under the power of the law of space, a massive moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed toward the hook shadow. That was not the end of it. He murmured, and the law of time began to flow. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the flowing time great emperor followed closely behind the moon blade and blasted forward. Space and time, the two profound laws of space and time came one after another, making the already ever-changing heaven and earth even more mysterious and unpredictable. A look of shock appeared on Moto's face. He had clearly seen some clues and revealed a look of disbelief. A person who cultivated both the law of space and the law of time was something he had never heard of before. Since ancient times, There had been 3,000 great Daos and countless laws of heaven and earth. However, whether it was the law of space or the law of time, they were both in the territory of a very small number of lucky people, and almost no one had ever been able to touch these two territory at the same time. This was no longer something that could be described as just luck. Perhaps only those who were blessed by the heavens would have unparalleled luck. And this kind of person, since ancient times, all of them were experts who ruled the heavens and ruled the earth. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the moon blade and the flowing time great emperor collided with the huge hook shadow. They directly scattered in the void, and violent energy swept out in all directions. It caused the isolated heaven and earth to tremble, giving people the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. The shock waves from the collisions spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, they were all knocked back, unable to stand steadily. As for Yang Kai, he was sent flying back dozens of meters by the force of the recoil. His expression was dispirited, but he still stubbornly said, "Modo, 70% of your strength is probably not enough. Hurry up and show me your full strength. Don't hide it anymore." As he spoke, he madly swallowed pills, cutting an extremely wretched figure. Modo's usual elegance and gentleness had completely vanished. After being mocked like this by Yang Kai, he finally revealed a look of anger. He turned his head to glance at the evergreen god tree. While he and Yang Kai had been entangled for a while, this strange tree had grown several hundred meters taller. It was simply unreasonable. "Let's see how many times you can block." Modo roared angrily, once again hooking at Yang Kai. The massive hook shadow appeared a second time. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He cursed, but his movements were not ambiguous at all. Just now, he had clashed head-on with Modo, making him deeply realize the difference between him and his opponent. Even though Modo had only used 70% of his strength, he was not his opponent at all. Blocking once was a fluke, but it was impossible to block a second or third time. "You only know this move? Can't you do something new?" Yang Kai had a look of mockery. Modo sneered. "It doesn't matter if it's new. It's fine as long as it's effective." He clearly saw where his advantage lay. He prepared to use his divine technique to directly crush Yang Kai. The hook shadow slashed through the air, causing the void to crack. The sun, moon, and stars all paled under this hook. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and golden light erupted. A massive golden dragon head appeared behind him. Its majestic dragon eyes looked down at the world, as if everything in the world was insignificant. The golden dragon phantom only appeared for an instant before returning to Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Yang Kai's originally dispirited aura suddenly soared, reaching a new height. He seemed to be much stronger than when he was at his peak. Modo was greatly shocked. He stared behind Yang Kai as if he wanted to see more clearly, but the phantom had already disappeared. He revealed an expression of disbelief. "Holy Spirit? How do you have a Holy Spirit source?" Even in ancient times, Holy Spirits were synonymous with power, especially the dragon race. It was an existence that even a demon saint could not ignore. There was also a dragon race in demon territory. They were demon dragons, and each one was an expert comparable to a demon saint. Each one had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. "You're meddling too much." When the golden light faded, Yang Kai's figure reappeared. At this moment, he was no longer that weak human. Instead, he was 6 feet tall and covered in scales. He had short horns on his head, and his hands had turned into sharp claws. His face was covered in scales, and one could vaguely make out traces of his past. The hook shadow attacked. Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slashed down. After dragon forming, Yang Kai's strength had clearly increased. Under the myriad sword, the seemingly invincible hook shadow suddenly paused, as if there was an unbreakable barrier in front of it that was blocking its advance. Yang Kai stumbled back. He used all his strength to activate the myriad sword light. It collided with the hook shadow, creating a rumbling sound. Modo sneered. The hook in his hand silently slashed out, targeting Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes widened, a blank expression on his face. It was as if he had lost his soul. Even his movements to block the hook shadow became weak and powerless, allowing the hook shadow to lunge at him once more. A moment later, Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble. He angrily roared, "Soul hooking? Modo, you bully the weak because you're strong, yet you're so despicable. You call yourself a demon saint in vain." Modo clenched his teeth, becoming angry out of humiliation. "What the hell are you?" Just now, he had used the soul hooking technique. Not only could the hook in his hand use the powerful divine technique, but it could also directly affect the enemy's soul. That silent hook had transformed into a chain that hooked onto Yang Kai's soul. This was why Yang Kai had been dazed for a moment and almost lost consciousness. As long as Modo could hook his soul out of his body, Yang Kai would definitely be reduced to a walking corpse. The massive hook shadow that attacked the second time was just a pretense to attract Yang Kai's attention. However, Modo had never expected that his painstaking efforts would fail to achieve the desired effect. For an existence on the level of a demon king to barely block 70% of his strength in a head-on clash was already inconceivable. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, from a bystander's point of view, the other party had done well enough. The fact that the soul hooking technique hadn't had any effect was what Modo found hard to accept. This fellow in front of him was definitely not just an existence on the level of a demon king. Even as a demon saint, Modo had never encountered such a monster. Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored him, still feeling lingering fear. Although the scene just now had been brief, it had been the most dangerous moment of his battle with Modo so far. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, his soul probably would have been hooked by Modo. Although his soul was powerful, it wasn't enough to block Modo's secret technique. At the crucial moment, the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus had pulled back his soul, allowing him to react. Yang Kai was infuriated by his own weakness. The myriad swords soared chi sword to the sky, suppressing Modo's hook images in one fell swoop and shattering them while Modo was distracted. In the dazzling light, everything in the world lost their luster. Modo seemed to still be in a daze. This was extremely unusual for a demon saint. The main reason was that Yang Kai's performance had been too shocking. At this moment, Yang Kai had already charged in front of him with a ferocious expression. He clenched one of his dragon claws into a fist and smashed it down. Wherever the fist passed, the void churned and the universe collapsed. It was like a hot iron had left an imprint on delicate skin that didn't disappear for a long time. Modo raised his head, his eyes emotionless as he stared at Yang Kai. He said indifferently, "You will pay the price for your rashness." As he spoke, he raised his fist to meet the attack.